Donald Trump.
10 fucking minutes.
I need you to vote for Donald Trump.
I just want to show y'all, and I'm not bullshitting,
Bug people
when I say how bad Xbox download speeds are. Like, ready? Here's my internet.
Let me just finish with this.
Keep in mind, I'm on an extender, so it's not the full speed, but
what he's been
it should not be an issue.
Is un-American. We should not have a system that tries to ruin this man, bankrupt him. It is un-American.
600 megabytes per second.
But he's taught us one thing.
And I'm getting like 11, which means probably like kilobytes per second.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow,
insane.
When you wake up, you have to work to save your country. And
like,
what that means is you must
There's no reason it should take this fucking long.
Thank you very much.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this fucking thing because I figured we would do that. I guess I'll just play Minecraft while we wait.
Governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum.
Yeah, Troonguard will be after the rally. I'm not missing the final Trump rally, so... I mean, this is the last one, bro.
Hello, Michigan! Are you ready to rock? Yes, you need to be, because if you're here tonight, you're part of history.
Yeah, the mic was fucked up.
Yes, you are. This is a historic evening. How many of you were here 8 years ago when President Trump? Raise your hand if you were. Well, everybody here is going to be able to raise their hand in the future and say you were here the night when the greatest political comeback in American history occurred, and it happened right here in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
There we go. Why the fuck? Oh, shit. Screwed up my skin.
I've got a simple little quiz for you. It's multiple choice. 2 answers: Harris or Trump.
Oh, wow, that's a real choice.
You need to let me ask the question first. Who's going to win Michigan? Who's going to win Michigan?
That place is fucking packed, bro. I saw the videos of the outside. It's like insane.
Yes, that's right. That's what's going to happen.
That place is like completely fucking packed.
That this is the most important election of their lifetime, but this one actually is. And the other thing that we need to understand,
he already said he's not going to run in 4 years if he loses, which luckily won't be an issue.
There are over 3,000 counties in America. This election is going to be decided tomorrow. About half the electorate hasn't voted yet. 50% of our country voting tomorrow, and that election is going to be decided in 19 counties in 7 states. And this is one of those counties that's going to decide the election. And again, who's going to win tomorrow here? Yes, and that's good news. It's good news for all of you and good news for America. And I want to start.
Yeah, urban and women's turnout is way fucking down this year, so it's looking really good, guys.
And every one of you, because
go fucking vote, man. I mean, this is like insanely good.
Doors. I see those white Trump Force captains.
Apparently, he's flat out winning in the early vote in North Carolina, even with independents. So
look at that.
Yeah, rural turn-ups,
How many
like,
of you talked to
that
a
shit is
friend
all the way
about
maxed
who you're gonna
out
vote
and
for?
already exceeding 2020 levels. It's insane, man.
How many of you have posted something online about your support for President Trump?
Me.
Yes, this room and many watching at home, you are the force multiplier. You're the group that's overcoming all the misinformation and all the lies. You're out there talking about something that no one can take away from you, and that's your lived experience. And your lived experience is there anything in your life today that costs less than it did 4 years ago?
Nope.
Were you better off when President Trump was president? Well, that's all you need to tell to your friends tomorrow, that we've got a proven leader that can bring our country back, American greatness. And when we're in a room like we are tonight, and we start with a prayer, and we start with a pledge, what I don't see garbage. No. What I see is the best of America. The best of America, where people come together because they care about their country. They care about their community. They care about their family. They care about their kids. They care about their grandkids. And they care about generations that haven't been born yet. That's what I see in this room.
I probably will end up streaming until pretty late, honestly. Because I slept earlier, so...
And when President Trump
I'm
takes
trying
the
to be
stage
able to
tonight,
sleep tomorrow afternoon.
and you see
'cause,
that
bro,
emotion when he walks out here to the
that
music,
shit's going to be crazy.
that's exactly what he's seeing. And I know that he's filled with gratitude for what each and every one of you have done and what each and every one of you are going to do tomorrow, because you have an opportunity by what you do tomorrow to change the course of this country and put us back on the track. There's a giant mess out there. Who's going to fix it? Absolutely. And I just have to touch on that for
last
just
day is
1
a
second.
republic. What do you
As a
mean?
governor of North Dakota,
Camel
I had
toe ain't winning,
an
bro. We're good.
opportunity.
As
I
long
grew
as
up in a
everybody
small
votes, we
town
got
of
this
300
shit on
people.
fucking...
Didn't even have a
Wait,
computer in that
this is
town
going to
when I
be
was going to high school.
massive,
Never
bro.
seen a piece
Like,
of
every single
software.
stat points to
But
Trump.
with this amazing country, I had a chance to do a software startup with 10 kids from North Dakota. And because of
Nah,
the
this
freedom
is
and
too
the
big to rig,
opportunity and
man.
the ability to take risks, we
The
built
urban
a
vote's
2,000
way
person
down.
company. We sold
So
our
also
products
the
all
number
over
of
the world.
mail-in
The
ballots is
American
really
dream
low
existed.
compared to 2020.
And that started
So they
under
don't
Ronald
have the
Reagan when that
opportunity to
happened.
cheat. So
And he came
we're
in,
good.
Ronald Reagan.
Go
he fixed
fucking
high
vote.
interest rates.
Materialize
he
the
brought peace and
W.
prosperity to the world. And he was following Jimmy Carter. And what do we have now? With Harris, she's got her fingerprints over every problem we have right now. Who was the last person in the room that's bragging about the last person in the room about the authorized invasion to Afghanistan? Who was that?
Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey, Griffin,
Let's
Joe
pick
Rogan
one. Are we
just
gonna say
endorsed
Kamala or
Trump, and
Harris?
nobody has any more excuses now. So
Kamala?
I'm
You wanna
from the
say
UK,
Kamala?
and I want everyone to get
Who
out
was
and
the
vote
last
for your
one in the room?
Exactly, man. Yeah, I saw the thing over in the
No,
UK where apparently they had like a Trump rally or some shit, which is pretty funny.
We're talking about
And then I saw
who
Nigel
decided to do
Farage
the
from the
horrible
UK was at
withdrawal
Trump's
from
rally
Afghanistan.
earlier tonight. So
Okay, I think you know the answer. Who was the tying vote? Who was the vote that broke the tie that created the Inflation Creation Act? That was Harris. Who was the border czar? Yes. Who was in charge of the EV mandates that are killing our auto industry? Yes.
apparently
And
Camel
who
Toe
was
was
the one that was
freaking out
leading the cover
when the
up
Joe Rogan
that Joe
endorsement came
Biden was
through
not has
and
the
was
capacity
bitching out
to
her
be our
staff for
president.
telling her not to do the interview.
So it is
Which
so
is fucking
clear.
weak,
this is
man.
not like a
Also,
slight
they're
course
supposedly
correction when President
scared
Trump
because
gets
of
in
the
office
low
with
urban
your help.
turnout.
This is a 180-degree different direction on the economy.
Not to mention the
on
significant
energy
number of black
policy,
men voting
on
Trump
border
this
policy,
time, on top
and on
of
national
lagging
security.
black turnout in general.
And I can tell you
So
myself, I was 4 weeks ago, I had an opportunity to be in the Middle East. They can't wait for President Trump to come back in and bring peace back to the world. Two weeks ago, I was in
did
South
you see
Korea
that only
talking with their
2,400
president.
Dems voted early in Pennsylvania
51
today when they
million
expected
people living in a
50K?
spot that's half the size
Yep.
of North Dakota, 20
Also,
miles away
apparently
from
the
DMZ
Democrats
on the
only
other
closed
side.
the gap
You got the
with
North Korea, which
Nevada
has got
early
nuclear
voting by
weapons.
like 68.
You know who they can't wait
and they
to
were
have back in
expecting
office? Someone with the
thousands.
strength to stand up to China,
So, bro,
stand
the
up to
enthusiasm
new
is
partnership between
not
North Korea
fucking
and
there.
Russia. North Korea sending troops to Russia, Russia fighting a war against us.
It is not
with
there,
oil
man.
money because this
Trump's got
administration
all
with
the
Harris
momentum.
is choking the U.S. energy business.
Yeah,
Both
Joe
Iran
Rogan is
and
liberal,
Russia are
which means he
funding
just
wars
convinced a
against
bunch
us
of people
with
who
the
haven't
failed
voted yet to go
Biden-Harris
vote Trump.
energy policies. You know who's going to fix that? Absolutely. So do you want more prosperity for you and your family? Do you want lower prices for everything you buy? Do you want peace abroad? Okay. Who are we going to send back to the White House? Absolutely. And he's going to be on stage tonight. They're getting closer. They're coming in here, and this is going to be the final historic thing, like I said, of the greatest comeback in political history. You're all part of it. Let's give him an incredible Michigan welcome when he gets here. Thank you, Michigan. Let's go. Let's get it done tomorrow. Thank you. USA, USA, USA.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. They don't have the audio coming into like the feed. I may try to see if I can find a different stream that has it for the music. I mean, I guess it's probably good because the stream won't get flagged, but... Yeah, I saw the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire endorse them today. Hopefully that, you know... I mean, New Hampshire's going to be close, but we'll see. That would be awesome at the flip. I don't think that'd be the CEO of Chick-fil-A, bro. The CEO of Chick-fil-A would be in Georgia.
I'm Liz Willis. We are here in Michigan for President Trump's final rally, and I know you guys can see what's going on right now. I'll step in front of the camera in just a minute, but I think it's more exciting to see this because this is the first time I've ever seen it.
That place is packed, bro.
Out of a cannon into the audience. It is a super active audience here tonight. They've even been doing some crowd cam work, which is a lot of fun to watch. I'm sure we'll get
I wonder
that
what the
on
venue is for that.
Here in just a little bit, but
let's see.
a lot of energy tonight
curious.
for President Trump's fourth and final stop of the 2024 presidential campaign.
Grand Rapids,
I do want to say thank you to our friends over at Birch
Van
Gold
Andel
Brew.
Arena.
I know there's a lot at stake this November, but regardless of who wins, the fuse on the economy has already been lit. Even 4 years of a conservative presidency will not be enough to turn the tide on our $35 trillion national
12
debt.
to 15,000. So that's pretty big, man.
Fire. You don't have much control.
I mean, that's not
over the
like even in
election's
Detroit
outcome,
or something. It's in
but what you
Grand
can do right now is
Rapids,
to protect
so
your savings
it's
by
a smaller
diversifying
city.
into gold with the help of Birch
So yeah,
Gold
12 to
Group.
15,000.
For millennia, gold has stood firm in the face of greedy governments, economic upheavals, and global strife. And it can protect your IRA or 401k now. To see how, get a free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump.
Apparently they have a huge overflow crowd
9898.
outside,
Plus,
too.
when you make a purchase from Birch Gold by Election Day, you will get a free Trump Fight silver coin. These one-of-a-kind coins honor a significant moment in our history. The design caught the attention of President Trump himself, who immediately got one. Now you can have one just like Trump. Go ahead and make that easy step towards securing your financial future. All you have to do for that is text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. All right, everyone, hi, and welcome to the fourth and final rally of President Trump's 2020 presidential campaign. I can't believe I'm saying that. I don't know where time went. I am so honored. I know what a privilege it is to be
everybody has the
of all these
audio
rallies
muted,
to
so obviously the
represent
news feed
all
is
of you
going
who
through
are
the same
watching at
thing.
home and
Okay.
everyone here as well. It's been an incredible journey, and I think we're just getting started. This crowd's absolutely incredible. I've got a lot of great items I want to share with you about
I have many
what's going on here
Trump
in Michigan,
cards.
and I was just sitting down kind of prepared.
I have a
mentally for what I wanted to
very
share with you all
expensive
today.
Trump
And one of the
card. I want to
things
get the one with
the
the
last
suit
rally I
piece
covered
in
was
it,
in
but I
Georgia,
haven't
and
bought
today
one of
I'm in
those yet because
Michigan,
they're
and
like
there's a lot of
$3,000.
similarities between the two states. And I had never thought that before, but we're looking at it. There's two swing states. Here in Michigan, we've got 15 electoral votes that are
And
up
you
for
know she's
grabs.
not batshit
Georgia had
crazy, too,
16.
so that's an
Now,
even
the
better
reason I say they're
W.
similar is kind of the voting patterns.
No, I'm
And
not selling
here
any
in
of my Trump
Michigan,
cards.
In 2016, they actually voted for Donald J. Trump. However, in 2020, those electoral votes went to Joe Biden. So some people
I'll show you guys something cool.
They
though.
don't know necessarily what's going to happen in Michigan. The ties.
I'm waiting for
The polls
this.
are actually completely tied. We'll go over that as well. I know it's a lot of info, but right now
finally
they
get
say
holdered.
it's a flip.
Like, it's
However,
been
I think
graded
2020,
forever.
like Georgia, here in Michigan,
But
is
they're
going
in
to
assembly
go
still for whatever
President
reason.
Trump. We will see what happens. But again, to talk about some of those
I've
polls
been waiting
right now, they are
forever
actually,
for PSA to
Harris
actually
and President Trump are
encapsulate
actually
it. But
tied. They are within 3
these are
percentage
really cool.
points of victory. So since that is within the margin of error, they can't predict who's going to win right now. I have seen before, and I'll double check it right now, that, let me confirm it before I say it, and according to Kalshi, they actually have Kamala Harris winning Michigan 65%, and then they think Donald Trump has a 35% chance of winning. So interesting there. That's an online prediction market, but if you actually look at
this is what
any
I
other
have being
poll,
graded
I think
right now.
Atlas poll is one that I was reading earlier today.
So this is pretty cool.
They've got it pretty much in a dead
It's a
even
inauguration
tie, so we'll see how that
ticket
goes.
from
Now again,
2017.
President Trump is going to make his last campaign
But,
appearance of the election cycle.
yeah, it's basically
here
for the
in
Senators
Grand Rapids,
platform.
Michigan. What's so special about Grand Rapids? Well, this
Which is
actually
pretty
where
neat.
President Trump had his
So
final
this is the
campaign
ticket
stop
you get
in
if
both
you were standing, I think, over to the
2016
left
and
side of Trump
2020. President
during
Trump
his
has been
inauguration on the
campaigning all over
platform
great
at the
state of
Capitol.
Michigan, but not just him.
And
He's
you
also
have to
got
be either a
his VP
senator
pick,
or
J.D.
like one of their
Vance, who
immediate
was in Michigan
guests
today as well.
in order to get
I
this
think
ticket.
Kamala gave up on Michigan like a few days ago. Yesterday or the day before was her final rally
So
here.
it's
So
like
really
gold
interesting. I don't know if
foil
she just assumes
around
she has
this.
it
It
in the
doesn't really
bag,
show it
or,
well in the
you
scan,
know,
but it's
the
pretty
2020
neat.
play where they just didn't even have to campaign.
So there's
because-
only one other
well,
of
we
these
know why.
graded, and it's like
But
a
President
6,
Trump will
and this
host a
one's like
rally
in perfect
today
condition.
at Van Andel Arena, which
So-
is downtown Grand Rapids. The doors opened here a little before 6:30, and he was scheduled to speak at 10:30 p.m. It is currently 10:58 p.m. I will go over where he is right now and what he's done today. President Trump had a number of rallies. The one before us was actually in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. President Trump was scheduled to speak there, I believe, at 6 p.m. I think 6 p.m. and I think he took the stage around 7:40 p.m.
I graded
President
it with
Trump
PSA.
is currently, and he wrapped that, I think, around 7:40, around 9 something. He took off at 10:12 p.m. from Trump Force 1. Thank you. It's a lot to remember. He took off at 10:12 p.m. on Trump Force 1, and he is heading from Pittsburgh to Grand Rapids, Michigan, where he will motorcade over to this rally tonight. So if I had to guess, I would expect between 11:30 and 12 arrival. Not too bad considering what this man has done today. Like some of the speakers said earlier, he's the Energizer Bunny of politics. All right, I want to say thank you to our friends over at the Wellness Company. We know the world's on edge. There's natural disasters, economic turmoil, election chaos, and health threats that are hitting us from every angle. Meanwhile, our government is sending money overseas instead of protecting its own citizens. And with whispers of another pandemic coming, waiting for the system to step in is dangerous. You cannot afford to be unprepared. That's why I'm excited to tell y'all about the Wellness Company's Contagion Emergency Kit. Designed by Dr. Peter McCullough, it's packed with essential medications like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and even a nebulizer. Perfect for treating respiratory
RTU
illnesses
political
as flu
meltdown? I
season
don't think he's going to
approaches.
melt down,
We've
bro.
seen
He already
drug
said he thinks
shortages
he's going to
in
win.
pharmacies turning people away. Don't risk being told
Rich
no
already
when
said
your
he thinks
family's
Trump
health
is
on
going to
the
win, so I
line.
don't think he's
The
going to have a
Contagion
meltdown, but who
Emergency Kit
knows?
gives you control,
Maybe
no
his
red tape,
estrogen
no
will
delays.
flare up that
Visit
day. Never know.
MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use code RSBN and save up to $60 off with free shipping. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN.
What is
to
this
save up to
grifting
$60
shit?
off
Well,
with free
basically, this
shipping.
is like a
We've got
small
lot of great
company that
sponsors
popped
today,
up
so
in
thank you to the
2016
Wellness
who like
Company
traveled to all of
for
Trump's rallies and just
supporting us.
live streamed them for
I
everybody.
love this.
So
It's hard to. I
it's
love
just
talking
their
to you guys, right? I think
sponsors,
we all
man.
know that. But I can
'Cause
hear
they gotta
the
pay out of
excitement
pocket to
going
go
on
and fly
behind
to all
me
these
and around me,
places.
and I need eyes in the back of my head. Y'all let us know in the comment section what time you predict President Trump to take the stage. I know a lot of you watch rallies all the time, so you've kind of got this science down. Do you think that he will be 11:30 or later? 11:30 or later? I want to know your thoughts. If you're watching on Rumble, we love Rumble. You can leave some comments in the chat room and interact with other viewers. All right, let's jump back over here. I want to talk a little bit more about tonight, about Grand Rapids and what's going on. with Michigan. Trump was last in
No,
West
this is
Michigan
live,
when he spoke at a rally in Walker on September 27th. He was last at Van Andel Arena right here on July 20th, hosting his
No, it
first
doesn't,
rally
bro.
following
Men
the
always
Republican
vote later than
National
women, and on
Convention
top of
and
that,
after
white
the
women, if they're the ones to
assassination
vote,
attempt
still
in
elect
Pennsylvania.
Trump. So we're
Now,
good.
2 points separate Harris and Trump in Michigan, according to some new polls.
Men
I'm
disproportionately
going to be reading
compared to
from an
women wait
article
till
from
election day.
Wood TV. So let me
Women
just
vote
cite that
early,
really
typically.
quick. But it is
Not to
Trump's habit
mention,
to
most
hold his
women that have
final
voted
rally
are
before
white
Election
women,
Day
which,
in Metro
if white
Grand
women were the
Rapids.
only
In
people that
2016,
voted,
his last
Trump would
one
win in a
was
landslide.
at Davos Place in 2020.
So, don't worry
it was
about
at
it.
Gerald R. Ford International Airport.
Stop falling for the
Absolutely
psyops,
freezing,
bitches.
By the way, some of the pre-speakers were mentioning it
Trump
too, and I'm
has
glad I'm not
never
the
been
only
in a
one.
better place
I thought maybe I was
electorally, or
overreacting, but I
poll-wise,
swear
or
I can still
early
feel
vote-wise than he's ever been
2020
right now.
in my bones. Like,
Democrat
I think I did permanent
turnout's way
frostbite
fucking
damage
down. It's
that
looking
night.
good,
It's fine.
bro.
All right, focusing. Michigan is a key battleground state in the presidential election among 7 expected to decide who sits next in the Oval Office. A poll by
He's
Emerson
doing
College
way better
Polling,
than 2016.
The Hill and Wood TVA released Monday show that 50% of Michigan respondents said they intended to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris in the election and 48% for Trump. Because the margin of error is plus or minus 3.4%, this is a statistical tie. Harris made her final push in Michigan on Sunday, making a few stops before finishing up the day with a rally at Michigan State University in East Lansing. Gwen Walls, wife of Harris,
Yeah,
running
she's
mate
doing
Minnesota
worse
Governor
than
Tim Walz,
fucking Joe
visited
did.
Grand Rapids Sunday, which was the last day of early in-person voting.
And on
statewide.
top of that, the turnout is
State
like
data
literally
shows that as of Monday
catastrophic compared
morning,
to
more
what Joe
than
got.
1.2 million
So not
people
only
had
is she
voted
down in the
person,
base
and
in
more
terms
than
of favorability,
1.9
the base isn't
million
even coming out to
absentee
vote.
ballots had been cast statewide. Election day voting here in Michigan will run from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Absentee ballots must be returned to your clerk by 8 p.m. Tuesday to be counted. So some pretty good information there. We'll probably circle back to that for those
Take
who are
that
tuning in
anxiety
later.
and direct
We know
it
that President
towards,
Trump
you
is
know,
on
getting
his
people
way
to go
here.
fucking
Now,
vote.
we
That's
are
all you can
so
do at this
excited
point.
for him to arrive,
So check with
and
your
he is
friends
in
and
the air,
family and
leading
everybody
between
else to
somewhere
make sure
between
they've all
Pittsburgh
voted.
and Grand Rapids, Michigan right now.
That's literally all any of
The
us can do at
crowd
this
is
point.
excited to see
Is
him.
just
Like I
make
said,
sure
they've
as
been
many
doing some
people as
crowd cams.
possible
We're
have
liking some
voted.
people dancing behind us. Really good music here tonight. I want to.
Uh-oh.
Something. If you could repeat it, let me know. We've got another article on here. And before I get to that, I want to give another shout out to our friends over at AMAC. During this critical election, there's a lot on the line for all Americans. That's why it's more important than ever to stay informed and join a community that stands for your values. AMAC, the Association of Mature American
She saw
Citizens,
Rich's
is the
dick pic.
leading magazine,
Oh my God,
conservative
ew.
voice for Americans 50 and
That's a
older.
scary thought.
Members receive a subscription to the AMAC magazine.
I don't know, bro. She
exclusive
probably would have started
discounts on a
vomiting if
wide
that was
range
the
of
case.
benefits, free resources, trusted news, and so much more. President Trump said it best when he said, "I think AMAC is great. AMAC stands strong on the issues that matter to you, securing our borders, protecting Medicare, and preserving the integrity of our elections. AMAC also fights to protect your freedom and sees that your voice is heard in Washington. Join AMAC today and be part of a movement that champions your values. Visit amac.us/RSBN or call 1-888-262-2006 to become a member and make a difference. That's amac.us/RSBN or call 1-888-262-2006. The election season, make sure you stand with AMAC. Together we will protect
Yeah, apparently
America's
she's raging
future.
out
So
over
thank you
the
to our friends
Rogan
over
thing.
at AMAC, and that's AMAC.
Not
for
to
anyone
mention that, like,
wondering.
Philadelphia
Also wanna say
voter
thank you to our
turnout
friends
is,
over at
like,
Free Trump Book. The mainstream
catastrophically
media
low.
has never treated President Trump fairly.
I mean, just think about the
That's
fact that they
impacting
have
what our kids
half
are
the number
learning
of
about
mail-in
him. The
ballot
kids need to know the truth about
requests
President Trump
compared
and
to
his
what they did
unwavering
last
courage to
time.
keep fighting for America.
So
That's why
already
Mike
early
Huckabee's
voting for
team
them
put
is
together a
down
very nice
half of
gift
what it
bundle for
was
kids that includes
previously.
the Kids Guide to courage.
So
To the Courage of President and the Kids Guide to President Trump.
they had a
These guides are excellent for
1.1
kids. They
million
make it
vote
fun for
lead
kids to
going
learn all
into
about
election
Trump.
day
And the
last
best part is
time,
that they are free.
and
You
they
just need
won
to pay
by
shipping and
80,000
processing,
votes.
and you
This
can even get a
time,
free
they only
commemorative
have, I
Trump
think, a
Christmas ornament
400,000
showcasing his
early
incredible
vote lead,
bravery.
so it's down
You can get it all
700K.
for a limited time.
And
Visit
urban votes are not turning up,
freeTrumpBook.com.
so
Again, that is
there's no enthusiasm. Like, even her
freeTrumpBook.com.
rallies today in Pennsylvania
All right,
were like
so
half
we have some
empty.
information that came out today. A memo was sent out by the Trump campaign. Very fascinating. I saw Caroline Leavitt speaking on this earlier today. Brilliant, intelligent, strong woman for Trump, by the way. Sorry, Mark Cuban. I know you're not going to like that. But I want to share some of
let's
this data with
see.
you because I think it's
fuck.
looking pretty rough for the Democrats here. All right. With early voting closed and Election Day on the horizon, Democrats are facing a massive turnout deficit. In every single battleground state, we see President Trump and Republicans outperforming elections.
So
passed
Adam
in
with the
absentee
5. Whenever I
ballots and early
see
votes
Doug
cast. As
Burgum,
we
I
dive
have to
deeper
play
into the data, Democrats are
Tokata
facing a
and
precipitous decline in urban turnout. according
I have
to
no
their own data
Fugu
experts, and we
and
are
D
tracking
minor
an
because he
uptick
looks like a
in
vamp.
rural turnout.
I'm not sure who that is, to be
Do you need
honest,
to walk
man.
past? It's fine.
Inflatable Nugget with the
I
2.
know
Trump
we're live,
cards
so we're
greater
gonna
than
have
Aerith
a
cards.
few interruptions, but we're gonna work with it, guys. All right, so
depends on the
back
card.
to it. Obama's former campaign manager, Jim
You
Messina,
generation
said
of
on
the 2,
MSNBC
did you ask
that the
AP
early vote numbers are a little scary.
Yeah,
We
definitely,
love that.
man.
We love to hear it. What Mr. Messina is
Absolutely.
downplaying is that they are
And
a
Diego
lot
Hernandez with
scarier
the
for
5.
Democrats.
Thoughts on RFK
According
and
to
Tulsi
NBC News,
Gabbard.
President Donald J.
I
Trump
voted
has
for
a
Trump, but I wonder
16-point
if
lead.
they'll
That's
join.
56
Yeah, they
to
definitely are.
40 among voters who plan to cast
RFK
their
is going to
ballot
be the head
on
of the
Election
USDA,
Day. Obama's chief
FDA,
campaign
and Health and
strategist
Human
and CNN
Services.
political
So
commentator
he's
David
already guaranteed a
Axelrod
role in
told
the
CNN that there are no
administration in
guarantees that
3
voters
different
will turn out
agencies.
on Election Day
And then
for
Gabbard
Vice
is for
President
Nancy.
Harris.
I think she'll probably be like
Democrats are
joint
spinning
chief.
themselves and reporters
Would
by
be my
claiming
guess,
that
or
their
something
voters
to that
will turn
nature.
out
I'm
on
not
Election
sure.
Day when polls
But
show
no,
otherwise.
Trump is
And
doing
most
exactly what he
importantly,
should have done the
that's
first
asking
term, which is
Democrat
try to
voters
create
do
like the
something that they have
uniparty of like the
absolutely no
Republican
history
Party,
doing.
and then bring in a
If
bunch of
Democrats
like
who have
moderate
historically voted
Democrats.
ahead of Election Day haven't
And
been
like
motivated
create
to show up
basically
for
this
Kamala
unbeatable
yet, why do we
force
expect them to show up
of
tomorrow?
people of like, you know,
President
half the
Donald J.
country
Trump
being
is going into Election
Republican,
Day stronger
and then
than
like
he
10
has
to
in any previous
15% of the
election,
Democrat
and
Party
if
that's
patriots
not
from across
batshit
the country
crazy.
keep the momentum
And you would
turn out
literally
as
have an
expected on Election
unbeatable
Day,
like
we will be
election block.
swearing in President Trump in January.
So
But you don't need to
yeah,
take
this is exactly
our
what I
word
wanted
for
Trump
it,
to do his
according to
first
Democrat
term, and I'm
expert
happy to see it.
Democrat data expert
This is
Tom
exactly what
Bonnier
should have
of
happened.
Target Smart. We're gonna go through some of the states here really quick. We'll start with Arizona. Urban turnout is down negative 385,285 votes compared to this point in 2020. Female turnout for Democrats is down 170,011 votes compared to this point in 2020.
Hear that?
Rural turnout is up 14,000 votes compared to this point in 2020. Massive numbers, you guys. Keep in mind, a lot of these swing states are decided by 10, 20, 30,000 votes. Georgia, urban turnout is down 153,800 votes compared to 2020. Female turnout in Georgia is down 46,000 votes compared to 2020. Rural turnout in Georgia is up. That's crazy. 171,800 votes compared to this point in 2020. Michigan, urban turnout is down 320,000 votes compared to 2020. Female turnout is down 200,000 votes compared to 2020. Rural turnout,
And y'all are
however,
blackpilling.
is up 55,000 votes. North Carolina, urban
And
turnout
y'all
is down
are blackpilling.
175,000 from 2020. Female turnout is down 154,000. Rural turnout up again 26,000 votes. Nevada.
Well,
urban
Armstrong's
turnout
too
is
base
down
to get elected, unfortunately.
190,000 votes. Female turnout is down 126,000.
Senator
Let's get to
Armstrong's
Pennsylvania.
way too
A
based.
lot is going on to Pennsylvania, and I want to say shout out to Scott Presley, who has been on the ground in Pennsylvania, who can, I think, single-handedly, besides a few people, you know, Trump, Elon, but they have worked so hard to secure Pennsylvania, and I think they're doing a great job. Here's some numbers from there. Urban turnout is down 380,000 votes compared to what it was in 2020, and the female turnout, this is the biggest number yet. It's almost 500,000. 450,000 votes compared to this point in 2020. Now, Wisconsin, urban turnout is down 100,000 votes compared to this point in 2020, and female turnout is down to
Keep in mind, Trump lost these states by like 10,000 votes.
All right, we have a fun one here, and we'll get back into the data in just a second. But before we do that,
the fuck
I want
does
to talk about our friends over at Ultra Right
basically
Beer,
doomer shit.
Guys,
like everything
but
sucks.
They have something really
There's no
special
point in
today.
trying.
Dads,
Life
Ultra
is
Right
over.
Beer
I'm just gonna sit here and be miserable
Trump
type shit.
Fight beer can featuring the iconic image of President Trump yelling "Fight, fight, fight" after his assassination attempt. You may recall Conservative Dad's limited edition Revenge beer cans featuring President Trump's mugshot last year. Those cans are selling for as much as $500 for a case on eBay. These are sure to be just as collectible, if not more. To grab a six-pack before these are gone forever, visit TrumpFightBeer.com. Conservative Dad is a company long supportive of President Trump. They give a portion of their proceeds to fight for conservative causes. Owner Seth Weathers has personally donated over $25,000 to President Trump's re-election, as well as $100,000 to the Georgia Trump electors fighting the unjust Fani Willis prosecution. No correlation, by the way, between Liz Willis and Fani Willis. I know you're all wondering. But visit Trump Fight Beer and use
She's
discount
hot.
code
Hit her up, bro.
TrumpFightBeer.com and use code RSBN to save 10% on your order now. These aren't going to last long, and you definitely don't want to have to pay for the markup by buying these on eBay a year from now. That's TrumpFightBeer.com. You guys check it out and let us know what you think. And finally, shout out to our friends at American Finance. The Federal Reserve has dropped interest rates, so you need to call my friends at American Financing today. With mortgage rates in the 4s, now is the perfect time to consolidate debt and reduce your monthly expenses. A lot of us have been forced to use credit cards because of the ridiculous prices at the grocery store, power, and even childcare. That debt is really expensive with credit card rates being insanely high. But with mortgage rates dropping, now is the time to wipe that debt out. American Financing is helping homeowners like you save over $800 a month on average. They're even closing some in as fast as 10 days. And if you start today, you may delay 2 mortgage payments. There are no upfront fees. To find out how much you can save, call American Financing today. American Financing today, 888-804-0303. That's 888-404-0999. Sorry, I'm
Dude, that shit
butchering
took 2 minutes
really
to start. Holy fuck.
That's 888-404-0299. AmericanFinancing.net/RSBN. Maybe I'll get that better next time.
How would you feel if Trump actually kills the enemy within and defunds schools and forces prayer onto other students?
About something I read earlier. I'm not an expert on the American auto workers, but I did get to talk to some
the happiest I would ever be in my entire life.
I wish that I could jump into the crowd.
How am I supposed to feel?
Anything, you know, RSBN loves to do interviews.
Bro, that sounds like the greatest political outcome possible. I don't know. Am I supposed to be afraid of that outcome? That sounds great.
From some of the people in the audience here, I will share an article from CNBC. Harris versus Trump. Auto insiders weigh in on both candidates and their top issues. Some of the key points from this that we're going to take away are that Michigan and its automotive industry remain critical to the presidential election as Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump campaign in the state. Auto executives and lobbyists told CNBC that they are preparing for all outcomes in the election, and electric vehicles, trade, tariffs, China, emission regulations, and labor are all top issues. Officials expect a Harris victory to be a continuation, but not a copy of the past 4 years.
Oh my God, they're playing that Catfish Dinner song in the back. Oh my God.
To policies and actions from his first presidential term.
I recognize
I will
that.
skim through some of this, but I think there's a lot of important information here just about what type of people are in Michigan and who is voting. One of the key takeaways that I had from speaking
Think
to
of the
some
horror
of the
they might
audience
have kids stand in the morning and pledge allegiance. I know, bro.
Kamala, and he immediately cut me off. He said the union because of the presidents and who they want to support. He said, but they don't speak on behalf of the workers.
Dude, if Trump single-handedly assassinated the entire deep state within his first few months, that shit would be fire.
Now,
I wouldn't give
the
a
automotive
fuck.
industry has become a crucial topic during the 2020
Drag them all
presidential
fucking out in
election,
chains and
as
line them up
Michigan,
against the
home
wall.
of Motor City, and 1.1
They'd do it to you in a
million automotive
heartbeat.
jobs remain a critical swing state. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, and their running mates and supporters have made Michigan a second home in recent weeks as campaigns attempt to win over undecided voters in the Great Lakes state. Since 2008, whichever candidate has won the state has moved into the White House, including Trump in 2016 and President Joe Biden in 2020. That's incredible. That was one of my favorite takeaways from this, and it kind of goes to show why
They're just
President
trying to
Trump
fill
is
time because
doing
Trump's
Grand
in the air
Rapids,
right
Michigan,
now,
the
so
state of Michigan, as his
everybody
fourth
else has
and
already
final
spoke,
rally
so
today.
he's
Why
got
JD
like the
Vance was
main
in Michigan
speakers
today.
on the
It
plane
is a
with him too.
historic state, and the road to the White House runs through Michigan as well.
This is his 4th rally of
There's
the
a quote in
day,
the
so
article
he was in North
from
Carolina,
an
2
analyst
rallies
that
in
says
Pennsylvania,
Michigan's 16
and now he's
electoral
flying
votes.
to Michigan, so...
I think it's 15, but I have to check that.
And then he's
Anyways,
gotta
it
drive
says
to the
16.
venue,
Michigan's
too,
16
so
electoral votes have
it
helped
takes
thrust
time.
autos into the debate between Trump,
Especially now that he has all
hyperactive
that
and
security
contradictory
because, you know,
statements, and
people keep
Harris's
trying to kill him.
wider views lay deep differences, but also convergence.
So a little excusable for the
That's
time
from
delay.
Jefferies analyst Philippe Bourgeois, who wrote in an investor note on Monday. They say, while major automakers and suppliers have shied away from publicly endorsing either presidential candidate, executives and lobbyists from several companies spoke to CNBC on the condition of anonymity. Thank you. All right, I just got news that President Trump has landed, so that's exciting news. President Trump has landed as of 2 minutes ago. This man is moving fast. That's actually much faster than I predicted.
Griffin
So, and I
wishes
think
he
we're
had
about
Griffin Force.
10,
Yeah, well,
15
yeah,
minutes
duh.
from the
I would love to have a
airport,
private
maybe
jet.
20 max. So we'll give
But
him a
I'd
little
only
bit of
want
grace
one of those
period.
massive ones, like a
11:45,
747
I
or
think he might
something.
take the stage
I wouldn't
before
want a
midnight
tiny ass little
tonight,
private
which
jet.
would be great for everyone in the room.
I'd rather
However, I
just
know they
fly
have no
like
problem
Emirates
waiting
at some,
whatsoever,
like at that
so
point. Like I
glad
want
you're in
actual
the
room.
flight. Welcome to
But
Grand
yeah, if I had a
Rapids,
big
Michigan.
ass
I know
plane
everyone
like
is
an
so
Air Force
excited
One,
to
fuck
see you.
yeah, dude.
President Trump, we are here
COD isn't on
waiting.
the. It's because it restarted.
All right. Back to the article a little bit. Harris versus Trump. Officials expect
Yeah, there's
Harris
2
victory
Call
to
of
be a
Duty selections
continuation,
on
but not a
OBS.
copy
There
of
we
the
go.
past 4
That
years
should
under Biden.
I hope.
They think she could
There we
potentially
are.
be more understanding of businesses, but there are concerns.
Yeah,
Yeah,
OBS,
no kidding,
every
there are
time you
concerns.
restart
Some
COD,
of
it
her
thinks it's a
policies and
different
potential
exe
appointments
file. It's
are
weird.
unclear, experts said. Her policies unclear? No kidding. All right, moving on. And her alignment with the United Auto
It's the only
Workers,
game it does it with. Every other
particularly
game's
Union
fine.
President Sean Fain, who has been a combative foe to automakers. We'll get into some more fun topics, including some of the other swing states. I know not all of you are from Michigan. I love everyone who is watching tonight. But first, we have to say thank you to our friends over at Tax Network USA.
It's kinda sad, man. This is the last rally, so truly the end of an era.
Now that October 15th is behind
My
us, the
prediction
IRS
for
may be
tomorrow
ramping
is if
up
people get out and
enforcement.
vote, it's
You
going
could
to be a
face
great
wage
fucking night.
garnishment, frozen bank accounts, or even property seizures. If you
All the
haven't
momentum
taken
is in
action
Trump's
yet,
court
but
right
there's
now,
still
bro.
hope. Tax Network USA
He has never done
has
better
helped
in the polls
taxpayers
than
save
right
over
now.
$1
He's never
billion
had more
in tax.
cross-party
Has
like
filed over
endorsements
10,000
and, you know,
10,000
support.
tax returns.
He picked
They
up the
specialize in
RFK
helping people
voting
like you
block.
reduce
He's
their
got
tax
the
burdens,
like
and they
moderate
can help you
Democrats
too.
that like
Don't wait any
Tulsi.
longer.
He now
Visit
has the libertarian vote. He has the Joe Rogan audience now.
Or call
You know, Elon's backing him. I mean, like, it's pretty good. So if people get out and vote, I think it's going to be a massive W. Not to mention Democrat turnout's way down, urban voters are way down, women are way down. There's no enthusiasm for Camel Toe. Like, all of her rallies today were half empty, even with celebrities. So
Speaking of finances, I want to say thank you to our friends over at
we got
Birch
something
Gold Group.
special
I know
here,
we've got
guys.
a
So
lot
it's
of
just
things
up to
to cover,
execution now at this
regardless
point.
of who wins. The views on the
Make it too big for them to fuck around with
even
it.
4 years of conservative presidency will
Which it
not
looks
be
like
enough
is the
to turn the
case if
tide on
everybody
our
votes.
$35
So,
trillion of national
not
debt.
to
And if
mention
the
every
left
single
wing
Trump
that's
county
what
from
doesn't
2020
matter.
is
We can't
way
control
up on their
much about
vote
the election
already.
outcome, but
Like
we
some
can
counties have
protect your
already
savings
like
by
over
diversifying
like
into gold with the help
basically completely overrid their 2020 numbers just in early voting alone, which doesn't include the election day vote, which is usually huge. So
now it can protect your IRA or 401k. To see how
rural voters are way up this time, urban's way down. That's exactly what you want to see.
Plus, when you make a purchase from Birch Gold by Election Day, you'll get a free Trump Silver Fight coin. These are one of a kind.
Is DSP actually voting
They
for
honor a
Canada?
significant moment in history.
I don't know if
You can
DSP is
have one
that
today.
cocked,
Go
but we'll
ahead and
see.
take this easy step towards securing your financial future. Protect your savings and get your free Trump Silver coins. Text Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. All right.
Higher with the VOD, the Dems, chimp out, go full Lou Goblin. If they, yeah, like when I was at college in 2016 when Trump won, there was like the angry fucking lefties out in the fucking, you know, streets and like dorm areas, like throwing rocks and bricks through people's windows. And there was massive like protests and everything of like all these fucking angry white bitches.
You know what?
So,
I hope
yeah.
you guys can see. I know we've got a second camera in the audience tonight.
It was funny as fuck, man.
They've got footage of it,
And I was
right
just
now,
chilling around.
the
With,
crowd
I had
is
my
getting
Trump hat
so
on that
hyped
day.
up. They are throwing out
Just to
t-shirts
fuck
the
with
crowd.
people.
You can see some of the
Because
advanced
luckily,
teams
I would say
running
that my
behind
college
me
campus
here
was pretty
today.
evenly
Music
split.
is pumping. It feels like I'm in
Luckily.
a club. And I think
And
it's
there was
just
a
like
ton
muscle
of
memory
Trump
with
supporters,
lights and
like
music. I wanna start
especially the
dancing,
dudes.
but I'm gonna
So
try to
yeah,
knock
like
it
it
out
was
for
like
you.
two massive
All right,
groups of
who
people.
will win Nevada in the presidential election?
It was fun as
According to
fuck,
Kalshi
though.
Right now, they have Donald Trump winning.
I'll see if there's
Nevada,
any protests in my area
57% to
tomorrow,
43%.
which I'm sure there will be.
All right,
Other
this
than
one
in
for
D,
Trump.
I'm not
These are
going
gonna
down
be
to
the
DC.
7 swing states that I'm
But if
about
there's
to
some in
list,
like
so
the
we can count
Arlington or
how many are going for Trump
Alexandria or
according to this. How
McLean
many are going
area,
for
maybe I'll
Kamala?
go and film some
Who
of
will
it.
win Arizona in the presidential
I'm not
election?
going
It's
into
got Donald
DC
Trump
because
at
if the metro gets shut
76%,
down, I'm fucked and I'm
Kamala
stuck over
Harris at
there, which I'm not
24%.
doing.
That's wild. Who will win
I'm
Georgia
not getting
in the
stuck in
presidential
DC with the
election?
fucking
I know this
looters.
one. They've got Donald Trump at 67%. They've got Kamala Harris at 33%. Who will win North Carolina?
Yeah,
in the
DC is gonna
presidential
be a
election?
shithole.
Donald Trump at 68%.
It always is. Like the entire city's
Kamala
boarded
Harris
up
at
right now.
32%. I
Any
didn't
building
read
with
the
glass
others, but
in the
before I do
front
that,
has like, you know,
I know which ones I said. I actually want to
the
share
whatever
something
it's
I
called,
screenshotted, and this
plywood
reminds
up
me
right
of,
now to
because
stop
this
people from
is
breaking
huge
windows and
news
looting.
for North Carolina. I hope I saved a screenshot. I got it. All right. At Jim Blaine posted earlier on X, if y'all want to go find it, he said, quote, our hashtag NC poll voter models indicate 2024 unaffiliated early voters were about 2 points more friendly to the Trump/GOP than unaffiliated early voters in 2020.
That's huge.
He says, I project Trump leading Harris by 5,000 votes in early voting. This would put Harris at 2,164,000. It would put President Trump around 2,169,000. A GOP lead in North Carolina early voting is unprecedented. So
Yep.
the reason I wanted to share that with you is it
That's
kind of ties back to
huge.
the article, the memo that I read from Team Trump earlier today about this data and this unprecedented records that are just shattering all of the early voting data coming in. I think it's looking really
And
good for
motherfuckers
President
are
Trump. It's really
blackpilling,
disastrous
dude.
For Kamala Harris, all we have to
This
do
is why
to scare that
listening to
White House
amateur
is make sure we get
statisticians
out
is a
and
terrible
vote
idea.
tomorrow. Now, something that I'm seeing online, which is a little interesting, is people are saying, maybe y'all have seen this too, they are saying that it is men right now who have not gone out and cast their votes. A lot of women have gone out and cast their votes in early voting already. They know that they plan to tomorrow, but it's the men who may
Yep,
not
men
be out
vote on
casting their
election
votes
day,
right now.
so
Good news about that is, I'm going to step over really quick. The good news about that is we actually just had a massive endorsement for Donald J. Trump by none other than Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, who had kind of taken a seat back to
He's
politics
never
for a little
endorsed
bit. He
anyone
really wasn't
before.
coming out heavy for either of the candidates. He sometimes criticized President Trump even.
yeah, I had to
sometimes
tuck my
criticizes
cock
the
between
Biden
my balls to
administration,
pretend I
but
had a
he did
vagina
invite
in order to
both
vote early.
presidential candidates to come on his podcast and to talk about their policies and what they're doing. President Trump did accept that invitation. He went on the Joe Rogan podcast and he spoke for about 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm
straight.
talking
No
like
teleprompter,
actually
no
the
script,
candidate, not
no
primary
pre-written rules
candidates.
that anyone had to follow, just
Not
completely
primary candidates. I'm
authentic,
talking
like
about
President
real
Trump always is.
candidates.
Kamala Harris, however, had a list of rules that she was going to have Joe Rogan and his team follow in order for her to go on the show, and she ended up declining the invitation and not going on Joe Rogan. JD Vance did accept an invitation from Joe Rogan. JD Vance also went on the podcast.
I'm glad Alex finally wore him down, bro, because that's the thing, is Alex has been trying to get Joe Rogan to endorse Trump forever. So
and attended and recorded a podcast with Joe Rogan that was released today.
Because Alex and Joe are like really good friends apparently, which is really funny. But yeah,
I'm gonna pull this up right here. He tweeted the link to the podcast. Looks like it's about 150.
no, I think Joe has always liked Trump. It's just he never wanted to endorse him.
Lengthy, but Joe Rogan said, "The great and powerful at Elon Musk. If it wasn't for him, we'd be blanked. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump that you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Enjoy the podcast." All right, we got an endorsement from Joe Rogan. All anyone had to do
and
was
it's
just go
paired
talk
with
to
a
him. Kamala's gonna do
podcast
it.
too, which
How do
is
you think
great.
she's gonna lead a country for the next 4 years?
So now you have
Yeah.
something to
So I know
listen
Joe
to when
Rogan,
you're
I
waiting
think,
in line tomorrow.
On just one of his platforms alone, he's got 13 million subscribers.
Oh,
So
I've
that's
got a
pretty
gun
big
that can
L
punch through my
for the
fucking
Harris
front
campaign,
door,
but
man. I'm
massive
good.
dub for President Trump, and we love to see it. All right, let's get back to some of these swing
My
state
44 Magnum can
statistics.
punch a hole through my
We've
fucking
got 3
front
more
door,
that we
no
hadn't gone
problem.
through. I think I did the first 4
I'll be fine.
for President Trump. We had him winning
I'm
Nevada.
in an
We had
apartment
him winning
building, so
Arizona,
unless they're gonna climb like
Georgia,
flights and flights of
North
stairs,
Carolina.
I don't think I'm in
That
any
leaves
danger.
Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Michigan, they actually have going to Kamala with 63% and 30.
Yeah, I got the fucking, I think it's the Smith & Wesson 529 competitor with like the weighted barrel. That shit's fucking sweet, man.
President Trump with 57% of the vote and Kamala with 43% of the vote. And then finally,
That's a
you've
one-shot
got
kill.
Wisconsin with Kamala Harris.
I think I have
at
hollow points too.
58% and 42%.
I'm pretty sure I do. I have bear rounds and I have hollow points. I'm pretty sure. It might be FMJ, but I'm not sure which one I
I want
have.
to say thank you to our friends over at AMAC during this.
Dude, the
critical
thing is
election
with
in the bottom
44s
left
though, is
for
those
all
fuckers
Americans.
shoot
That's
straight
why
and
it's more
hard.
important than ever to stay
Like you can
informed,
one tap a
join
fucker with a
community that stands
44,
for your values.
and that thing shoots
AMAC,
straight
the
as a
Association
bitch.
of
Like
Mature American Citizens,
you don't even really have to
is
aim
the
them that
leading
much.
conservative voice
You
for
just point and
American
shoot, and it's gonna go right where you want it to.
Members receive a subscription to the AMAC magazine, exclusive discounts
I want to get a 500 as
free
well.
resources, trusted news, and so much more. President
I wanna
Trump
get a
said it best,
500
he
as
said,
well,
"I think
but
AMAC is
maybe
great.
soon. They're like
AMAC
$2
stands
grand.
strong on the issues that matter to you,
Nice
securing our
revolvers are
borders,
really expensive.
protecting Medicare, and preserving the integrity of our elections.
I have a
AMAC also
shoddy.
fights
I'm gonna
to
get a
protect your freedom
KSG
and seeks to
25
get
at some
voices
point
heard in
too.
Washington. Join
I really
AMAC
want one of
today and be
those.
part of a movement that
They're only
champions
like
your values.
$800 I
Visit
think.
amac.com/RSBN.
The KSG 25 is fucking sick, man. You have like a dual, like I guess shell chamber, so you can put like different types, and you flip a switch, and it switches between the two like tubes. So you can put like buckshot, slugs, whatever you want in there, even dragon fire, I guess. But
With AMAC together, we'll protect
hold on,
America's
let me pull it up.
future. Awesome.
But
Check
yeah, it
them
holds
out, you guys.
25
I've
shells.
seen them some on X as well, so it's a good account to follow if you can. I want to say thank you to our friends over at the Wellness Companies. They are incredible. We know that the world's on edge right now. There's natural disasters, economic turmoil, election chaos, and health threats that are hitting us from every angle. Meanwhile, our government is sending
Look at that
money
shit.
overseas instead of protecting its own citizens. With whispers
That's the
of another
KSG
pandemic coming,
25.
waiting for the system to step in is a dangerous gamble. You cannot afford to be unprepared.
I
That's why
almost
I'm
bought a
excited to tell you about the
Remington
Wellness Company's
ACR, but
Contagion Emergency
I've never been
Kit,
able to find
designed
another
by
one.
Dr. Peter McCullough. It is packed with essential medications
I regret
like
it. I should have bought it.
hydroxychloroquine, and even a nebulizer, perfect for treating respiratory illnesses as flu season approaches.
Why
We've
does
seen
it have
drug
that long
shortages and
barrel?
pharmacies
Because
turning
it
people
holds
away. Don't
25
risk being told
shells.
no when your family's health is on the line.
So you have,
The
you
Contagion
can
Emergency
put
Kit gives you control. No red tape,
12
no
of
delays.
each like
Visit
shell type in 2 different tubes. There's a switch to switch between the tubes on the fly, and then you can also chamber around too. So yeah. So it holds 25 shells.
Alright, you guys, go check them out.
And it's got that really satisfying, like,
For those of you who
you
are
know,
just now
shotgun
tuning in,
motion
we are
to
live.
it.
We are in Grand
KSGs
Rapids,
are really
Michigan.
good. I forgot.
This
I
is
think
President Trump's
KSGs were in a
fourth
COD
presidential
game or something. I don't
not just of
remember.
the day, but also
But,
of the
yeah, the KSG is
2024
awesome.
presidential campaign. Wild to say. I almost stutter because it just doesn't even feel real. I feel like this has been the most historic campaign in history. I want to take
It
a
was an
moment just for you guys
MW3?
to kind of
Yeah, I
reflect
thought I remembered
on
it
some of the
more.
things that we've witnessed and experienced during this
It's in
past
Black
campaign.
Ops
I
2.
can think of a two off the top of my head. I think everyone's number one, just like most vivid memory, is of course the first assassination attempt where President Trump got hit in the head by a bullet and immediately stood up, and the first thing he could say to his viewers and audience and everyone surrounding him was fight, fight, fight. I know that image went wild. It broke the internet, but it shattered our hearts as well to see that happen in real life, and it's something that I will never forget. Some other iconic, memorable moments from the campaign was, I think, my number two, mugshot. Mugshot would probably be my number two. Number three, I would say McDonald's fry cook. Loved it. Very nice touch by President Trump. I loved the memes that were going around that day. It was pretty cool. And then I'd have to say, if I chose number four, I'll give it like 10 seconds before I announce it. In the chat room on Rumble, if you're able to comment, what is your final one? What do you think I'm going to mention next?
Oh, fuck off, bro. I didn't kill that retard.
Garbage truck, then you would be correct. So really a historic campaign, and he has just really appealed to the masses of the people because they're just getting out and working, getting out and campaigning like crazy, not forgetting so many of these states that Kamala seems to just be neglecting on her campaign trails. President Trump has hit all of them hard, and he is fighting for every single swing state, especially Michigan and the great state of Georgia. For those who are just now tuning in, we'll talk a little bit about what's going on here. Trump is holding his last campaign appearance of the election cycle here in Grand Rapids,
There we
Michigan,
go.
the same spot, the same city, excuse me, because the spots are different. The same
I think he's
city
ended
that
every
held
single
the
one of his
finale
campaigns
of
in Grand
2016's
Rapids.
campaign and the finale of 2020 campaign. So historic for many reasons, but that one being a big one. Trump is hosting his arena at the Van Andel Arena, which is downtown Grand Rapids. Doors opened around 6:30. I think we walked
Yeah,
in
I think
around
she's in
8,
Pennsylvania
and it
still
was
right now. I don't know if she's still
pretty
doing
full,
rallies
pretty
or not,
bad.
but
There's a massive
her
line
rallies were all
outside.
tiny today, and they
Honestly,
were like
weather's very
halfway
decent
filled.
this time of year.
Like she did one in the
This year,
school
last
gymnasium, and
4
they couldn't
years
even
ago, it was
fill
an
half the
absolutely miserable
bleachers.
first day of my life. But I remember it also just being a massive crowd, and the cold didn't deter Michigan in 2020 from coming out for President Trump.
And then
So
she
I
tried.
knew
Have you all
that the
seen the
crowd
video of
today
her
would
trying
be
to start the
bigger
chant
and
today?
I think
And
that
nobody
right.
joins
I
in,
know
and
that
she's
this
like,
arena that we're in right now takes about 12,000 people. when
it's
there
like
is a
so
game going on,
bad.
because
It's
this place
awful,
normally
dude.
hosts, I think volleyball, basketball.
I'll pull it up in a second.
What's the third
Yeah, they
one?
blew all their money on celebrity
Hockey.
endorsements. They're
My
paying the
sports guy right
celebrities
there.
like millions of
So,
dollars just to get a
when
one-minute
they are on
speech.
the
It's crazy.
floor, it's got about 12,000 people.
I'd tell
Since
Beyonce to
there's
get
no
on
sports
stage
teams
and
on the
fucking
floor
sing and
tonight, I'd
dance,
say there's at
bitch.
least 1,000 people on the floor
I don't give a
behind me.
fuck what
So
your
we're probably
reason for
looking at
voting for me
minimum of
is.
13,000
Perform.
people in this arena right
It's
now.
wild.
Keep in mind,
Nobody
this is a
cares
swing
what these
state
retards
that
have
is
to
at
say.
a dead even tie. So imagine
Shut
what
up and sing,
13,000
woman.
votes can do.
Like,
That
that's
makes
what I
a
would say to
difference
Beyonce
for
if I was
these
paying
electoral
10 million
votes for the
bucks. I don't
great
give a
state
shit
of
what she
Michigan.
thinks.
Trump was
Your
last
fucking
in West
job.
Michigan when he spoke at a rally
But no,
in
they literally
Walker
paid
on
Beyonce 10 million bucks to give a
27th
minute speech.
for
And that
West
was it.
Michigan. He was last
It's like
year
nobody
at this
wants to
arena
hear
on July
Beyonce
20th,
speak. They want to hear her
hosting his
sing.
first rally following the RNC and
I don't know,
after the
bro. It's just
assassination
kind of
attempt in
wild.
Pennsylvania.
They actually think like the
Moment of
celebrity
silence.
worship shit
Shout out to the
works on
RNC too,
people.
because I
It
know
works
we
on
got
like
to go. I know
retarded people.
RSBN was there. I saw
But
the
not
great
normal
Ray
people.
Saldana there. But the RNC was an incredible experience. I got to go as a creator, as part of the first ever creator program. So basically, some influencers were invited. We were
Dude, the
not
Cardi
paid,
B
but the
one was a
Democrats are
fucking
paying their
joke.
influencers to attend. So don't believe
If
anything
any
we see on
black
that side.
men were even
But we all
interested in
went. We
voting
paid
for
our
her,
own
it probably
way,
just
and we
like
wanted to
completely
attend
pissed them
in
off. 'Cause,
person.
dude, black
And
men
I had a
hate
great
Cardi
time.
B
I think I
because
still
she's
have
on
some content
record
if you wanna check
bragging
that
about how
out.
she used to
You
drug
don't have
men
to,
and
but
steal
the
from
RNC
them
was just
when she was a
cool
fucking
way for
hooker.
everyone to get together instead of these
So
rallies,
black
which were
men
just
can't fucking
individual
stand
states
her.
and everyone kind of gathers that day, but the RNC for me, it was every single state was just massive to see, and I got to see my friends from all over the country, friends from all the rallies finally together in one place. It's worth noting right now that 2 points is all that is separating Harris and Trump in the Michigan polls. Michigan is a key battleground.
Yeah, and then
state
Jennifer
in this
Lopez
election,
fake
among
crying
seven
on
expected to
stage
decide who sits in the Oval
while
Office
she's
next.
at a fucking Diddy
A poll by
party every other
Emerson
week.
College Polling, The Hill and Wood TV8 released Monday shows that 50% of Michigan respondents said that they intended to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris in the election and 48% for President Trump. Now, because the margin of error is plus or minus 3.4%, that makes it a statistical tie. So talk about a true purple state right now. It really could go either way, but it sounds like it's going red again for President Trump. Now, another interesting statistic, and we'll see if this continues to be true. But
Like, you don't know
for the
what you're
past,
getting
and I don't know,
into at a
like,
Diddy. Yeah, there's no party like a Diddy party.
for the
I think
past
Jennifer
since
Lopez
2008,
dated Diddy too,
whoever
so
won
she would have been
Michigan was
first
actually
fucking
the
hand
person who won
witness to all the
White House.
deranged shit he was doing over
President
the
Trump won
years.
Michigan for
So
free.
she's probably an
He
accomplice.
won the entire election. When Joe Biden won Michigan in 2020, he won the entire election. We'll see if that trend continues.
Yeah, she's probably the Ghislaine Maxwell or whatever. Just without the massive Khazar milkers. Have y'all seen that picture going around of fucking Ghislaine Maxwell in like a bikini or some shit, and everybody's like, "Hear me out," and it's like a picture of a fucking, you know, I guess one of those brown bags or whatever. It's like, "Hear me out." It's like, bruh.
About President Trump and his
yeah.
unwavering courage to keep fighting for America. That's why Mike Huckabee's team put together a very nice gift bundle for kids that includes the Kids Guide to the Courage of their President and the Kids Guide to President Trump. These guides are excellent for
And then
kids.
people were
They make
saying,
it
why
fun
the
for
fuck
kids to
was
learn all
Epstein
about Trump.
interested
And
in
the best
kids
part is that
when he
they're
had those
free,
massive
using face
Khazar
shipping
milkers
and
next to him?
processing.
I was
And
like,
you can even get a free commemorative Trump Christmas
oh my
ornament
God.
showcasing his incredible bravery.
It's
So
like,
get it all
bro,
for free
motherfuckers
for a very
are
limited
down
time.
bad on
Just
the
go to
internet.
freeTrumpBook.com.
It's sad.
That's freeTrumpBook.com.
It shows that 80%
Don't
of
wait,
men
go to
under 30 are fucking single.
freeTrumpBook.com to
Jesus.
check that out.
Motherfuckers are out here
All right,
starving.
you guys, I'm going to step to the side just for a second so we can pan the crowd, and I will be right back.
Enemy Hellstorm launched.
Too big to rig. There you go, guys.
All enjoyed that video.
So yeah, just for reference, here's the arena tonight.
Like fighting girl, but I know a lot of people are.
That shit is packed,
Thank you
bro.
everyone for tuning in right now. I'm Liz Willis, and I'm hosting Right Side Broadcasting Network here
Damn.
in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
That's a big crowd.
Campaign stop of the day. We were crisscrossing the United States, getting those final campaign rallies done. Not only is the Georgia final rally,
And apparently the overflow was more than enough to fill it again. So here's the video I was telling y'all about earlier.
Let's vote! Let's get out the 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 vote! Let's win!
Oh, dude.
Go
The secondhand embarrassment. Oh, dude, that is bad. And then the awkward cackle at the end. Look at that absolutely packed house she's in. There's maybe, what, 200 people inside?
Let's vote! Let's get out the 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 vote!
And she's not saying get out to vote. She says, let's get out the vote. Yeah, you're going to get outvoted, you dumb bitch.
Drop them in the comments if you want on the Rumble chat.
Let's get out the vote. Let's get out the vote.
It went from $700 to $2,000 in just under 4 years. Imagine what 4 more years would do. We'll go into a little bit more, but first I want to talk about our friends over at
This was after 6 minutes. All of her speeches today were like 6 minutes long.
On the economy has already been lit. Even 4 years of conservative presidency will not be enough to turn the tide on our $35 trillion national debt. And if the left wins, it's like throwing gas on a dumpster fire. You don't have much control over the election's outcome, but what you can do right now is protect your savings by diversifying
Oh,
into
dude, that's
gold.
so
With the help
cringe.
of Birch Gold Group, for millennia, gold has stood firm in the face of greedy governments, economic upheavals, and global
Oh, dude, that's
strife.
way worse than
Now it can protect your
Pokemon
IRA
go to the
or
polls, because at least
401k.
people cheered.
See how? Get a free info kit on gold by texting the word Trump to 989898. Plus, when you make a purchase from Birch Gold by Election Day, you'll get a free Trump Fight silver coin. These one-of-a-kind coins honor a significant moment in our history.
get out the
The design
vote.
caught the attention of President Trump, who immediately got one for himself. Now you can have one just like Trump. Go ahead and
New
take
York
these easy
Times'
steps towards securing
website's
your
usually
financial
pretty good if
future.
you want to track
Protect
state
your
by state.
savings
They have a
and
good
get your
election
free
tracker.
Trump silver coin. Text Trump to 989898.
Blast
That's
Radius
Trump
with the 5.
to
Camel Toe and the
989898
kleptocrats have paid off
today.
goofy-ass celebrities supporting
we
while Trump
finally have
has the middle
something
class. He has
special for you
organic
today.
endorsements. That's the
Conservative
thing,
dads
is it's
and
not
conservative
subscribe,
forced.
donate, or
They
get the
have
fuck
a
out.
limited edition Trump Fight beer can featuring the iconic image of President
It's not
Trump
forced.
yelling,
Like,
"Fight,
everybody who
fight,
endorses
fight,"
Trump wants
right
to
after
because
his
they like him.
assassination attempt. You may recall
Not
conservative
because they have
dads,
blackmail on
limited
them because they
edition
went to a Diddy
revenge
party
beer
and like
cans
fucked a
featuring
bunch of
President
kids or
Trump's
whatever.
mugshot last year.
Allegedly.
Those cans
Suburban
are
Boy
selling
with the
for as
5.
much
Have
as
you seen the Milk
$500
Boys
for
and
a case.
Vitali prank
Now
video of them
on
sending
eBay,
illegal
these are sure
immigrants
to be
to
just as
Camel Toe
flexible, if
voters?
not
Yeah,
more.
that shit
To
was
grab a
funny, man.
six-pack before these are gone forever,
That's
visit
exactly what they deserve, you know?
TrumpFightBeer.com.
That's what they support, so
Conservative
they should take care of the
Dads
problem.
is a company
Almania
supporter
Crown
of
with the
President
2.
Trump. They
Bread
give a
Tube is
portion
gonna
of their
go
proceeds
into
to
DEF
fight
CON
for
1. Can't
conservative
wait. As
causes.
long as people get out and
Others have
vote, man.
personally
Let's
donated
get out the
over
vote. Let's win.
$25,000 to President Trump's
Like,
re-election,
yeah.
as well as
Everybody needs to vote,
$100,000
bro.
to Georgia Trump electors fighting the
I don't like
unjust
beer, so
Fannie
I'm good.
Willis prosecution.
Emmanuel with the
Visit
5. Mute
TrumpFightBeer.com
Jethro.
and use discount code RSBN
You
to
fucking
save
cock.
10%
I know that's
on
one of your
order
favorite
now.
words, you
These
right-wing
aren't going to
asshole.
last long. You
Say,
definitely
come
don't
on,
want to
cock.
pay the
Ask real
markup
fucking
by
questions,
eBay a year
cock.
from now.
And don't be a
Trump
fucking
Fight
pussy
Beer
because you're a bigoted
dot com.
asshole too.
Ladies and
Fuck
gentlemen,
you.
I've been tracking everything. It looks like President
Jaguar
Trump
Gaming
on
Network
Trump
with the
Force
2.
One actually
BLM
landed
leader
around
voting Trump. Just read
11:16
New York.
PM.
Yeah, dude, it's
Stalker,
crazy.
I know. What's the
Trump
world to do?
has, you
It's
know,
11:54
Muslim
PM.
supporters,
We're completely live
Jewish
here in Grand
supporters,
Rapids,
Christian
Michigan.
supporters,
President Trump could take the
BLM,
stage
the
absolutely
Asian
any
American.
minute.
Like,
If you
it's
haven't already
wild, bro.
done so, please like and share this stream with your friends and family.
Super
Hopefully
straight
they're
with
still
the
awake.
5.
I
The
don't know how anyone
Democrats
could
tried to
sleep
pull the
tonight.
BLM,
I don't know if
or
I'm
wait,
gonna
put
be
the
able to. I
BLM
do
leader
have
in
a
jail.
really early
That's
flight
why
in
he's
the
voting
morning.
Trump if
I
you're
will be
talking
leaving
about the
around
same
6
guy.
a.m. I've got a layover somewhere.
Yeah, I have no
but
clue.
then I will be
Genocide King
eventually
Ravad with
in
the
Palm
2.
Beach,
If
Florida,
Camel Toe
where I will
wins, it's
be
100% rate.
celebrating
Yeah,
a massive,
honestly.
monumental, historic
Like,
win,
they're
the greatest
freaking
comeback
out. The
of all
urban vote
time.
is so
I'm
far
already
down. There's no
predicting
way.
President Trump
There's
being
no
elected as the
fucking way.
47th president
So
of the United
as long
States.
as people get out and vote,
So
man, this is going to
excited
be a
there
great
tomorrow and to
Tuesday.
witness history
Rain
being
or
made.
shine, get
Also
your
to say, if
fucking
you
vote
guys want
cast,
to
guys.
Follow me anywhere or follow along.
Ferrix
You
with
can
the
follow me
15
on
months, you can
X.
hear
It's
the
at
desperation in her
Liz
voice when
_
she said,
and
yeah,
on
it's just
Twitter,
sad, bro.
at Liz.
It's,
I'm
you
Liz
know, the
Willis, and
death
I am
rattles,
hosting today.
basically.
I know I haven't been around long, but I was here long ago.
No,
an
Trump
OG
is
to
actually
RSPN,
leading in
some would say.
popular
I know a
vote
lot of you are
polls
too.
for the first
Happy to be
time
back
ever.
for this final week and just really
At least he
help
was. Let me
everyone
check.
cross this
Let's see.
finish line. We're going to finish what
Okay,
we
I take
started.
that back. She's
We are
leading
going
by
to see this through, and
0.1.
we're going to watch President Trump
But that
get
also
back to the
includes
White
the
House
Ipsos and
make
Marist
America
polls that came
great
out today
again.
that
We're so
oversampled
excited
them.
to see that
So
happen, and I can feel it. Things are different this time around, and we're excited to see the
There you
results
go.
coming tomorrow. Polls are looking great. Even these online election prediction
see there,
markets are
so at
looking
this
great for
point in
President
the
Trump.
election in
It's
2020,
possible, it is
Biden
very
was up
possible he could take all
6.9 in the
7
polls, and
I'd
Hillary was
say
up 3.2.
maybe more
Right now,
likely
Harris
5
is
of
up
the 7, but I'm no
0.1.
pollster, I'm no expert. I'm just
Harris
going
is
off
up
of some of the polls that I've seen in
0.1
these
compared to
prediction markets.
Biden up Bruh, why did they mute the crowd? Thank you. I was like, bro, they better not have the crowd mic muted. Bro, I don't know why people record. Like, put your fucking phone down and be in the moment. Like, damn. What are you gonna do? Watch the video of the back of his head? You're already on camera. Everybody can see you. You don't need to film yourself. Like, go watch the replay. I've never understood people to do that shit, man. They just want their fucking IG post or TikTok or whatever the fuck. Uh-oh. They cut the crowd mic again. God damn it. There we go. I went to his Salute to America rally back in like 2018, but I've never been to a campaign rally now.
It's unbelievable. Think of it. This is it. This is the last one that we're going to have to do. And doing 4 of these in one day is a little difficult, but not really, because the love in every one of them has been incredible, just like this. So it makes it a lot easier. And I want to say a very special hello to Grand Rapids. It's been a special place. Remember 2016? We were given a 3% chance. You remember we came to Grand Rapids, I said, how the hell are we going to lose? It was just like this. And I said, how are we going to lose? We're not going to lose. And it was a 3% chance. And then we won a little place called Florida and went to about a 7% chance. And then it went to an 11%. And then it went to 17%, you remember? And went that way, and then it went to about a 62% chance. And they had somebody in there going totally crazy. The woman, she became a fan. She was going crazy. Not on our side, on the other side, she was going crazy. But we're in very good shape. I have to tell you, we're way up in terms of the vote. You know, the Republicans are never up like that.
Yep, he's extra bronze, bro. It gives him energy.
I really want you to just assume that it's sort of even, and you're going to turn out tomorrow, and we're going to blow this thing away, because, you know, we're leading going in by hundreds of thousands of votes, but just pretend we're tied or losing by a little bit, because we want to put on a display tomorrow of unity and everything. The progress that this party has made is incredible. It's very inclusive. It's inclusive of everybody, including our great mayor right back there. That is our great mayor, and who came through for us. But I want to thank everybody, and a very special hello.
Yeah, bro, people saying he's 78 and they should be worried about his age. Like, bro, most normal people can't do this type of shit and have this much energy. Like, that's an insane amount of work.
We're going to bring the car business blazing back. You're not going to remember what was like. We're going to make Detroit. We're going to make Detroit greater than it ever was. Yet I've been hearing about Detroit for a long time. They've been talking about that miracle of Detroit. Well, I mean, look, we got to be honest. Hasn't happened, but it's going to happen now. It's going to happen at levels that you never dreamt possible. So for the auto workers who have been so incredible, you've been so incredible. You're going to be very happy with the things we're doing. We killed the plant, as you know, in Mexico. The biggest plant in the world was going to be built in Mexico, and I absolutely killed it. But I'd like to begin by asking a question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Because over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala has delivered soaring prices and true economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and a nation-destroying invasion on our southern border, invasion of some of the greatest criminals in the world that are pouring into our country. And we're not going to take that. We're going to end that like immediately. And I happen to think it's bigger than the economy. And I think, you know, every poll shows the economy and inflation and then the border and the horrible things that are going on. And I don't agree with it. I think we have to focus on all of it. We do it all one time. But to me, when you allow thousands of murderers into our country, to me, when you allowed the drug kingpins of the world into our, and terrorists into our country at levels that we've never seen before, to me, that's the bigger problem. We're going to solve it all, but that's the bigger problem. And we're going to have it taken care of very quickly. But my message to you and to all Americans tonight is very simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't have to live this way. We're not living good. 4 years, what did they do that was good? Can you name one thing? I said to a group of people, what have they done? Everything's a disaster, including nobody even knows how to. Supposing President Xi of China wanted to call to ask a little question about war or Taiwan or anything, who the hell does he call? We got a little problem in America. There's nobody to call. You know, they'll probably end up calling me. Maybe they'll call me. But, no. But who do you call?
Oh, God willing, bro.
And remember, they ripped that presidency away from Joe Biden. Say what you want. We're not fans of Joe Biden. You know, I spent $150 million on him. We went through the convention. We never mentioned Kamala. Nobody knew who the hell she was. And all of a sudden, they picked Kamala, even though she was in last place. She came in number 13. They had 12 plus Kamala. She was considered the 13th. But then they wanted to be politically correct, so they picked Kamala. And they called her Harris. And nobody knew who Harris was. Like, call Harris. Who's Harris?
Did you guys hear that?
Weird.
The guy screaming,
nice name,
who the hell is
it's a
Harris?
strange name because nobody knows who she is as Harris, so we have to call her Kamala.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he's got a lively crowd,
she
man.
was the least popular. She got no votes. She lost in the primaries to Joe Biden and everybody else. She was the first one out. She quit. The first one, 22 people. She left. She never made it to the great state of Iowa. Never made it. And now we're running against her. But she's been exposed, you know, she's been exposed. She's a radical left lunatic who destroyed San Francisco. But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence.
Bro, that guy has definitely been
That's a nice word, decay.
I could say partaking.
That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true.
That's
Would you
me.
vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory. Think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really, well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win.
Facts.
One of their top people just got on television. I was coming in and they said, these are not looking good, these numbers for them. This is very troubling. At least he was honest. No, all we have to do, If we get out our people, it's over. There's nothing they can do about it. It's nice when you have that, right? You know? In other words,
Trump is just that guy,
to
bro.
make you feel a little guilty, we would only have you to blame. But we put ourselves in an unusual position. Never happened where we're leading by hundreds of thousands of votes in the early stage vote. That's never happened before. We've always been losing by sometimes millions of votes, and you know, you keep catching them on Tuesday, but Tuesday comes along and you make it, or you don't quite make it, you're a little short, and then they cheat, and it makes it a little tougher. Because when you have open borders, transgender everything, high taxes, very high taxes, they're campaigning on the fact that they're going to raise everybody's taxes, and you have men playing in women's sports. You have to cheat. Who the hell is going to approve that stuff? Who's going to approve open borders with criminals pouring into our country by the millions? No, they have to cheat. They have to cheat, and they do it very well, actually. But I think we're in very good shape. We just have to you show up, and you're going to have the biggest victory. You know what this will be? The single greatest victory, politically speaking, in the history of our country.
Yep. Bro, it's...
And when we win the election,
I'm like so excited but anxious, man.
I started off saying, and when we win the election 4 years from now, that was terrible. That was so depressing. When we win the election 4 years from now. And I said 3 years and 2 years and 1 year. Then I said 6 months, and I said, ooh, that's starting to get a little close. And then I said 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 month. And then about 3 weeks ago, when we win the election in 21 days, it just seemed very far away. And now I say when we win the election tomorrow. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
Nope, they didn't blow their load on early voting, man. I'm not going to do a stats breakdown, but just know that Democrat turnout's way down. That's all that matters.
Because I think we did like
It's the trend, not the raw count.
That's a lot of rallies, and you know, and remember, if you make one slip up, and you know, I'm a person, as you probably noticed, I have this beautiful speech. I haven't really even gotten to it yet. One of these moments, I'll start giving you some beautiful things to listen to, and honestly, some terrible things to listen to. Terrible. What's happened, what they've done to our country is horrible, horrible. And by the way, don't you like a president that doesn't need to use a teleprompter? Isn't there something refreshing? But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, you know, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, we're not. I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. He pronounced a word. He slurred the word. And I hate to go back, you know. A lot of guys, they'll be talking and they'll make a mistake. Excuse me. Let me go back. When you do that, it's over for a good speech. You can't.
Bro, that grenade killed me through the floor?
And hope that they didn't hear the mistake. You know, when Winston Churchill, who was a great speaker, he was actually a stutterer, a tremendous stutterer, and he became one of the greatest orators. But when Winston Churchill made a mistake, he didn't go, excuse me, and go back. He just blazed through it. But if I do it, they say, he's cognitively impaired. There's something wrong with him. These people are sick. Those people, look at them. Ooh, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. But this has been an incredible journey. And it's very sad in a way because, you know, we've done all these, and this is the last one. But here's the good news. All we were doing is putting ourselves in a position to win, which we can do tomorrow very easily if we show up. Just so you know, if we show up, they can't win. They can't. They mathematically can't win because they're so far behind. If you don't show up, I guess. But here's the one thing I will say. Show up anyway, but they have no enthusiasm. She had a rally today. She couldn't have had more than 100 people there. And I had all 4 stadiums were full, but she had a rally, and she was screaming, we're going to win, we're going to win. And they wouldn't follow her. They wouldn't say it. Did you see that clip? I'd like to put it up. The problem is I don't put up too many clips. I have the most beautiful clips. The problem is the press
Yeah, that
won't
was the
follow.
clip I was showing y'all earlier.
I had a friend a couple of weeks ago. We made these gorgeous clips, and actually gorgeous in one way, but horrible in another, showing the death of children and all the damage that they've caused with the open border.
Yeah, the most beautiful
All they have
clips.
to do is take those cameras, look at all those cameras. Oh. And all they have to do is move them like an inch over.
The most beautiful clips of children being killed. Bro.
I have oftentimes screens right behind me. All they have to do is just move it up 2 inches like this. And they don't do it because they're fake news. They don't want to show what's on the screen. So shy. So I'm having a modestly good hair day. Look at that. Look. Modestly. Not the best.
He's in a good mood, bro.
Thrilled,
you can tell.
But it is what it is. No, it's great. But what I do see behind me are beautiful people, great workers, people that are proud and they love our country. That's what I really see. Nice, beautiful.
He's in a very good mood, man.
It puts us, assuming we can win tomorrow, which I think we should be able to do pretty easily. It's in our hands, right? It's in our hands. It's totally in our hands. Oh, it's today. Oh, it's today. Oh. Thank you. That's today. Wow. Can you imagine a crowd like this at like 1 o'clock or some ridiculous time in the morning? On a Monday/Tuesday, right? Think of that. What a compliment. And it is true. She had nobody at these rallies. That's a poll. Look, Mr. Wall. Look at Mr. Wall over there. This guy. It was always my ambition to buy a suit like that and wear it one time. Well, I came in a sanitation uniform last week, and that worked out pretty good. Because Joe Biden, in one of his crazy moments, said that we were all garbage. But they've shut him down. They took the election away. They walked in and they said, you're not running anymore. You're out. Can you believe? They stole the election from a president. They stole the, can you imagine that? They said, you're not, they use the word coup. I think it's worse than a coup in a sense, because a coup, there's a little back and forth. They said, Joe, you're out. That crazy, horrible human being, Nancy Pelosi, who cheats like hell. She sold. She sold. You know what she said last night? She said, and there's another guy, how do you explain that guy? They say, well, we'll get ready to start impeaching him. Now, how bad are people like that? They're just trouble for our country. They're bad, sick people. They took 2 impeachments and they wasted all that time and money and energy when we should be focusing on making America great again. They're horrible people. I mean, Nancy Pelosi Started with nothing. She's worth $200 million. You know, she had a big position in Visa, and she sold it. And the day after she sold it, the Justice Department announced that they were under this massive investigation. You're a stock guy, right? They're under a massive investigation. So I don't know what happened, but I don't imagine the stock went up. History would tell you the stock went down. Did it go down a lot? It went down a lot. So they have
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Stock. Hours after she sells her stock, they announce that Visa is under massive investigation. The stock goes tumbling down. She's a crooked person. She is a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy. Oh no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it. I want to say it.
Hell yeah, dude.
I want to say it, but Franklin Graham said, sir, I love your speaking ability and I love your storytelling, but honestly, it would be even better if you wouldn't use foul language. And I don't use much, you know, every once in a while. And it's never a real bad word. It's, you know, it's like never bad. And so I try to adhere, but he's wrong about one thing. It is a little better when you use the foul language because there's more emphasis. No, but these are bad people. These are bad. Adam Shifty Schiff.
He knows how to work the crowd,
I call him pencil
man.
neck. He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. He's got about a 4. And he's got the biggest head. So I don't know how the neck can hold the head. He's an unattractive guy, both inside and out. And this guy could end up being a senator, but don't worry, we've been beating him for 8 years. We've been beating these people. We've been beating them. They impeach me, we win. They send me down the Records Act, and we won in Florida. We win. But you know, we have to take a lot of time, a lot of money, which is what they want. A lot of time, a lot of money. This way we can stop. The one guy we don't want to fight is Trump. We can stop him from getting the Republican nomination. And I got the Republican nomination in record time. Record time. And let's keep going, and maybe we can stop him from winning the presidency. But that's looking pretty good tomorrow, I'll tell you. They give us probably a 95. What do you think, a 95% or something like that? But don't believe it. Don't believe it. Go out and vote. Remember the story of Hillary. Just remember, that's why I told you the story. She was in bad shape when she called me up that night. And by the way, she called up and conceded, and then spent 7 years on saying how she was a good sport. Oh, she's a lovely person, Crooked Hillary. But you know what? She's smart, but she wasn't like, she lied a lot. I mean, a lot, but nobody lies like this Kamala. Kamala, he will not ever frack in Pennsylvania. My whole case is fracking, and he will open the borders immediately. No, I'm going to close the borders. However, if people want to come in, they can come in legally. They have to come in through a process. We need people. But Kamala is, I mean, this is known. She's a very low IQ person. And we don't need a very low IQ We've person. Had that for 4 years. And our country's going down the drain. We're going to turn our country around. I will end inflation very quickly. You know how we're going to end it? By drilling and drilling and drill. Energy is going to bring everything down. Energy is going to bring it down.
Tremendously low IQ.
And I will stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border. I will strengthen our military. I will restore peace in the world. And I will rescue the American dream. We're going to have the American dream back soon. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. And we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen. If you vote for Lion Kamala, You will have 4 more years of misery, failure, and disaster our country may never recover from. I don't believe that our country can take any more of this without just gone. I don't believe it can take any more. It's going to be, can't take this. This is abnormal abuse, And I heard somebody said the wall. I built 571 miles of wall, which is much more than I said I was going to build. And you know, it really worked. Walls work. 2 things work. What are the 2 things? Walls and wheels. They're the only 2 things that never get obsolete, right? Walls and wheels. A wall and a wheel. It's always going to be around. Other things, they have the beautiful computers. You know, you buy a computer. Oh, this is the greatest. 2 weeks later, it's obsolete. That goes on. I don't know how people do it. We have the king of computers. We have the king of everything endorsed me, Elon Musk. And he brought that rocket ship down 2 weeks ago. 22 stories. It's like monster. You don't know, is it big or small? It's a monster, 22 stories. And you know that story, I've told it a couple of times. I love the story because I really, the best part is I'm talking to one of the most important guys in the world, and I say, wait a minute, could I just watch something? And I see something on I have the television muted, right? I'm looking at this crazy racket, and I saw it leaving a little while before, and it was all beautiful white. Now it's absolutely burned to a crisp. You know, it goes 10,000 miles an hour. The heat is at levels that nobody can experience.
Why'd it get so quiet?
You know, rough. It's a little rough on the paint job. And it's coming in, and I'm watching, and I'm holding this very important person, one of the most important people. But you know, when you were the president, and now it's very possible, like maybe 95% that you're going to be the president again, they hold. No, they hold. So I say, do you mind holding for a minute? I have to see this. And I put the phone down.
There we go.
That guy was holding like for an hour and a half. He never got off the phone. I wish he would have hung up. I would have felt better. Because I picked up the phone later. I said, oh, wow. Hello? Hello? He goes, hello. Anyway, but it was so exciting. So I'm watching it. And this monstrous thing is going down, right? And it's coming down. It's, first of all, it's doing all sorts of flips up in the air. I would not want to be on that sucker. I don't care how good Elon is. I said, Elon, you wouldn't get me in that ship under any circumstances. But it's coming down. It's a little rough. And now all of a sudden it starts to slow down as it gets to the ground. Then it starts to move over.
Nah, he uses spray tan stuff.
Out of control, it looks like. And the left part of the bottom is going to just rip that big gantry. That's this, you know, whatever the hell it is that holds it. And it's coming in. Oh, and I didn't know it was Elon's. I just assumed, you know, he loves this stuff. He's in a class. But it's coming in and it's going to rip the gantry. I say, oh, this is bad. This is going to be bad. I close my eyes. All of a sudden, wow, you have this massive flame coming out of the left-hand side of the bottom. It was this big jet engine. It pushes it away, and it's coming down, and then it settles into a plate, and then those arms grab it like you grab your baby, just like you grab your little and it hugged it and just put it down.
Oh, there goes the audio.
There it was. And I called Elon. I said, was that you? He said, yes. And he said, and by the way, he said this, and by the way, this is something I'd never said because I didn't even think of it before when I told this story. He said, and by the way, I'm heading up to Pennsylvania to campaign for you. That was 2 weeks ago. He's still there. Can you believe it?
He loves telling
the
stories.
More important than rockets, more important than anything.
He's a natural storyteller too. So
parts of Georgia where they desperately needed the Starlink. I had no idea what Starlink. They called me up. They called me up in Georgia. Elon's incredible. He has Starlink. He's got everything has to do with stars and stuff. Very complex stuff. No, he's amazing. But Sir, I know that you know Elon Musk because I read your endorsement. You know, he says it's the most important endorsement he'll ever make. It was such a nice thing, and he said he wants to help. And I didn't know he was going to help to this extent. He went up. He won the big case today, too. He won the case. Huh? Because I don't know, he did something that, I don't know what he was doing, but he did something with lotteries, and, you know, he's in a different, he's amazing. I'm going to do lotteries and this and that and make your life fun, and he's having a good time. You know, he usually is in a lab, and he's happy there. All of a sudden, he's escaped the lab, and now he's out, and the public adores him. He's a great guy. The public absolutely adores him. But the man from North Carolina, great guy. You know, North Carolina was hit so hard with the water. The hurricane was essentially a massive pile of water. It was a big water hurricane, the biggest we've ever had. And they were so flooded. Areas that had never virtually seen water were turned out to be lakes. They ripped houses, trees. Everything was ripped down by the power of the tides that were going back and forth. It was terrible. And this man said, if you could ask him for help with Starlink, we cannot get it. It's very hard to get. And I called Elon, and he got it immediately for them. He got it so much that he had it there immediately, so much that you know, they couldn't even believe it. He said, this has saved a lot of lives. They had no communication in North Carolina, which, by the way, we're leading. In fact, somebody said, they picked up stakes. There's no more ads. There's no more anything. That's usually a good sign. That's usually a sign that they're not going to win. But one of the reasons they're not going to win is because FEMA did such a bad job. So FEMA, you know, we had a great FEMA. We did good. But they spent most of their money, as you know, on illegal migrants coming in. They spent so much money that they didn't have the money to take care of the people from North Carolina. But we will be there on January 20th, because on January 20th, that's when you assume it. But they pulled up stakes. Historically, when you pull up stakes and stop advertising and leave, historically you're in pretty good shape in this state. Is that correct politically? Because I haven't done this as long as some of the as well and as long as, well, I think I've done it better, actually, because I ended up being president, so I probably, but some of our great politicians have done this for a lot longer than me. So let me ask you, all of these senators, and when you pull up stakes and leave, historically, Doug Burgum was so incredible. He really is, isn't he? Is he a class act? His wife is much better. She blows him away, right? Catherine is much better. But, Doug, when you pull up stakes and you stop advertising, doesn't that generally mean that it's over, right? It's over. Doug is cautious. He doesn't want to.
Nah,
if we... a trick question.
So, I won't talk about that. But the strategic oil reserve, don't worry about that. I'll explain it after the speech. Just remind me.
But it won't matter.
It's not that big a deal, and I'll let you know why.
It won't matter. As long as you go out and vote, nothing's going to matter.
If you do it correctly,
you know,
which I imagine Trump
would. The
would.
ball is in their hands. The ball is in our hands. They can't do a thing about it. And now you're going to go out there later today.
Here, I'll write it down so I remember.
And you're going to show us something. And vote for me, and I will deliver rising wages, soaring incomes, and a colossal surge of jobs. We're going to use things. What's the most beautiful word in the dictionary? We're going to create wealth,
usually local polling places open at 7 a.m. So if you're going to go vote, do it earlier in the day so you don't have to wait in line. Because the lines were pretty big, I imagine, because a lot of people are excited to vote for Trump, man.
They're going to build it. China's going to build a plant, and it's going to destroy Michigan.
But yeah, we should have results starting at 7 p.m. Eastern.
And I heard about it through a friend of mine that builds
start
plants.
rolling
That's
in.
what he does. He builds plants. He builds them better than anybody. John, let's just call him John. And he was sitting there, and I was at the Economic Club of Detroit a couple of weeks ago. But I told John a year ago, I want to see a plant. And he said, well, I'll have to take you to Mexico. I said, I don't want to see a plant. I want to see a plant here. I want a big one. He said, we don't really do too many big ones in the United States anymore. I said, what is that all about, Mexico? He said, well, China's building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world. They're building them in Mexico. And I said, well, I'm not happy about that. I don't want to see the damn plant in Mexico. It wouldn't look right if I'm in Mexico looking at plants. Do we agree, sir? It wouldn't look right. And so he said, all right, look, I say, forget it. Then I thought about it, and I was making the speech in Detroit, and I said, a couple of weeks before, I said, if they want to build a plant in Mexico owned by China so that they can save all of the costs associated with bringing their cars and all of the things, I'm going to put 100% tariff on every single car coming out of that plant. And if that's not enough, I'll make it 200, 300, 500, 800, I don't give a damn what it is. And they're not going to have one car made in that plant that ever crosses that border, which is right next to them. Anyway, so I see John in the audience, and I gave them that notice a little before, and it was public. And I see him, and I send my people, I say, after I speak, make sure he comes to the back. I want to see him backstage. So I see John. I say, John, how's that big monster plant that's going to rip apart our country, but it's going to hurt South Carolina, Tennessee, and all the other places that do a lot of cars. It's going to hurt everybody. It's going to hurt the country. How is that plant doing? He said, sir, they've given it up because they think you're going to win, and they think you're going to tariff them, and they think they're going to lose their share. And sir, they've given up that plant. It's not going to be built anymore. So I saved Michigan and I saved Detroit, and we're going to let them build that plant. But you know where we want them to build it? Right here we want them to build it. And then they won't have any tariffs to pass. They won't have any tariffs, and they're going to use you to operate that big sucker, and they can build as big as they want with no tariffs. I said, let them know we'd love to have their investment. They're going to build it right here in Detroit, or at a minimum, they're going to build it someplace in the United States, and they won't have any problem. So that's the second. So I saved Detroit and Michigan a lot. That alone, and I did that without even being president. How about that? They said he's going to win. They told John, we think Trump is going to win, and he's not going to let us make anything, and he's going to do things that we don't know. This guy is crazy. Because, you know, I charged China hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs. They paid us, not one other president. And, you know, we're going to get along great with China. We're going to get along good. I want to get along with them. President Xi was great until COVID came. Then I wasn't so thrilled with him. But we did a great job in that. You know, we went that nobody knew what the hell it was. We did a great job. We get credit on our military, no wars. We did no wars. I had no wars. Remember when crooked Hillary Clinton? Remember when crooked Hillary was screaming during a debate, he's going to charge wars, he's going to have wars, he's going to prosecute wars all over the place. Look at him, he's a very volatile person. I'm actually not. I'm a very calm person. She's the one that's volatile. But he's a very volatile person. He'll say, no, I stopped the wars with my being volatile. Nobody had a war. We didn't have any wars except that we finished a war that we had. We beat ISIS. 100% of the ISIS caliphate was taken down. And it was done in a matter of weeks. When our stupid generals, our terrible generals, you know, the guys up top like Milley, like Kelly, real losers. Kelly was dumb as a rock. I'll never do that again. I let people, I say, give me a letter of resignation. Yes, sir, I'd like to say. They said, just give me. You know, Biden never fired anybody. That's why he never had a bad book written about him. No, and also, number two, nobody cared. When I fire somebody, every major publisher in the world, will you say something bad? I had one person who was so complimentary, sir, you're the greatest president that ever lived, blah, blah, blah. Then she gets a show, but they only want to hire her if she's, I have all these letters, there's never been a better president. She goes in the show, I didn't like him, he was terrible. What a terrible human being. These people are sick, but you know what? All we can do is keep winning. That's all. Win, win, win. But a vote for Trump means your groceries, such a word I hear all the time because I do like to mix it up with people, more so than my consultants. I think the people are much smarter than my consultants. My consultants are good, but I get much better, like people say groceries, right? I haven't used that. You know, such a sort of an old term. They say my groceries are so much more. I haven't, you know, the term is just like an old term, and it's a beautiful, but they say about my groceries were so expensive, they'll be cheaper. Your paychecks will be higher, your streets will be safer and cleaner, your communities will be richer, and your future as an American will be much better than it ever has been when I get in. Because this will be the golden age of America, and that's what I'm calling it. I'm telling the press. I hope you put it in. Isn't that a beautiful phrase? The golden age. I like to brand things, like I brand Pocahontas, and you know, I do a lot of branding. I'm one of the greatest branders in the world. A lot of them were Republicans, but they're all now friends of mine, so I can't talk. Some of my greatest branding was on the Republicans during the primaries, but they're all friends of mine, most of them. Some of them.
One of my favorite was Crying Chuck, if you guys remember that.
You know, I don't talk about that. Once the battle is over, I take those words, I put them away permanently in some cases. On occasion, I'll bring them back out. But just a few months ago in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, an assassin tried to stop our great movement, greatest movement in history. But that brush with death did not stop us by any means. It only made us more determined to finish the job that we had only just started. That was not a pleasant day, I will tell you. That was not a pleasant day. But many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people, I've seen it so many times. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to fill it together. We are going to fulfill it together. It's a beautiful expression, and, you know, I think it might be true. I have sons that are here right now, Don and Eric, and they're great people. But they're really great shooters. They're like top-of-the-line shooters. They know so much about it. They say it was almost impossible for somebody, a miracle. It was a miracle. That's the miracle right up there, right? But I didn't realize that. But from the distance that they were, they say it was a miracle. Well, if I didn't
69 kills, let's go.
Right to look at that beautiful graph that we had up having to do with illegal immigration. So illegal immigration saved me, can you imagine? And speaking of that graph, let me see that graph. I love it so much. I love it. I love it. I hug it and kiss it every night. I take it to bed with me. My wife thinks I'm crazy. I bring it to bed with me. Look, if I don't put that up, and it's never there, it's always there or there, but usually it's on the left. So if I look to the left, I'm gone. If I looked over there, but it's like, something happened. Something happened. Something up there happened. No, but think of it. So I said, just like I did right now. The shooter's right there, right exactly 90 degrees. That crazy guy, right there. And I said, let me see the graph. I said, what the hell was that? But if I didn't turn, it goes a little, it's not good. You don't want to see that. So it was a miracle or a gift from God, maybe. Crazy. And when Don and Eric, who are really great shooters, they heard that, and then they heard the gun, they know exactly the gun, the AR-15. It's supposed to be very accurate and all that stuff. And this guy wasn't, he was at the range all the time shooting. He was supposed to be a good shooter. They said a bad shooter would hit it almost every time, a bad shooter. Don said it's the equivalent of sinking a 1-foot putt. That he put it in golf terms. I said, that's not good. Because for those that don't play golf, it's almost impossible to miss a 1-foot putt. And so it's amazing. So they were shaken up. They couldn't believe it. They actually said God did that because they didn't believe that.
I'm a white dude for Harris. Last time I checked, I still have my balls.
Ripped the hell out of it, but I consider that a miss. It ripped it up pretty good, and it was a very bloody mess. And the doctor, who was great in Butler, he said, "Sir, I want you to go with me to buy a lottery ticket because I've seen this. I've been doing this for 35 years, sir, and I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anyone come out of it with that gun from that range." I said, he said, "I want to buy."
Yeah, that shit is still fucking wild. Like that picture of the bullet going by his head is insane.
Let's see if we can get this sucker stop bleeding. But he told me the ear is the bloodiest part. You get hit in the ear, something to do with cartilage. So they thought I was hit all over. I said I wasn't hit all over because I was down, and I wasn't hit all over. I said I was hit in the ear. Now get me up, get me up. They said, "Sir," and they're touching all over this place because it was so bloody. They said, "Sir, you've been hitting other." I said, "I'm telling you." You know, it's funny, when I was, the word surreal, right? When I got to the White House, I was standing right outside and then inside the Lincoln bedroom, the bedroom of Abraham Lincoln, his wife, his son, Tad, who died actually, as a very young boy, very young. It was a very rough time for them. They were suffering tremendous melancholia. You know, they called it, they were melancholy. Melancholia, they called it, not depression. It's the same thing, but in those days they called it melancholia. But I was in the Lincoln bedroom, so famous, all the furniture just the way it is. And he was very tall. He was 6'6". That's like the equivalent of a Baron Trump today. You know? Who's a lot taller than 6'6". He's a good-looking guy, but he is tall. And but he was 6'6". In those days, very unusual, but he was tall. And then you put his hat on, which was another foot, right? So he was a pretty tall guy. But the bed was very long. You could see it was elongated. But I was there, and it was like a really surreal. I was with the First Lady, who was very popular, who got the #1 book in the country. Can you believe it? Paul Moreno, go buy it. Go buy that book. Go buy that book. It's great. I was a little nervous when I started reading it. I said, this could be very bad for me. Releasing a book before the election could be very dangerous for me. But no, it's a great book, and she's a great writer, actually. She wrote a note at the convention. Remember the note she wrote? It was so well crafted that these guys right here wanted to put it as part of the platform. It was unbelievable. The book is unbelievable. So go get it for Christmas or something. But it was just, when I was in the Lincoln bedroom, it was a surreal
Yeah, his
experience.
son is
Like
6'9", I think, or
out
6'8", something like that.
Experience.
He's
And,
extremely tall. He makes Trump look short, and
like
Trump's
it was
tall.
something unbelievable. I said, can you believe this is where we are? And I was not a Washington person. I was only there 17 times, according to the fake news. But I think it's right. I was only there 17 times in my entire life. I wasn't, and I was a New York guy, which, you know, now I'm very much a Washington guy. I know the good ones, the bad ones, people. I know the dumb ones, the smart ones. I know a lot about the people. I didn't know anything about the people. I had to rely, and we did great. We had mostly great, the trade people, the war people. We had a lot of great people. But when I was on the ground, there was no surreal experience. I knew I was shot in the ear. And I was telling Secret Service, and let me tell you, they were damn brave. I went down fast because, I looked, there was blood all over my hand. I said, this is not the normal situation. It's either the largest mosquito in history or I got hit by a bullet. And I followed my hand down, and I think people were also shouting, get down, I think it was. But I went down, and I'm telling you, I had I guess 7 Secret Service agents follow me. They were very brave. I'm telling you, those bullets were flying over our head. And, you can't forget that. Can't forget that. Those bullets, and I heard those bullets going. I said to somebody, how fast were they going? They gave me some mathematical number. I said, no, I want to know in miles per hour. And I think it was 3,200 miles per hour. You think of that. A car, you're going fast at 70 or 80. These are 3,000 something. And those suckers were going over my head. There were 8 of them. Total, it was a total of 8 shots fired. And then there was a shot by a Secret Service sniper. Amazing, 1 bullet he used. But I think we also had help from one of the police snipers. He hit the stock of the gun or something, and we appreciate that very much. But it was amazing. But when I was down there, I was totally aware. I said, no, get me up, because...
Yeah, even with being locked in a courtroom for 3 fucking months, it's like insane, man.
Now, when we had the celebration honoring...
They have tried everything to keep him from running.
When we had that celebration, we had 101,000 people. And that's when I really got to see
everybody needs to get out and vote, bro.
That's where I really got to see the real Musk, because I invited him up. And he's always
real
like in a
Musk.
lab. And it's almost like he was released. And I said, you have to come up here, Elon, just come up. And he looked out, and he was so happy. I think he loves people. And he started doing jumping jacks and stuff behind me, right? He was so happy. I think he's going to run for office against me. I'm very concerned. No, he's great. It was great. But he was so happy, and it was a great celebration. But when I was down, there was no feeling like I had in the White House. I mean, I totally was aware of everything. But had I not made that turn, I wouldn't be with you tonight, and that would have been bad. And I hope that's right. I hope that's right.
You can tell he's in a
God
great
did
mood,
put
man.
Me here to really save this country. Because this country's in big, big trouble. This country's in big trouble. I hope so. To every person and every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. Most people want your money. I don't want any money. All I want you to do is go out today. Sounds a little strange. Go out today. Meaning go out in a few hours, okay? This guy's complicated because it sounds so much better when you say tomorrow when it's night, but that's okay. I want to be exactly accurate for them. But go out today and vote. And I guess 7 o'clock or whatever time it is, doesn't matter. And we're going to have the greatest victory in the history of our country. And as your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. Together we will save this country, this great country that we love. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington, because I'm not running against Kamala. I'm running against an evil Democrat system. These are evil people. I wasn't running against Biden either. He was stuck in a basement. I didn't even run against him. I mean, no, we're running against a very evil system, and we have to defeat that system. And America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. As we stand on the brink of rescuing our country, I want to take a moment to thank the millions of hardworking men and women who are the heart and soul of this, the greatest movement of all time. Because it's you much more so than me, frankly. You're incredible people. You built this country, and you're going to save this country, but you're incredible people. You're really incredible people. And as I said in the very beginning, this isn't my campaign. This is your campaign. This is a great campaign that's Now it's 9 years, and we've been fighting side by side every step of the way. We've been together. That's why it's not even hard. People say to me, like very successful people, how do you stand up and talk in front of these people? And it's sort of easy because they're love. It's love in these rooms. I just left Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, fly up here. And the love was the same. It's such love, and it's not hard to do. It's, you know, it's much harder to do when you have people screaming at you. But there's love in this room. I think there's love in the whole country. I think it's a much bigger movement than we even understand. I think we're going to end up getting numbers that are far greater than we would expect. But
yeah,
you've given
Biden
your
wants
time,
to
your
smack
money,
that
and your
ass.
whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you all. You're very special. This is my last rally. Can you believe it? The rallies, these big, beautiful rallies, there's never been anything like it. And there never will be anything like it. And it just happened. It caught on. And I think it caught on because our country's in trouble. And, you know, I happened to be a messenger that was able to tell you what you do, because most people understand it. Most people with common sense, we're the party of common sense, they understand it. But this is all you need to know. I mean, Joe and Kamala broke it, and I will fix it. I'll fix it fast. And America will be bigger and better and bolder and richer and safer and stronger than ever before. It's going to be all of those things. The presidency requires strength, courage, and grit. And in a little while, you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're destroying our country. You were a terrible vice president. You destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed San Francisco. And she worked, when she was Attorney General of California, she worked along with a lot of her friends out there, like Gavin Newsom, the governor, one of the worst governors in history.
No, I don't bet. I don't gamble.
Destroyed the state. I mean, more people moved out.
I don't gamble personally.
Last year, first time ever. That's never happened before. You're gonna say, Kamala, you're horrible at your job. You don't know what you're doing. You're a low IQ individual. We want smart people. We want cunning people. We're dealing with the smartest people in the world. We don't want you negotiating nuclear deals because you don't know what the word nuclear means. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here.
And the crowd goes wild.
You're fired. Get the hell out of here. You want to ruin our country. If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. The whole thing. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She was given the authority to run the border by Sleepy Joe because he wanted to go to bed and he had only one thing he wanted to do, and that's sleep. So he made her the border czar. Now she's trying to deny it. By the way, the Border Patrol 2 weeks ago gave us the strongest endorsement you've ever heard. They said he's the greatest president in history and the best president on the border by a factor of 10. And I said to them, does that mean I'm better than Abraham Lincoln and George? What? Yes, sir, you're better than both of them. I had one problem. I had one of the guys that came up, and, you know, they all, like 10 guys, they all made speeches. He's like 36. He said, sir, you're the greatest president in my lifetime. I said, I like the first guy better. I like Lincoln and Washington better than 36 years, right? But he meant well. But you know what? in terms of the border, what we did, we built all that wall. We built an extra 200 miles. They could have flipped it up in 3 weeks. You know that. It was all built. They sold it for scrap metal for 5 cents on the dollar, so much. And that's when I realized they actually want open borders. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions. And these people are all coming into our country. Are you okay down there? Is somebody hurt? Oh. Is somebody hurt? Oh. I saw you looking on the floor. I thought somebody was hurt. Oh, okay. We don't want our people to be hurt, right? We don't want that. But all around the world, they come from Venezuela, they come from the Congo in Africa, not just from South America.
Yeah, we need everybody to be out and voting, bro.
And they're stealing countless American lives. They're killing a lot of our people, a lot, far more than anybody thought even possible. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. It begins immediately. The United States is now an occupied country. Who would have believed somebody that's running for president and perhaps will be president in less than 24 hours or maybe it will take these machines that we pay so much for 2 weeks. Can you believe it? You know, if you used very highly sophisticated watermark papers, it's more sophisticated than the machines. Paper, highly sophisticated. Okay, if you used paper, and if you used voter ID, and if you had 1 day, and you, in addition to voter ID, you have a proof of the fact that you're a citizen of our country, which would be nice, you would have the results tabulated like in France. They had 37 million people. The results were tabulated at 9:30 in the evening. They had a winner, they had a loser, and they went home. And here's the other thing. I know nobody's very cost conscious anymore. 8% would be the cost compared to the cost of these very highly complex machines. And Elon Musk told me, he probably knows more about computers than any man in the world. He said that machines don't work because they're easily violated. Now, this is the smartest guy in the world, the guy that runs rockets with computers, and saying the computers are far more important than the engines. I mean, nobody knows anything like this. But if you used paper, it's 8% the cost of the other. It's more accurate. And you don't have 12-day waits. And then what the hell's happening in the inside of those machines if you wait? We want the answer tomorrow, tonight. We want the answer tonight. They spend all this money. They spend all this money, and old-fashioned paper is much less expensive. And you know what? It's more accurate. It's much better. Something's going on with this. I mean, what the hell are they doing? But we don't want to wait 10 days, 12 days, 3 days, 2 days, or 2 hours. We want the answer tonight. So we live in an occupied country, and I will tell you, we will be an occupied country no longer. This will take these young guys, these have military type equipment, highest grade, highest level, supreme military equipment. Where the hell did they get this stuff? They've taken over large parts of Colorado. They've taken over parts of numerous states, and a lot of people don't want to talk about it because they think it's going to destroy their city.
Yeah, we'll probably know by tomorrow.
They're all over the place, and where they're not,
don't buy into the demoralization campaign, guys. We'll probably know tomorrow.
They're petrified. They don't want them coming in. In one town in Ohio, as you know, they have a beautiful town of, think of this, 50,000 people, and they dumped 30,000 migrants into the town. So you have 50,000, now you have 30,000 migrants. Springfield, Ohio. It's a beautiful place. gorgeous place. And now if you want to go to the hospital, you can't. If you want to get a checkup, you can't. If you want to find a doctor, you can't. If you want to get your kid into school, you can't. It's a whole different world. It can't be, we can't allow this to happen. They're destroying our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you believe I'm running for this great office and I'm talking about rescuing cities and towns that have been invaded and conquered? Can you imagine 10 years ago? Can you imagine 10 years ago using language like that? Or saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sport. You know, if you go back just 10 years and you move yourself forward and you heard a politician saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sports, they'll think, is this guy crazy? Of course they're not going to pay. To expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13. Tren de is from Venezuela prison system, and they are rough. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole, because we don't want them back. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. They're sanctuary for criminals. 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. The workers are getting destroyed. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. Think of that. Who can afford that? Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover, and I'm glad these numbers are coming out now. I'll fix it, but boy, it's getting bad. 12,000 jobs were announced. Now, usually you hear 200, 250, you know, you hear it for years and years. 12,000 jobs. And then they became frauds. It was a fraud on the country because they made up numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since just the start of the year. You don't hear these numbers from the fake news. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. These are
that's crazy
type numbers. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force.
That's also extremely bad.
A few months ago, they fraudulently claimed
that means people gave up looking for a job.
818,000 jobs were created, when in fact there were none. They said 818,000 jobs were created in our country, which kept us, and what that did is it kept us like okay. It wasn't great, but it was like not record-shattering or anything, but it was a lie, and they thought they'd be able to get away with it until after the election, and then announce after the election that they made a mistake. These are bad people. Fortunately, there was a whistleblower who I think should be entitled to an award. Could you imagine if it were me and we lost the election and then a few days later they say that the job numbers are being revised by almost 1 million people? And now they've just revised it again. On top of the 818,000, 112,000 fake jobs were just announced. So you add that up and it's almost 1 million fraudulent jobs were announced. And nothing happens. These guys don't report about it. If I was talking about 2 jobs, it would be like front page on every newspaper. They cheated, and it's fraud. You know, when they make mistakes, they make them for 2,000, 3,000. There was never 800,000 118,000 jobs.
That's
right
not a
before the
mistake.
election were announced,
That was
and they turned
purposeful.
out to be a fraud. And they were going to announce the revision after the election was over. What the hell kind of an election would that have been? So I want to thank this whistleblower. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created.
Oh yeah, I saw
year
the New Hampshire
have
thing.
gone to
We'll talk about
migrants.
that in a little
Think
bit.
of that. 100%.
I just took a look at your
100%
link.
of the jobs that were created went to migrants, not to people. And I'll tell you what, your black population is being devastated by these people. They're taking all the black population jobs away, and they should announce those numbers before the election also, because frankly, what's happening there, you're going to see some bad things happen. They're taking their jobs, and the Hispanic population is going to be next. You watch. It's horrible. But if I win, it's going to be not so horrible because we'll fix it. These are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading if she's elected. And if she's elected, we're talking about a 1929-style depression. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. We're going to make it a miracle. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. And we're just one day, meaning a half a day, sir, away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen. But you must vote. Gotta vote. You gotta vote. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history. I've never heard anybody campaign. I've done this stuff for a long time, but I've been involved for a very long time supporting candidates. And candidates are always saying, we will reduce your taxes, efficiency, all this stuff. They're running on the fact that they're going to raise taxes substantially. I've never heard that. This is the craziest campaign I've ever seen. We will raise your taxes. Vote for us. Mondale, he says Mondale. I think you're right. We're going to raise your taxes, but they're going to do that on the typical family, American family. They're raising the taxes more than $3,000 a year.
Yep.
My
We
plan
talked
will
about that
massively
before.
cut taxes for workers and small businesses, that we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax for our great seniors on Social Security benefits. To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American
Dude, Trump does not
energy,
need to
and we
lose
will
weight.
build
He's going
a
hard as
with
fuck as a
energy.
78-year-old, man. He needs that extra food. Dude's
And I will
working
cut your
overtime
energy
right now.
prices in half
Let the
within
man
12
eat.
months, okay? When that happens, everything's coming down. The donuts are going to come down. The food is going to come down as we save the
Donuts.
groceries. I just told the story in Pittsburgh. A woman, elderly, goes to a supermarket and takes 3 apples and brings the apples to the counter, and then she realizes that the price went up yet again, and she doesn't have the money for them, and she excuses herself, she walks back to the
Got quiet again. Give me a
refrigerator,
second.
puts the apple back in refrigeration, and walks back and buys the 2 apples. That shouldn't be happening in our country. That should not be happening, and we're not going to have it happen long. I will cancel Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. And I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible. So how about that? Nobody, people, the most brilliant people, is that Scott Bessent over there? Where's Scott? Scott, stand up. He said he's one of the most
Who am
brilliant
I
people
voting
on Wall Street.
for? Donald Trump, baby. I already
Do you
did,
agree,
so I
Scott,
voted
that you're
over
one
a
of the
month
most
ago.
brilliant people on Wall Street? Because everybody else says it. He's too shy to say it, but he's a genius.
already
You know what his
voted.
theory is? The stock market is the only sign of life, and it's only going up because everyone thinks Trump is going to win the election. And others too. I'm seeing it a lot. I think they're following your lead. But I appreciate that confidence. It's very nice. He's a brilliant guy. But so they call up and they say, brilliant guys are calling me up. And they say, where'd you come up? On a car loan, we're going to give people, we want to develop the car business in this country. In a car loan, we're going to give people the right to deduct the interest. But only if the car is made in the USA. What the hell do I care if a car is going to be made in? If a car is going to be made in Japan or China or someplace else, what the hell? I don't care if they buy it. I want them to buy cars. So think of that, what that's going to do for Michigan. So if a car is made in Michigan, you get a big deduction. That's going to be somebody. So I started just with the deduction.
Yeah, sure, that'd be awesome.
To myself, you know, why should I give them a deduction?
I would be tempted to buy a new car at that point.
China or Japan or South Korea. Well, I don't, you know, look, I mean, they're wonderful people. Everyone's wonderful, but I want them to be built here. So then I came in with that little extra tip, and it says, but you only get the deduction if the car is made in America. Isn't that like cool? And hopefully right here in Detroit and Michigan would be great. We're thrilled to be joined by your next senator, Mike Rogers. Mike, thank you very much. Thank you. You're doing great. This guy is doing great. He is amazing. I think you're, I'll tell you, you know, it's hard to beat some of these people because they lie. I heard she's another one. She's going around saying she's very close to Trump. She agrees with Donald Trump on the tariffs and the wall and the this, but she never agreed until about 2 weeks ago when she was losing, right? No, she's doing, but I have about 6 of them that are doing that. They're doing that against Bernie Moreno. They got a guy running against him, Brown, Sherrod Brown. I love President Trump very much. He's great. You know, I'm leading, you know how, by like almost 20 points or something. So all of a sudden they love me. They all love me. And
I kind of want a Lincoln Navigator, so that would be good because that's American made.
Let's impeach him. These people are sick. But we have great members, and Mike is really a talented guy, respected all over Washington. He was very successful. And I hope he can represent you because he's going to be one of the stalwarts. He'll be a leader. Thank you very much. And also members of Congress, John Joyce, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John
Almost
Molinaro.
Tim Walz.
I saw you guys. Very good speech you guys made. Boy, you really were rocking them, huh? You guys, very different styles, but tremendous talents and really good. Thank you very much. They really are tremendous.
Yeah, you can
have a
buy
great bunch here.
F-150s with a V8
And I'll say
option.
that
They
with
just
all
don't come
states,
standard,
they come out
so
so
you have to
thrilled.
make sure you specify that when you buy them.
And governors.
But yeah, they still have a
Sarah
V8
Huckabee
option.
Sanders, where's Sarah? She's so good. She is so great, right? Proud of her. I saw her father the other day. I served on a panel with him. And I said, you know, Mike, I think you're great. He endorsed me when I was running. He gave me a 4-page endorsement. And I think the endorsement was put out before I finished my speech. And I said, you know, you're great. He said, well, I appreciate that, but my daughter is far greater. How about that? Is that nice? My daughter is greater, he said. And he's not a man without an ego, I will tell you, right, Sarah? But he said, my daughter is greater. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing that he said. He's an incredible guy. And Doug Burgum, who's become one of the real stars of the party. And Catherine, stand up. I first noticed Doug by looking at Catherine. She was riding a horse in an ad. I said, who the hell is that? But I don't look anymore. No, beauty doesn't mean a damn thing to me anymore. It doesn't mean anything, but I did notice there was a woman, and to the left there was a man riding, but I didn't notice him so much. But it was this couple, and you know the ad I'm talking about. It was beautiful. It's like the most beautiful. He looked like the Marlboro Man. Whatever happened to him? But what a combination. And he's become one of the most successful governors. What he's done with the fracking and with the oil and gas and everything, he's become something special. He's done a great job. Thank you both very much for being here. Appreciate it. And former Congresswoman and Democrat candidate for president who did very well. I watched her for a long time. She's a woman of incredible intelligence, but maybe more than anything else, unbelievable common sense. and very, very special. She just joined the Republican Party, by the way. She was an independent for years. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you.
That was a great pickup. I think she and Vance will run in 28 is my guess.
And a man who's very special with a great talent. He was the ambassador to Germany. And I'll never forget when I took him out. The happiest person in the world was Angela Merkel. When Rick Grinnell was taken out, this was the best day in Angela's life. He was our...
Yeah, Trump has a great team.
Ambassador. He was somebody who would say, this is no good.
It's really exciting, man.
They really loved him, but
get out and vote, motherfuckers. We're on like the precipice of pure greatness at this point.
Rick? Thank you. Thank you, Rick. And a woman who ran a very good race. It was a hard race because, you know, she believes in things and she believes in them very strongly. And I say you always have to stick with your beliefs. It's very tough. I told her it's very tough. But she's a hell of a woman. She had a father who I knew. He was a steelman. He was in the steel business. He was thankful when I put the tariffs on because we saved the steel industry. And he was a real pro. He passed away, but he was a great guy. But he'd be very proud of his daughter. His daughter's an incredible woman. Tudor Dixon. Thank you, Tudor. Thank you. We miss your father, right? He was, what a great guy he was. And then we have a woman who drives extremely fast. She can drive a car. And, you know, just very successful, won races. But she's very successful. It takes tremendous courage and strength and everything else. It takes everything. I think driving those cars at 220 and 240 miles an hour, boy, you got to be brave. Probably have to be a little bit crazy, Danica Bradrick, right? You have to be a little crazy, right? But it's Danica. Such an honor to have you involved, Danica. Such an honor. She's so smart. We were talking about, I just can't believe it how I was asking her questions on the plane over about, how do you do it? How do you do it? Because, you know, they had me in one of these cars that start the race, and I'm sitting in the car, and we're going like 60 miles less than what you travel at. And I'm saying to the driver, you okay? He was okay. But it's an honor to have you involved. You're really special, a really incredible athlete. She's an incredible athlete. And another person that was very honest and very talented and doing an incredible job, but she was extremely honest. And sometimes you can be honest and it doesn't work out, but it's actually worked out really well because she's doing phenomenally well, better than before. Sage Steele, thank you very much, sir. And Michigan Republican Party Chairman Pete Hoekstra. Now, I told Pete, I've known Pete for a long time. He was very, very successful at everything he did, and he was an ambassador. He was one of the best. And I said, Pete, you got to come in and run the party. You got to do it for me. And it was not that easy. He has a lot of options, and he came in, and I mean, I think we're going to have a great result later. But Pete came in and ran the party, and I'll tell you, it is so organized, it's so professional. I think we're going to win. I mean, I think we're going to win in Michigan, seems to be. We can't let them forget that I stopped that big Chinese plant in Mexico, Pete. Put that on top. But no, that was the thing. Nobody else would do that. I did it without being president. They just said, but they know it's not going to be easy for them. They won't. They're going to. Let's put it this way, if they build it, they're going to lose their ass, okay? So I want to thank you.
She used to be a liberal, dude. That's the thing, is there's a ton of people who have used to be Democrats who are coming out for Trump.
Actually, he's an auto worker and a union guy.
There's a huge shifting going on right now.
Look, I mean, you take a look at this area and go back 50, 60 years.
The number of Democrats that cross over to Trump is going to be pretty high.
Right, Brian? It's like just a downward, like a sliding ramp. Brian Pannebecker from the Auto Workers for Trump. Brian, come up here for a second. Come here. Come here. I got to see it. I love this guy. I always wanted arms like him. He's got the biggest, meanest arms. They look like what grabs that rocket. He could grab the rocket. Tell them a little bit about what you see going on, and I tell you, he's just an incredible guy. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here at your very last campaign rally. I gotta give a shout out to Scott Hagerstrom right out here. He brought me to Novi when you were holding a rally there in September of 2016. You were a candidate before you were president, and I got backstage and got to meet you, and I told you the little song about Macomb County, home of the Reagan Democrats. I said, Mr. Trump, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support, which is basically the UAW members, and I got a few of them here with me tonight, I said, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. I said, Mr. Trump, if you win Michigan, we both know what that means. You win the White House. And that's exactly what happened. So we're going to do it again this year. The UAW represented auto workers are going to vote 65% or more for Donald Trump for president, and we're going to carry Michigan again.
Thank you, Brian. Great guy. Great guy. And you're a great guy. I appreciate that support. I appreciate that support. Thank you very much. It's terrific. You gave us a beauty there, didn't you, huh? He's a worker. Michigan Senate Republican leader, Eric Nesbitt. Eric, thank you very much. Great job. You're doing beautiful. And
This is the
Michigan
shit
House
that the
Republican
celebrities
leader,
can't match,
Matt
bro.
Hall.
Genuine, endorsements. So that's more valuable
Great
than
Steve
any
Witkoff,
celebrity.
great businessman, the most generous person I know. He gives a lot of money. Every time there's a hurricane, he wants to give money, and he's just great. And Howard Lutnick, he's working along with my children and Linda McMahon, who's fantastic, and they're working on transition. But I said, don't worry about transition. Let's win this thing first. Okay, we'll work on transition. But he's one of the most respected people on Wall Street, rebuilt his firm after it was taken out of the World Trade Center by that horror show act. Long ago now, but it's still very emblazoned in all of our minds. But so Howard, thank you very much. Howard Lutnick, thank you very much. And my great children, should I have them come up real fast? Okay. Don, Eric, Tiffany, Laura, Michael, come on up here. And we have Ivanka at home, sitting home, watching every second of it. And we have Barron, my beautiful boy, Barron. Barron, he knows more about computers than anybody. I closed up his computer. He said, Dad, it'll take it 2 minutes to figure that out. And all of a sudden, the damn thing opened up. I said, Barrett, you got to turn it off. Okay, watch. I turn it off. It's no way. I put a separate code in. He's operating his computer. He's operating it 2 minutes later. So this group here, they are so committed. They didn't have to do this.
Yeah,
I guess
he's already
we all
got the
didn't have to do it,
50-90,
but we
bro.
have to because they want to see our country be so great and so strong and so respected again. When people laugh they're laughing at our leaders. We have a guy can't walk, he can't find the stairways. Look, there's about 6 of them up. He finishes his speech, he can't find the stairways. And she's worse than him. You see what's going on. Did you see it tonight? Screaming, we're gonna win, we're gonna win. And she's screaming, and it's like 100 people going, what the hell is wrong with her? But these people are behind me. I love them, but they are really special. They're very talented people.
Yeah,
And,
Tiffany definitely had a glow
every one
up
of
for
them.
sure.
They've been great. Maybe I'll ask Laura to start and say a couple of words. Could I do that? She's the chairman of the party.
The guy
Comes
on the
from
left
North
is
Carolina.
Tiffany's husband.
I wanted her to run for the Senate. There was nobody could have beat her. But she said, you know, I have a great husband and I have beautiful kids and I really want to focus on them for a little while because she's been working hard. And she would have been great. And I said, who do you like? And they said, Ted Budd. And I went to Ted. I said, Ted, do you like it? He said, but I'm not going to run if Laura runs. I said, well, she wants you. She likes you a lot. And he's become a great senator, but she could have. But then she becomes like the chairman along with Michael Watley. Is Michael Watley here someplace? Yes? And I wanted, the mayor of Hamtramck is here. Come here. I didn't see, I see you. This is, you got to come up here, please. This guy has been with us almost from the beginning. He is, I'm so glad we got to see you. Hi, Michael. Come here. He has been an unbelievable unifier. This is one of the greatest men in your state, and I want to just thank you. Come here, say a couple of words.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning. It's another day. I spoke earlier before you came, and I told the crowd that tomorrow, or today actually, is going to be a historic day, and we shall celebrate a historic victory today. I'm very proud that I endorsed President Trump, and I broke the wall of fear among the Arab American and Muslim Americans, and I destroyed that wall of isolation and the wall of silence and the wall of hesitance among the Arab Americans. And now, today, we had a survey that was posted among the Arab Americans in the Metro Detroit, and it shows that President Trump is leading by 76%.
Hell yeah.
And Harris earlier had 3%, and the rest was for others. So we are in a mission to end that disconnect between the minorities and the Republican Party and to make it the party of inclusion. And we are in a mission, which is the priority for us today, to send President Trump back to the White House. So like I said earlier, he has done everything possible to gain your support. He told me last Friday that it was 62 days of hard work with no break and no rest, and today it's 65 days with no rest. So he has used everything possible to gain your support. Hard work, seriousness, comedy, sarcasm, everything. So how is he a threat to our democracy, as the fake news keep saying, and the other party? So I ask you and I urge you to go out and vote tomorrow. And I think we have a big chance. I'm very optimistic that we will make history and we will win and make America great again. Thank you so much.
Great guy. He's a great man, and I'll tell you, you have hundreds of thousands of people that follow, and that could be a very big difference. The Democrats are not happy about this. This was supposed to be their vote, and they're not at all happy. But really a great young guy. He's a young guy, and wow, what a leader. So thank you very much. If we win this state, you're going to be very responsible for it, too, and I think we will. And tonight I did a thing a couple of weeks ago with a very smart guy and very special, and a very special talent. He's got the #1 podcast, they say, by like 4 times. Joe Rogan. And a lot of people thought they loved that. It was 3 hours. Oh, it was so terrible because I did it. And I said, Joe, I got a rally of this size waiting for me in a very far away place. I'm going to be very late, like 2.5 hours late. But we kept talking. It went 3 hours and 15 minutes or something. Then when I got up there, it was cold, a little bitter, and everybody waited. Nobody left. And I explained to him, look, Joe is the #1 guy. He kept me late. But I'm doing it because we have to win. And not one person was unhappy. We had a great time. And I said, we're going to devote a lot more time. It was pretty late at night. It was worse than this, okay? I can tell you. But Joe Rogan just announced, and he doesn't do this at all. I don't think he's ever done it. But he just announced that he's giving me his complete and total endorsement. Could you imagine? Wow. So, Laura, would you say a few words, please?
Are we ready to turn Michigan red today? Today is the day that we send a loud and clear message to the mainstream media, to the establishment, to Hollywood, to the swamp, that it is not them. It is we, the people, who get to choose our president. And we're choosing Donald J. Trump. I just want to say thank you. This is a very special night for our family. This has been almost a decade of doing this, and it has been my honor to be a part of this family, to be out speaking on behalf of a man who I love, not just because he's my father-in-law, but because he is going to save this country and going to save the world. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Get everybody out to vote. Thank you, Michigan.
Yeah, she's a very good speaker.
Thank you, guys. Today, when you wake up with not very much sleep, you gotta get to the polls. You gotta bring your friends and your families and your loved ones, and we have to make it too big to rig. Guys, it's simple. It's a unique election. You've lived under both candidates. People like to pretend like it's not the Harris-Biden regime that has destroyed your American dream, our country, our economy, the entire world, and Western civilization. Well, you guys, starting right now, it's on you to reclaim what is yours, your country. It would be an honor for me, for you guys to show the same amount of resolve that this man showed on July 13th when he took a bullet to the face and came back defiant. You guys take that attitude to the polls, to your text messages to your friends. If you've early voted, drive everyone you know to the polls. That resolve is what kept us at peace. That resolve is what made trade deals. That resolve's going to save America, and it's going to put America first again, once and for all. So guys, now it's up to you. You make our country proud like he makes us proud each and every day. Let's get it done, America. Let's get it done, Michigan. Let's go. Well, good morning, Michigan. Who else could have this many people at 2 a.m.? Only Donald Trump. Guys, I've watched the hell that they put him through for the last 10 years. I mean,
The fake impeachments, the dossiers, the Russia hoax, going after his Supreme Court justices, censoring him, taking away his First Amendment right, trying to take him off the ballots in various states all across the country, raiding his home. And yet he comes out every single day and he fights and he fights and he fights. And when other candidates have packed it in for the night, you know who's standing on the stage at 2 a.m.? It's Donald Trump. America, it's time for us to pick our fighter, and it's that man right there. And I can tell you, as a son, as a family, we have never been more proud of a person in our life. I have never been more proud to stand on a stage with somebody in my life. He's the most remarkable man I know. And I promise you, I will be on the stage till the end of earth with you because I truly believe in you. And I believe what you're doing for this country and what you're doing for our children. And you are going to save democracy in the United States, and you're going to keep peace in the world. And I love you, and we're proud of you. And let's make America great again. Thank you, Michigan.
Hello. So my father has never stopped, and he will never stop working for you guys. So let's get out there, let's vote for prosperity, let's vote for the future that we want to have for our children and for our future generations. Thank you.
She's never given a speech before. That's interesting. That's Tiffany Trump, his second to youngest child.
Thank you very much. They're my kids, but I'll tell you, they're very good people. They're good people. They're great people that love our country, and they're working. They don't have to do this. They don't have to do this. So in conclusion, with your vote, we are going to fire Kamala, and we're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Michigan. And a lot of it will be using my favorite word, tariff. And one of the things I'm going to do, I'll give you this as a little insight. I just announced it in Pittsburgh. I didn't think it was become a very big story already. So we're going to tell Mexico, you're killing tremendous numbers of our people by allowing China to send their fentanyl through your system and through your country. And we're going to give them a little period of time. But we don't want drugs coming across our border or any border. And whether it's Mexico or Canada or wherever, because they're starting now in Canada, they're starting to go up north. But whether it's Mexico or Canada, we're going to explain to them quickly that if you allow fentanyl and these drugs to come through your country, we're going to charge you large-scale tariffs on everything you send into the United States. And they're making a lot of money in the United States. They couldn't exist without us. So we're going to do that. And we're going to tell China that if you continue to send fentanyl to Mexico or any place else that comes into our country, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you sell into the United States of America. We're not going to we can't let them. And you've never heard that from anybody but me. And I've had it in my mind for a long time, but I didn't want to tell these guys about it because they'd only screw it up like they do everything else. But I say it now because now because now we have the election coming up in a matter of hours, and we're not going to let them destroy our country. Most of our crime, probably 60% of our crime is caused by drugs. People that are taking drugs, they cause
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
You'd see crime rates plummet. But you know, the sad thing is that crime is plummeting all over the world because they're sending their criminals, they're sending their gang members, they're sending their drug dealers, they're sending their mental patients from all of these institutions. They're sending them into our country, and then they're opening up. Oh, we're sending them back. Don't worry about it. They're opening up their prisons, and they're dumping their prisons, all their prison population, Venezuela. They're way down. Their crime rate went way down because they're taking all of their criminals and terrorists and all of the people that are causing all the problems. And then on top of it, they're emptying their jails out into the United States through this very stupid person's open border. I don't know what they're thinking about. But maybe they hate our country, or maybe they want to get people registered to vote. Who the hell knows? But we're not going to allow it. It's going to stop immediately, day one. We're going to build America. We're going to buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. Would have never started if I were president. You know, we got more votes. We did great in 2016. We did better in 2020. We got more votes in 2020 than any president by millions, any president in the history of our country. And because of that, I said, I'll sit back and I'll watch. And if they do a bad job, I didn't need this every time, but if they do a bad job, I'm going to run because of how well we did. And if they do a good job, I would actually prefer that they did a great job. If they did a great job, I would say that's a great thing. But I mean, he's the worst president in the history of our country. She's the worst vice president, and she got no votes. You know, they like to say to me, that's not the democratic way to go. You know, it's just a terrible thing. It's just a terrible thing. That's what's going on in this country. But so I sat back and I watched and I saw all the horrible things that were happening, and you know what they are. And maybe the worst was what they've done with inflation, but I actually think the worst is what they've done with their border, because they're destroying our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to change it really fast. We're going to have the greatest country we've ever had. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. It would have never happened again. Israel would have never been attacked on October 7th. And I will prevent World War III from happening. I know all the players. And it's a very good chance that it will indeed happen. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. They gave so much of it away to Afghanistan. It's so crazy. I rebuilt our military. We will build a missile defense shield around our country, all made in the USA, and much of it made right here. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago, and he really was right, other than we did not have the technology. I'm glad we didn't do it, but now we can shoot a needle out of the air. We can shoot a little pin out of the air. It's incredible technology, our technology. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which is in terrible shape, with graffitis on the beautiful, incredible marble columns, and painting the lions and burning the American flag. What they did a month ago was terrible. But we're going to make our cities safe and clean and beautiful again. We'll work with Democrat governors and mayors. We'll probably have to, and that's okay. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. And after years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we will finally be going to build up our borders, build up our country, and build up and protect our citizens. It's time. It's called America First. We're going to put America first. We put America last. They put America last. We put America first. And it doesn't mean we're into isolation. We're not. We're going to help the world, but we have to straighten ourselves out or we won't be able to help anything. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and that will take place rapidly. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with the opportunity and hope, and maybe above all, the American dream will be back. It's going to come back. We're bringing it back for your children. And we're bringing it back for yourselves. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop the radical left agenda with a landslide victory that is too big to rig. Too big. The silent majority is back, and tomorrow you need to get out and vote. We have a silent majority, but we're just sort of speaking up. This has shown that the level of enthusiasm is 5 times greater than their level. They have no level of enthusiasm. They don't believe in her. They know she shouldn't even be running. They are, as they say, a threat to democracy. What they've done is a threat to democracy. They stole the presidency away from a very angry man. I watched him last night. He's a very angry man. I'm convinced that he likes me more than he likes Kamala. I'm convinced. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It was the hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow it is the hard-working patriots, meaning today, like you, who are going to save our country. After all we've been through, and we've been through a lot together. We've gone through these rallies. Almost everybody is here. I have people that have been to more than 300 rallies. They're here tonight. They were at the one this morning, the one tonight. They actually missed 2 of them. I can't even believe it. But these are incredible people and incredible patriots. But we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We love this nation. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win.
This was a 2-hour speech, man.
November 5th, today, will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. Bobby Kennedy Jr. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. I love you. I love you all. God bless you. God bless you, Michigan. God bless the United States of America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you.
Oh, they're not going to play the music? All right, I was about to say. All right, man. Damn, that's crazy, dude. It's like very unreal that this is like the end. That's crazy, bro. Absolutely crazy. 9 fucking years. Bro. I am very excited, but also very nervous at the same time, bro. Like, I feel good about this, though. This is like the best position Trump has ever been in. Hands down. And I don't know, man. I'm very excited, but also I want to hold back on it because, dude, I don't know. As long as everybody goes out and fucking votes, we're not going to have any sort of fucking problem at all. So as long as everybody goes out and votes, we should be good. So it will be a gradual fix and we will offset any negative effects, but yep, pretty much. Yep. Because the thing is if you give, because basically, you know, the oil companies have to pay for the drilling licenses. So that could be a stipulation of the license is you have to like contribute a certain amount of oil to the strategic oil reserve. And that way the government's not competing on the marketplace for the price of oil because in addition to them not actually paying for it, it would be coming from a new excess supply in the first place. So it shouldn't have any actual impact on the market. I don't think the polls are that accurate, bro. Like, even the New York Times put out a statement in their recent poll where they said that white Republicans are 16% less likely to answer polls. So they have, like, a huge polling error that they can't really bake out because they can't get enough respondents. Because white conservatives are the least likely to answer polling calls because they don't want to talk to, like, the media outlets. Yeah, don't give a fuck. Dude, polls are not important because if we went by polls, Trump would have gotten fucking blown out in both elections last time. So don't even pay attention to that fucking shit. Just get out and vote. Bring your friends. Bring your family. And, you know, that's it. That's how this thing's won. It's in a better position than it's ever been. And I think it's going to be a very good night tomorrow. As long as people get out and vote. So. When he came to my college, the first run, it was legend. That's awesome, man. Nah, we must black pill and skittin'. You could do that shit elsewhere, man. Hell nah. But, dude, I'm excited. I am looking forward to it. Dude, who the fuck cares about Alan Lichtman? Fuck that guy. He's a clown. He's a fucking propagandist of the left. So, don't listen to any of those fucking dipshits. Go actually vote. Who the fuck cares what some dork on MSNBC has to say? Fuck him and fuck all of them. I can't afford this shit! None of those fuckers mean a damn thing because they were already prematurely celebrating Hillary Clinton, you know, a whole 2 weeks in advance, so. That fucking retard with his 13 inches of keys can shove that shit up his ass, bro. He bullshits that shit every single year and then corrects it and goes, well, actually, my model was correct. I just misinterpreted this one key and therefore would have provided the victory to that. Like, yeah, he's a fucking fraud. He's an absolute fraud. Do not listen to that fucking mouth breather. Get out and fucking vote, bro. That's it. That's all that matters at this point. But yeah, he's like, oh, well, according to my 13 keys that I shoved up my ass simultaneously and pulled that shit out, the scent told me that Camel Toe was going to win. So, yeah, who cares? Yeah, this is ours to fucking lose, guys. So everybody needs to get out and vote like their life depends on it. The Democrat voters are way down compared to 2020. The enthusiasm's not there. We have to have that. And it feels like we do. I don't know how you could watch that rally and not be hyped up. That's a winner's circle up there. That is not the look of a defeated campaign. So, let's see. So Chris with the 20 bag of treats for Apollo. Fingers crossed for a Trump dub. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. And JE5150 with the 20. Sup, Griff? It's officially election day. You ready? I'm trying to be, man. I'm excited, but also very nervous. Let's get out and vote. Absolutely, bro. And Moist Wazowski with a 5. He sounds way more confident than he did the other day. He knows he's got this. Bro. Yep, the momentum feels great. Like the Joe Rogan endorsement, the Ron Paul endorsement. Who else endorsed? Oh, the Libertarian Party endorsed. And like, there's been a chain of endorsements in the like 11th hour that have got men especially hyped up. So, we got this shit, bro. We absolutely have this shit. Revenstar with a 3. Camel Toe is basically a walking script, fake yeah, no, everything about that campaign is artificial. The media props her up. They lie about everything she says. They lie about everything Trump says. She's just a puppet. She is a meat puppet, basically. Look how miserable she looks. Here, I'll take a look. Here, I'll drag it over here because it's kind of small. Yeah, if you were in a good mood leaving a campaign event, you definitely would stop and say something to the cameras. Yeah, that's not confidence. That is not confidence. If that was Trump, he'd be like, we're gonna win big, get out and vote, or something. Like, you know, Trump would be over there saying, like, you know, let's get out and fucking vote. He would be trying to hype everybody up. Like, she's just right to the plane. Run! But then you can't forget this, man.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Let's vote! Let's get out the 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 vote! Let's win! All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go. And
bruh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go. And
God, dude, it's so bad.
Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go. And
Jesus Christ, dude. It's so cringe. It's the most manufactured dog shit ever, bro. Oh, dude. We're almost free! Bro, even if you don't like Trump, vote to get rid of that bitch. Could you imagine having to listen to that cackling cunt for 4 more years? Get her the fuck out of here, man. At the very least, you just, like, dump her ass, bro, honestly. Alright, so let's see. Revan Star with the 3, only cucks vote for Camel. Yeah, I agree. I don't know how you could be a self-respecting male and vote for that. Griffin XC with the 44 months. I hope people aren't dumb and vote for Miss Harris. All Americans in chat, vote for this man and bring back peace to the world. Amen, dude. I mean, could you imagine her, like, trying to do anything of any importance? That's, like, scary, bro. I don't know how this is even a close race other than the media brainwashing. I mean, that is literally it. If we had a halfway honest media, Trump would be pulling Reagan numbers second term. Triggers with the 5. Hopefully Trump wins or we're fucked. Fight, fight, fight. Go vote. Exactly, man. Absolutely. And Banaham Young with the 2. Me and my bros gonna bring home the W and PA. Nice, man. Make sure you bring some friends if you can, too. But that's awesome. I'm glad you're in a swing state. That's great. Black Ash with the 2. Working OT at the border. It's about to be lit. Oh, nice, man. Very cool. And Brevin Star with the 8, the Donald Trump cameo in Home Alone 2 was the absolute best and my favorite. That's the thing. Everybody loved him. Like, Trump was literally the Mohecan wholesome Reddit guy, basically. You know, everybody liked him, and then all of a sudden he runs against a Democrat, and he's literally Hitler. It's just wild, bro. Absolutely fucking wild. The Rat Kicker with the 2, the Millie diss warms my heart. Exactly, bro. Yeah, General Milley is a fucking joke. Trump should recall his ass and then strip him of his rank just to piss on his grave. Logic Bender with the 2. Hope Trump lowers corporate tax. I could use it. Yeah, I hope so too, man. I mean, people forget, like, corporate tax is not just applied to, like, multi-million-dollar corporations. If you have an LLC, which a lot of small businesses are, like, you know, set up under, you know, it applies to them too because they're taxed at the corporate rate. So people think the corporate tax is only for big companies. It's not. Most small businesses that are, like, scaled, like, aside from sole proprietorships, but yeah, most small businesses are under an LLC, like, structure, and because of that, they're taxed at the corporate rate. Noski with the 269. Trump 2024. Let's go. Hell yeah, man. And Tim Marco with the 279. Trump is a great comedian. He really is, bro. He's very entertaining. He knows how to work a crowd. He knows how to keep people engaged. Like, he's just born for this type of shit. This is his element, 100%. Trump is obviously in his element when he's in front of a group of people. He loves it. And Oski with the 2, we need to get rid of all these illegal Mexicans. Honestly, I don't really care about the Mexicans as much as, like, the El Salvador and Honduras and all of those, but yeah, if you're, like, the illegals just need to get out, bro. It's like, it's disrespectful to the people who did this shit legit. Like, people have to wait years to get into the country. And it's like, well, yeah, fuck you. I'm just gonna hop the border, and then I'm gonna get treated like fucking royalty because I'm gonna lie about, you know, whatever they call it, asylum status. Honcho with the 2, where's Camel Toe's kids? Well, she married into a family with amazing stepchildren. So it's like, dude, she doesn't have any skin in the game. She doesn't have a bit of skin in the game at all. She's just in it for herself. Nomad with the 6 months. Get out and vote today. Don't be a lazy N-word. That's right, man. Get out and vote. And Honcho with the 2 bros, so go. It's like really sad, honestly, man, because I remember like back in 2015, 2016, I used to have like, I used my parents' cable login, and I used to watch like the Fox live stream on their website, and they had one for every single Trump rally, and I just remember I used to watch them in the background when I was like doing like schoolwork or whatever. So it's kind of sad, man. But the nice thing is when Trump was president, they live streamed everything. So at least we'll have that. Vote for freedom. That's right, dude. I want to go to the dance party with Beyonce. And I'm going to vote for Camel Toe, dude, because I care about women's reproductive rights. And what's ironic about that is even if she does become president, the Supreme Court ruled that the federal government has no authority to regulate fucking abortion. So it's like they would never even get a bill passed in the first. It's like the biggest grift ever. The biggest grift ever, man. Slick Rick with the 2 nuts out for peanuts. Hell yeah, man. Do it for the squirrel.
Gaming.
Whatever it takes, guys. Get out and fucking vote. If you have people that are on the fence, tell them, like, hey, you might as well vote for the candidate who's going to let you keep a bigger portion of your paycheck. Like, make it that fucking... If you know people who are on the fence, just make it that simple. Like, yeah, do you want to keep more of your paycheck every month? And if the answer's yes, then say, well, just vote for Trump. Like, at least you'll get something out of it. That's like, you gotta lower it to like a very personal level. So. If you have anybody on the fence, try to like just connect it to something that's like super basic. Let's see, Fluffle Nugget with the 2, the 45th, 46th, and 47th POTUS. God bless. Shh, bro, you're not supposed to say the 46th. That's not true, dude, obviously. That was proven in a correlate, yeah. We all know. That's why his hats say 45 through 47, because everybody knows what's up with that. Merc with the 2, it's like finishing Better Call Saul first viewing. Yeah, it is. It's bittersweet, you know, it's over, but at the same time, you know, it's a satisfying end if everybody gets out and does their part, bro. Mark Jacobs with the 2, ABC moderator, seething right now. Hope money was worth. I'm sure, bro. I'm sure they are. And Ferrex with the 5, that vote for freedom sign looks like a 5-year-old. Yeah, they probably did that deliberately to make it look like kids drew it. I guarantee. Like, oh my god, she has children supporting her. She's obviously gonna win. Children know good between evil. I'm sure there was a point about that at some point. Honcho with the 2, don't play it again. You're gonna kill me via cringe. Which one? This?
Thank you. Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go. And
one more time.
Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Cringe. Dude, that's so bad. That is so bad. I mean, that is... God, like, I don't think Hillary had a moment that bad. Even when she went like, I'm doing it for young people. Like, dude, that's even worse. I can't think of a single Hillary Clinton line that was that cringe. At least people liked Pokemon Go to the Polls. There was actually some crowd interaction on that one. Pokemon Go to the Polls didn't land that flat. That is like a different level of cringe, if you ask me. Like, the thing is the Pokemon Go to the polls thing could have actually landed it. Like, she could have landed that if she didn't say it so weird. Pokemon go to the polls. Like, she just said it so bad. Like, it honestly wasn't that bad of a line. But the delivery is what killed it. Yeah, Hillary was way more intelligent. That's the thing, is Hillary's not dumb. That's the biggest difference. Camel Toe is genuinely stupid. Like, she is not an intelligent person.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Like, see, there was actual crowd interaction. It's not like as flat as...
All right, let's get to work. Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win.
Do you hear how quiet the crowd is compared to...
Get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Like, that's what I'm saying, guys, is cringe is Pokemon go to the polls. Like, it's nowhere near as bad as let's get out the vote, let's get out the vote, let's get out the vote. So, that's the thing, man. Oh, they do use speakers to feed the crowd, like fake noises. Yeah, no, they've already been caught doing that with fake applause and everything. So, I don't even think Pokemon Go to the polls is that bad, personally. This takes the fucking cake.
Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win.
Bro, that is so bad. I mean, that's just on a different level, guys. That is on a different ass level than Pokemon go to the polls. Like, at least the crowd kind of liked it when Hillary did it. I mean, it definitely was cringe, but I don't think it landed anywhere near as bad as complete silence of someone on stage trying to start a chant. Tim Marco, the 7-1 woman's cackling is another man's applause. Yeah. I'm surprised Review Tech hasn't put that on his soundboard yet. And Chad Wolf with the 5. I'm a white dude for Harris, and I'm voting for her so my daughter can get raw dogged without consequences. Amen, brother. Hell yeah. You know, that's a respectable stance to have. And El Rosario Sol with the 2. Her rally is so small compared to... Yeah, and like 3 of them were like that. She had a big one in Philly, which apparently 30,000 people came out for, but it was also a Lady Gaga concert, so, yeah. She ended the night with one in Philly, and it was a Lady Gaga concert, so, yeah. It's the same thing that Hillary did. She had a Bon Jovi concert, and everybody went for the concert and then left when she started talking. So, yep, it's going to be the exact same repeat, bro. This is the Clinton campaign all over again. Eclipse with the tier 2 membership. Really appreciate it, bro. Ferris with the 2. Even funnier that they were already chanting. Yeah, exactly. You don't start a chant immediately. Bro, it's just everything's so scripted, though. That's the problem. There's nothing authentic about that campaign at all. She's just reading off the teleprompter. But oh man, I don't know. I'm pretty hyped for tomorrow, guys. I think it's gonna be a very good night. I have the feeling of 2016 again, like times 10. So I think tonight's gonna be pretty good. Well, I mean, she had a nice setup tonight. It was at the, I think, whatever, Independence Hall in Philadelphia. So that was a nice backdrop. But yeah, she had like 4 small rallies today before that one. So I don't think anybody's going to get fired from MSNBC if Trump wins, because then it becomes content to hate on him. So that's how they make their money, is by resisting. So negative Trump content will be super popular again. Let's see. JE5150 with the 5. You know, she be getting mad every time Trump calls her a low. I know, the truth hurts more than anything. Ah, bro. I don't know. I'm very excited. Bro, I'm really hoping we have a good night. We need a W, bro. It's been 4 years of shit. Absolute fucking shit. It's gonna be a blowout. Bro. I hope so, dude. God willing. I fucking hope so, man. Like, we need this win badly. We absolutely need this win badly. I mean, I'm just scrolling through Twitter and I'm seeing, like, you know, random people like fucking FaZe Banks endorsing Trump. Like, bro, there's just a momentum. And then the Trump campaign just retweeted it too and said FaZe Trump question. Like, bro, there's momentum. There's a ton of momentum going into tomorrow. It's a great thing that a lot of men didn't vote early this time, because now with the Joe Rogan endorsement, the new Elon podcast that dropped, the Ron Paul stuff, the Libertarian Party stuff, all these like micro celebrities coming out and endorsing Trump, finally, it's like just going to be that last kick in the fucking ass that some dudes need to get off their ass and go fucking finish this shit out. It's just, the momentum's there, man. The momentum is absolutely fucking there. Yeah, Elon's been out there, you know, working his ass off. Like, this just, it feels good, man. It feels good. Trump did it. He ran a phenomenal campaign. He really does, dude. He has a great team. So yeah, I saw. Yeah, Buzz Aldrin endorsed Trump, which he's never done an endorsement before, which is pretty cool. It's just, bro, it feels this is like 2016 on steroids. And I remember, like, in 2016, like, you were literally afraid of telling people you were voting for Trump because you would get, like, physically fucking attacked in some cases. So I feel like that sentiment is still there to a degree. Like, you can't put, like, Trump bumper stickers on your car or stuff like that because people will key it or break your windshield or something crazy. But the support feels a lot more vocal this time, and I think a lot of people are going to be crossing party lines for Trump this time around. Because you got to remember, everybody that was voting for Kennedy was a registered Democrat for the most part. So there's going to be a pretty large contingent of people that cross over from the Democrat Party to Republican this time around. And also independents are going to heavily swing towards Trump, I feel like, because of just how bad the overall state of the economy, immigration, just everything is at this point. Foreign affairs, you name it. Even the polls aren't black-pilling, though, because, like, Trump is up higher in the polls than he's ever been before. So even if you look at the polls, they shouldn't be a black pill. They should be the biggest red pill you've ever, or I guess what, white pill, whatever the fuck you want to call it, doesn't matter. Trump is doing 3% better against Clinton right now. He's doing 7% better than Biden right now. Like, this shit is great. All that's left is to materialize. That's it. Yeah, I'm at the point now where if she wins, this shit is the biggest rig in history. There's no way. Not when their early voting numbers are this fucking low. There's no chance. Absolutely no chance. Let's see. So you generation with the 2, you're excited to play Dragon Age. Oh yeah, I'm dying too, man. And Lord Danielson with the 10, all of Camel Toe's rallies were hidden behind celebrity appearances and concerts. Yep. Or the promise of concerts, which never panned out. She had nothing meaningful to say. Meanwhile, Trump's rally were patriotic and actually got you hyped. Let's take back the USA. Yep, it was pure talk of policy, what he's going to do. You know, a celebration of the U.S. Like, it's just people who actually give a shit. Her stuff is so fake. Like, there's no genuine enthusiasm at all. Everybody feels like they were paid to be there, which is literally the case, but, you know. I don't know, man. I'm just like, I really feel good about tomorrow, or I guess today now, but, yeah. Why did my super chat feed just get cleared? Alright, let me scroll up. So, FBI with the 2, on my way to illegally vote for Trump. Go to California, man, you can do it. They don't ask for ID. And JE5150 with the 5, what do you think of the people that are doom scrolling polls and Polymarket? People need to ignore polls and vote. Well, if you're going by Polymarket and polls, then you're going to be very happy with the results you see, but yeah, don't get complacent. Go fucking vote. Like, if you're going to worry about betting markets, place your bet and go act like your money's on the line. Go vote. Get other people to vote. Bring your friends. Bring your family. Bring your coworkers. Like, whoever you can to go vote for Trump. Do it, man. That's it. That's all that's left to be done at this point. We can look over polls, stats, you know, betting markets, the vibes, everything. It doesn't matter. All that matters now is voting. Drew Bayou at the 5. Donald Trump beats 2 women for the presidency. What a exactly, man. Donald Trump single-handedly saving us from our first female president. Chris with the 50. Good for karma. Wait. Good for karma going into tomorrow. We need to get the country back on track. Now is the time. Exactly, dude. Really appreciate it. That's very kind of you, man. It's very generous of you. But dude, this feels really good, honestly. Like 2016 even kind of took me by surprise to an extent. Like I had a feeling Trump was going to win, but it wasn't like that like gut feeling like, oh yeah, this is like in the bag. This time, bro, like this feels like we're literally on like the fucking 1 yard line at this point. And it feels like everybody's excited to go vote, which is what's important. So I think it's going to be a very good night. Honcho with the 5. Nothing pisses me off more than seeing journalists like Jez from Windows Central endorsing Camel Toe. He's not even from the U.S. He's from Britanistan. Yeah, and the ironic thing is, too, is he's a massive socialist lefty cuck that literally lives with his girlfriend's mom in a fucking bedroom, sits on his 400-pound ass all day, playing video games and writing, you know, goy slop articles about video games and shilling Phil Spencer's Microsoft. So, you know, he dreams about sucking Phil Spencer's Microsoft, if you get what I mean. But, yeah, it's just pathetic excuses for human life. Merc with the 2. If illegals vote, Trump. Should they stay? I think a case could be made for that. I think you could make a case for that. Yeah, like if ICE shows up to like deport them and they have a MAGA hat on, and it's like, okay, you can stay. Here's your citizenship application. But yeah, I don't think that would happen. I don't think that would happen. Oh, Rich is definitely voting for the cackling cunt. He's a massive leftist, dude. Rich is a massive lefty. So he's definitely going to vote for her. It's not even a question. Rich's live stream's already set for tomorrow. Oh, God. Let me guess, there's going to be a lot of birds belching, fucking nipples, and cock jokes. Woohoo. Oh, yeah, Tipster definitely did mail in, but he probably had his wife bring in the mail because, you know, he doesn't get out of that gaming chair other than to take a shit. I like J.D. Vance personally. I thought he was a good pick. And I think that's panned out to be the case. He's done a very good job so far. Way better than Mike Pence ever did, so... Mike Pence was a loser. He never did anything, bro. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. I just saw this, so now y'all have to. Hold on. Bro, this is cursed. Holy shit. Hold on. Yeah, y'all have to witness this. I just had to see it, so now somebody else does too. Prepare to be shocked. Get ready.
Companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security.
Yeah, it's Mark Cuban's face, like etched on top of Rachel Mad Cow. Yeah, it's Mark Cuban's face put on top of Rachel Mad Cow. That shit is cursed, bro.
Terms. Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk, Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is an untenable reality in national security terms. Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
The resemblance is uncanny. Jesus Christ, dude. Griff would smash with a brick. Yeah. I'd grab a brick and smash that shit until it turned into a bloody pulp if I saw such a horror appear in front of my face. Disgusting, man. Let's see, Phil Kajits with the 5. Brittany Venti said she'll post feet if Trump wins. Hell yeah. I guess that's a good thing. So there you go, man. I hope for your sake it comes true. And Mark Jacobs with the 5. These Democrat operatives, Harry Sisson, David Pakman, or networks, Media's touch, MSNBC, and celebrities are going to have a meltdown once Trump wins. Let's hope so, bro. God willing. God willing. Honcho with the 5. Paris is also voting for Camel Toe now. That stream where the one guy was disrespecting his wife. That's right. He didn't get to watch. But yeah. Tommy LS with the 5. How would you celebrate the election if Red wins? I don't even know, man. We got to get there first. Oh my god. It's been a stressful 2 weeks, though, on the lead up, so I don't even know. I'll first take a deep breath. And just, I don't know. But I have a feeling it's going to be a good night, guys. I think we're in for a good time. Bro, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to sleep tonight. I'm like, I have like the nervous fucking shakes. No, I don't, but it's like nerve-wracking, man. Trump needs 270. Yep, he should get like 300 is my guess. 300-ish. I think he'll win 2 of the 3 Rust Belt states for the swing states, and then he'll sweep Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and probably Nevada as well. I think all of those are already set. So he just needs to win 1 when it comes to Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania. I think he has Pennsylvania in the bag, personally. But we'll see. Yeah, I did get hyped up by the last rally, man. I'm excited. Like, honestly. This is the best I've ever felt going into a Trump election. So, I just have that feeling. I think everybody does. So I think everybody's energized, everybody's excited, and everybody wants to see this shit, you know, cross the finish line. So, yep, it's the last campaign rally ever. After, you know, a 10-year journey, basically. So it's pretty wild. No, I think Michigan's the biggest 50-50. Michigan's the bluest of the 3. Wisconsin's like right in the middle between Pennsylvania and Michigan. Michigan will be the hardest for him to win, but I think it'll be alright. I think it's going to be alright, guys. I think we're in for a very, very good election night. I hope so. Can't stand Hamilton. Me neither, bro. Oh, that's like one of the best silver linings too, is even if you don't like Trump, vote to get rid of her. Shit. If you don't plan on voting because you don't like either candidate, just vote to get rid of her, please. Please. No, I don't think we should have... I don't think having a female president is necessarily a bad thing. It's just we don't want one like Hillary or Cameltoe. If it was like a Tulsi Gabbard or like, you know, someone like that, I think it'd be fine. We need an actual good female... Or like Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She would be a good female president. Like, I don't have an issue with it being a woman. The problem is I don't want a dumb bitch. A cackling cunt. Like, we don't need that. We need an actual, like, well-equipped, smart person. And the two that have popped up are not fit for office. That's for sure. One was corrupt as shit, and the other one is a literal fucking airhead. Can you imagine her on her rat? Oh my god. I don't think that matters at her age. Yeah, but just imagine her like in an actual hearts. I need to ask a question. Like, imagine her actually having to make decisions, guys. That's a scary thought. That is a genuinely scary thought. Her having to make real, important, like, actually substantial decisions. I mean, she can't even answer whether or not she voted for a proposition in California or not. She's like, I'm not here to talk about that. Because she probably doesn't even know what the fuck she voted for. She doesn't know what the hell her team put on the ballot for her. She doesn't do anything. She's a fucking airhead. She is not fit to be president by any measure. She is dumb. If I can formulate a better answer to a question that puts her in a favorable light than she can do for herself, that's sad. And I'm not even trying to be president. And I could come up with better answers for her than she can come up with for herself. Yeah, she's incompetent. And unfortunately, the media is so corrupt that they allow this type of person to be their puppet, even though it would be to the detriment of the entire country. It's just insanity, man. It is absolute insanity. Yeah, what happened when she went to tell Putin not to invade Ukraine? He invaded 3 days later. He said, fuck you, I don't care. It's like, no. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna do what I want. Putin smelled the fucking weakness from a mile away. And he was right. They are weak. They're grossly incompetent. Oh, dude, I don't know. I'm amped right now. I wish there was like a Trump event or something tomorrow, but I gotta work. Which I'm not getting any work done tomorrow, most likely. I don't think anybody will. Alright, so let me swap the input. No, I am not amped to play Dragon Age.
Thank you. Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go and
That's the other option, guys. Does that motivate you? It better. I'm gonna go refill my drink real quick because I'm almost empty. So I'll be back in like 1 minute. I'm gonna go pee real quick too, since we'll be here for a while. But yeah, just give me a minute or two. I'll be back.
let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go and thank you. Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go and thank you. Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go and thank you. Let's vote. Let's get out the 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 vote. Let's win. All right, let's get to work. 24 hours to go and
Everybody enjoy. I didn't want to leave y'all without entertainment, so. Alright, here we go. Dragon Age Troonguard. Very woke slop. Oh, and Chrome just crashed right when I opened it. It's a sign. English. Alright. Performance. Alright, I guess that's fine.
I knew him.
I am not
soulless,
picking surgery
smart,
scars.
thoughtful. Loved to hear himself talk. But long ago, he had a different name. The Dreadwolf. Ancient elven god of lies, or
I had
heroic
$60
rebel
worth
against
of Best
tyranny,
Buy certificates that were
depending
going to
on which
expire
story you
tomorrow.
believe.
So
In his
I just
desperate
used
fight
them to
against the
buy
corrupt
this. So I
elven
paid
gods,
$11
Solus
for it.
creating a veil that
That's all I
split our
paid. I
world
paid
from
10
the raw
bucks.
magic of the Fade. He had won. But the veil cost the elves everything. Their magic, their freedom, even their immortality. Now, Solus
I
wants
also
to
got
tear down that
$200 to play this.
and
So
undo the damage he caused, even if that means
FBI with the 2. I'm already bored. Play something else. All right, we can do that.
somebody's got to stop him. And that's where you come in.
The bum. Here we go, guys. Do I want to be... I feel like I should be an elf, because aren't they, like, immortal? Let's see if we can actually make an attractive female elf. If that's even possible. Should I play as a... Well, no, the elves are, like, literally a 2024 sitcom. There's one of each fucking gender and variety everywhere. Alright, so appearance. Oh, wow. Oh, it gives you recommended pronouns. That's not very accepting. Oh, wait. I thought I was on the appearance still. I'm already triggered, bro. Alright, we'll do this girl elf. A woman. Ooh, non-binary. Head shape. Ooh. What do you guys think? Is that probably good? Right here? I think that's about as feminine as we're getting. Yeah, it definitely has the wide cheekbones, but I'm guessing you'll be able to change that later. Maybe. I would say face shape, that's alright. Okay.
I can't afford this shit!
Head shape, complexion. shit. Yeah, I'm making an actual woman. Youthful? I don't know what the difference is. I guess that's fine. Let's see. I need to make her white, dude. Yeah, they're all gonna look old. There's a fucking vitiligo slider. Yeah, that's a very common condition, that it needs its own setting. Forehead and brow. Alright, so let's see. I have no idea how to do this without making a fucking freak. Flatten. No idea what that does. I didn't see any difference. Yeah, that literally doesn't do anything, so I'm just gonna leave it off. Width. Give her a chromag brow. Megamind. Guess that's fine. Yeah, I don't really care about... Alright, so yeah, cheeks and jaw. Here we go. Maybe we can make her less man-jawish. That looks better. Gaughtness? Oh, you can hide the hair. That's actually kind of helpful. Oh, that's the buccal fat removal. Okay. That makes a pretty significant difference. Jowls? Oh, the DSP setting. Hell yeah, dude. Width. So yeah, that's the man jaw. I mean, she's starting to look better, I guess. I'm not really the best at these, like, sliders and shit. Still a dude. Yeah, it looks 30 instead of 40 now. Alright, so let's see. Chin. Yeah, that's definitely better. Height. No, I don't want that. A double chin. Oh, how inclusive. She looks like a Twitch streamer? Alright, perfect. Then she can make some money. A larynx? Oh, can you give her the fucking, What does that even do? Oh, the Adam's apple, okay. Scalp. I'm not gonna fuck with that, I don't really care. Alright, so I wanna go back. I wanna see if I can get rid of these ugly ass moles. I don't like the mole on her lip. So I guess 3. Nope. 4. There we go. Yeah, it's very hard apparently to make an attractive female. That's what I read. Let's see how big the titties get. Ready? They're gonna give you tiny. Wow, dude. Holy shit. She's packing some absolute missiles. Whoa, dude, she's caked up. Hell yeah. Watch the bulge be like huge. Ready? It's gonna be massive. Yeah, you can make the bulge bigger than the actual tits. Alright, so eye shape. I don't really know if I want to fuck with this, because... There we go. Beautiful. These type of things I'm not really good at with character creations. We definitely need to give her a different nose, though, before we do anything more with the shape. That's probably the best one I've seen. Not that one. Not that one. Shit. I feel like that's like the most normal one, and I could probably make it smaller. I don't like that one. Which one's smaller? The schnoz? Yeah. I feel like that's a pretty good side profile, right? That looks pretty normal. She has jowls? I turned that setting off. So. A curve? I don't even know what that means. Like that? Dude, it's hard to make an attractive woman in this game. They don't want you to. I feel like that's fine. I don't really care. I'm not gonna fucking get obsessed over the fucking character creator. I have no idea if you can reduce the ear size. We haven't even gotten there yet. I think that's better. I think that's fine. Alright, I'm not gonna mess with that. That's good enough. We'll go back to eye shape. Can you do like color? Or not? Oh yeah, there. Cataract. Ew, that's creepy. The lips are what's throwing it off. 'Cause, 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 'cause She doesn't need DSLs. That looks more natural, I guess. Yeah, that looks much better. Doesn't have the fucking massive, you know, smackers. I need to figure out what's going on with the face, though. Like, I think it's maybe just the way this fucking game is. They don't want you to make the character actually look normal. That looks better. Yeah, well, it's the DEI face, bro. Like, look at this shit. I have everything turned down. To a certain degree, it's gonna be fucking DEI face, so I can only do so much. Oh, wait, wrong way. Can make her like a Skeletor face. There's only so much you can do with the DEI settings, so. I think that's probably about as good as it's gonna get, honestly. Like, we're gonna spend 8 fucking years doing this shit, so. Because the thing is, bro, it's like, the fucking DEI shit is not gonna go away, so. The DEI face is not changing. Ew. Why the fuck would you want cauliflower here? I have no idea what that does. Hairstyle. Oh boy. Hell yeah. Perfect, man. This is the Horizon one, right? I feel like this is probably going to be the best one. So 27. $36 is possible. That one's not bad. 68. All right, we'll keep it on there for that. Or 69, bro. Which one looks better? You can't zoom out to see how long it is, so it kind of makes it hard. Let's see. I think we should just go with 69. I think that's fine. Ew. I'm colorblind, so I can't even tell what that is. What does that look like? That's green, right? I think that's probably fine. That looks brown enough, right? Alright, we'll go with this one, I guess. Makeup. Hell yeah, dude. Let's make her a painted whore. Yeah, I'm gonna go with none. That's way too much work. Make sure there's none. Alright, that's good enough. Yes. Did it not save it? What? Oh my god. Why the fuck would it not save it? Did you have to hit like a fucking save button? Alright, I'm not redoing everything again. What in the fuck, bro? Why would it not take you back to your fucking menu? That is so retarded. I'm not redoing all that shit again. That's good enough, I guess. I'm not redoing all that shit. I may just get rid of the DEI chin as much as I can. That's so fucking gay. We gotta get rid of those stupid fucking... This is so irritating, man. I'm actually pissed. Alright, I need to get rid of the nasty fucking mouth. Hold on. So fucking irritating, man. Hell yeah, dude. I would say that's good enough, honestly. Like, I don't know. I don't really want to do all this again. So yeah, that's like basically the exact same thing. No bulge. Yeah, I'll do the skin in a second. That shit really pisses me off, man. What a piece of shit. What an actual piece of... let me make sure. Yeah. Alright, I guess that's as good as it's gonna get. Let me do the eyes real quick. Hell yeah, dude. I guess that's fine. Alright, good enough. I don't really care. So, square. Wow, that's so retarded, man. Actually, let me do... Oh, shit. Hell yeah, bro. All right. Dude, why does it look like she has a fucking 5 o'clock shadow now? Y'all see that? It looks like she has fucking whiskers. What in the fuck, man? I can't afford this shit. Like, It's definitely not the character model. It's just the shitty fucking graphics, I guess, and lighting. Alright, I'm just gonna ignore it for now. What class should I be? A woman's role? Dude, they just have to make everything fucking gay. Mage, of course. Alright. Although I could do this. I don't know. I kind of want to actually play the game, though. I think it's just the lighting. I don't know why. It looks like she has a 5 o'clock shadow. It's like the lighting, I guess. I don't fucking know. Where? Alright, so warrior is apparently the best class. Eh, fuck it, I'll play mage. Why not? Dude, that lighting is fucking awful. My character... Alright, I'm not being a woman. I've already decided... I can't do it, bro. She looks fucking trans. And it's just gross. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I'm not playing as a fucking trans. Like, you literally go through it and then, like, it just looks like a fucking tranny. It's disgusting. I hate all of these, but I guess this one's the normal one. Alright, this should be quick, because I don't fucking care. I'm done. Hair. We just want something generic. That doesn't look fucking gay. Hell yeah, dude. Good enough. Color. We'll just do brown. And we gotta go to eyes and get rid of the fucking... There was a thing for, like, mascara, and I don't remember where it was. Yeah, okay. Okay, so you just look like a painted whore no matter what. Nice. They literally put makeup on a man. Dude, this game is fucking gay as hell. Alright, good enough. I don't care. I'm done. Just make him tall. Done. Faction, I don't fucking know. Shit, that money, hell yeah, dude. I have no idea. Which one should I be? This one, I guess. I think this one has like the best strip. I mean, this one looks gay. So I guess this one. Whatever. I don't fucking care. Why would I want to take more damage? Oh, is this difficulty? Okay, yeah, I'll just do this one for now. How long will it take? Here, just in case it shows my email, I'm gonna just put it on there real quick. There we go. Feminine 1.
I'm glad you're here. Time to get to work.
Oops.
What's he been saying now?
Yeah, definitely that one.
What's he been saying now? Well, we're not in trouble. Well, let's move.
That's fine. Alright, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, it does look terrible. You either look like a tranny or,
so,
you know.
Where were we? Skip it up and faggot.
Right. Like you don't really have
Our
a choice.
Best plan is to stop the Dreadwolf before he can perform his ritual. After following his trail across half the known world, we finally tracked him to Manrathus, capital of the Tevinter Imperium. But to find the Dreadwolf in a city this big, we need a local expert. So, naturally, our story begins where all great stories begin. With the seediest bar in town. And a missing contact.
Let's try this again. Where's Nev Gallus?
You think you can come into my bar and make demands?
Nev Gallus is my only shot at finding the Dreadwolf. I'm not leaving until I know where she is. Be ready to talk by the time I get to you.
Darling, you're adorable.
Oh my god. Whoa, dude, my guy's badass.
Not enough gold in the world for this.
Varric, now! Meet Bianca. She'd like you to stay a while.
Dude, this is so awesome.
Nev Gallus.
Dumat Plaza. The Venatori cultists took her to Dumat Plaza.
Now have your way with her lifeless body. I was just kidding, it's not that type of fantasy.
He's at Dumont Plaza.
I heard. That's why you're my second in command. Although, for the record, there was probably an easier way to do that than fighting an entire bar.
See you say that. But we do have Nev's location now, so...
Don't get cocky.
Come on. Harding will be worried.
All right. Break's over.
Let's see. Daryl's on the 2. Wow, Griffin's sporting the trans scheme. That's right, man.
She's the best damn detective
You know?
I've ever
Respect trans kids, affirm trans rights, stand with Ukraine, Black Lives Matter, trans visibility is valid.
The Archon's palace.
Evolved with the 5, you didn't press square to save changes, and didn't read... Yeah, it doesn't matter. If you close customization in a character creation menu, it should just save it by default. That shitty fucking UI design.
We don't want to look conspicuous.
Should I help the
Just
4?
get out of here nice and casual. Find Nev Gallus and stop Solus.
Hold on, is it a man? Alright, I'll help the guy out, but if it was a woman, I wouldn't.
Andraste bless you.
Vote for Trump. Hell yeah, dude.
You still think you can talk him down before he starts his big ritual?
Opinionated junkie with the 2. I am worried. Remember 2022 midterm.
Separating us from the fade and
yeah, I think this is a little different though. Midterm elections aren't the same as presidential, so. I think we're in a good spot, but yep, everybody needs to fucking vote. Dude, that woman right there looks better than any of the main characters.
Is it because of the
Women-wise.
Word travels fast in Minrathus.
We've got to help her.
That woman right there looks way more attractive than any of the main characters.
Oh, crap.
We're too late.
The ritual started.
Because she's white? Well, I wasn't gonna say that, but I guess.
Let's go. Harding's this way. She'll get us to Dumont Plaza. Then Nev will get us to Solus.
Watch out! Solus summoning demons on purpose?
My guess is the veil is weakening.
Why aren't they attacking us? Aren't demons supposed to kill people?
And when the veil comes down completely?
Oh my god!
The whole world is going to look a lot like this. Come on, this way. It should get us to Harding.
You're safe now. Get inside and bar the doors quick as you can, okay?
Thank you, miss.
Harding, you all right?
I've been doing what I can to help. The ritual must be weakening the veil. There are a lot of scared people out here.
And a lot of demons. Haven't seen this many come through the Fade in years.
And what about you two? Are you okay?
Fought some demons, and the Archon's palace took a few shots at us. Nothing we couldn't handle.
Speak for yourself.
Have you got my gear?
Right over
Where's her beard? Yeah, it just looks like she was
Where's
eating
Nev
somebody's
Gallus?
ass and they
Wasn't she at
fucking
the meeting
sneezed.
The Venatori got to her first. They grabbed her before we arrived and paid off the bar owner to keep it quiet.
I'm not surprised our detective did something to piss off a cult of murderous blood mages, but their timing stinks. The bar owner said the Venatori took Nev to Dumont Plaza. Can you get us there, Harding?
Not a problem. I saw Dumont Plaza while I was scouting the area, and it was crawling with Venatori. Follow me.
Eyes up. We've got company.
Demon. Here they come.
Yeah, I could have figured that out without a fucking tutorial. I love how they just assume gamers are retarded, and you can't just figure out controls.
I think that's the last of them.
Good. Let's get to Dumont Plaza and find Nev.
Why would I take a
You all
drink?
right? Patch yourselves up if you need it.
I don't get it. If Solus tears down the veil, doesn't that destroy everything?
Solus always talked about how beautiful the ancient world was,
That world existed before the veil, and he wants to bring it back.
even if his ritual kills us all in the process.
What's in that pot? Oh, potion. Potion full. Why is there a potion restriction? That's fucking stupid. It's an RPG.
Oh no, I think that's Dumont.
Yeah, bro, this, like, Space Marine 2 makes these, like, type of events so much better than this game already. Like, that's what's crazy. It's like, after playing Space Marine 2, these spectacle, like, showcase events in the background look like shit. Like, Space Marine did the atmosphere and, like, epic shit in the background so much better.
Looks like the Venatori put up a barrier and blocked the way.
More intruders! Avenge our fallen brethren!
Friendly bunch of cultists, aren't they?
The crows have taken out contracts on them. Nasty bastards.
Yep, that's them.
Yo, I got a hammer. Hell yeah. I don't know if they're gonna make a Stellar Babe too. I would definitely like to see it, but I don't know. They haven't really mentioned anything about it.
Barik Tetris! Take your revenge!
Another barrier. But it looks like Nev's work, not the Venatori's.
No, I don't think the budget for Stellar Blade was that expensive. I think it was only like maybe a $20 million game. It sold over $1 million, so they made their money back a lot more.
It's so good to see you.
Not to mention they got a check from Sony too.
They thought the same thing.
Stellar Blade's not a very like expensive type of game to make. I mean, it probably had about the same budget as Nier, which Nier had like a, you know, micro budget.
So I'm back on the job.
Appreciate it. Rook, this is Nev Gallus, our local expert. She's gonna help us find Solus. Nev, meet Rook. Harding and I found him a while back. Thought we could use an expert on trouble.
Rook, like the chess piece?
One of the strongest pieces on the board, but he tends to think in straight lines.
We haven't got a lot of time. Varric said you had a lead on Solus?
You get right to the point. I haven't seen Solus in person, but I did find hints of old magic, similar to what you get in elven ruins. I traced it to a building beneath Our Lady of Victory. That's where your man is hiding.
Then let's go, before this ritual he's doing gets any worse.
Worse, this ritual's already drawing more power than I'd expect from a dozen mages. You told me he was working alone.
I also told you he was an ancient elven god.
An elven god. Well, whatever he is, he's causing trouble in my city. Let's go.
All citizens in the canal district must remain in their homes.
So if we do catch Solus, or the Dread Wolf, whatever he calls himself, what's the plan?
He wants to bring down the veil. Hopefully that ritual takes his full attention.
So we catch him while he's doing his ritual, so he can't fight us.
That's the hope. If it comes to a straight-up fight, we're dead. I'm getting too old for this.
There. That's the building I tracked Solus to.
Looks like the Venatori also found it. And then Demons found them.
I guess that's kind of cool. I'm like Captain America, dude.
Enchantment on the entrance. I can get it.
So this is the Dread Wolf's hideout.
One of them, at least. Not sure how long he's been here.
Some of this looks ancient.
Solus has been around longer than Manrathus itself.
Broken chains. Solus is freeing slaves.
Solus hates slavery. One of the few things we actually agreed on.
I don't.
He said the other elven gods were...
What do you see?
I don't agree on it.
Solus. Just a big glowing window.
But of course, you don't have an
something.
option for that.
Well, that sounds ominous.
See, isn't that funny, bro? Like, this is how you know this game's woke. Because, like, even a villain can't believe in slavery, dude. Like, it's literally implausible to the left that even the most evil character in the game, or whatever the fuck this guy is, even he wouldn't even resort to slavery. Those evil whites. Have guilt, white people. You had slaves, and not even the villain would have slavery. Like, that's exactly what this shit is, bro. It's so, like, easy to pick up on this dog shit subliminal messaging.
Yeah. Trying to control it, maybe?
It's literally this basic-ass form of subliminal messaging to, like, try and guilt people. Warriors have access to two-handed weapons. Okay.
It sounds like that opened something below.
Whoa, no way! Thanks for the heads up, you useless bitch. Yeah, this is gonna be one of those games where the NPCs tell you how to do everything. I can already
the
tell.
big glowing window you saw earlier, Rook.
It's called an alluvion. They're elven and very old.
It acts... Well, we're not in Minrathous anymore.
I know these trees. This is Arlethan Forest.
And there's your ritual. The power involved. I've never seen anything like it.
The tremors are getting worse.
And we've got demons.
There we go. Alright, I was checking something.
I thought the demons were bad back in Minrathous.
The Fade's a mess this close to the ritual. No telling what could come.
Does it feel like those tremors are getting worse?
Keep moving and try not to think about it.
Another cutscene. Holy shit, man.
Not many of them left to light.
Every game nowadays is basically just on rails. You can't just fucking fight. No, you're running ahead too quick. Stop. It's just irritating. Oops. Marvel music, yeah.
Almost there.
I mean, I'm basically playing as Captain America with a sword right now, so... Like, look.
Nothing compared to how many we'll get if Solus finishes this ritual.
Pride demon. Uh-oh. What did they mean by that?
Watch the lightning.
Through the veil.
It's a pride demon. Damn thing probably sensed Solus's ego.
Or the fact that he was sucking a cock.
Everyone all right?
Good enough. Let's get to Solus.
Well, I have this on disc, so I can get rid of the game when I'm done with it.
All right. I'll take
I
it
can
from
sell
here.
it, so.
Are you sure? Positive. You three just keep the demons off me while I talk to him.
Varric, Solus isn't gonna stop just because an old friend asks nicely.
Solus needs someone to sell him another option, to help him justify changing his mind.
We've got your back. If anyone can get through to him, you can.
Thanks, Rook. Whatever else he is, he's my friend. And if he won't listen to me, then he'll hear from Bianca.
More demons!
Take care of the team for me. Hey, Chuckles. Hope I'm not interrupting.
Let's buy him some time.
Oops.
I hope Varric is getting through to Solus.
I'm not really paying attention to the shitty cutscenes.
The veil is a wound inflicted upon this world. It must be healed.
By drowning the world in demons?
I have taken precautions to minimize the damage, Varric.
Minimize the... People are dying right now. You need to listen. Please.
Is he like the big bad of Dragon Age or not?
People are always dying. It is what they do.
Shit. We need a better plan.
Do you want me to take the shot?
What work
Yeah,
is too powerful?
okay. Yeah, I know nothing about Dragon Age. I never really played the
See
other
those statues?
ones.
If we break the scaffolding holding that one up, the whole thing will come down on Solus.
It's risky. Interrupting a ritual of this scale will have consequences.
And what about the demons? Varric needs us to hold them off.
Right, you two
He
stay
was a
here.
party
I'll
member
bring
in
down the statue.
Inquisition?
What? No.
Okay.
Stepping into all that raw magic is suicide.
The storm could tear you apart.
Anyone got a better idea?
Fine, but you'll need backup. I'm with you.
Dude, this just makes me appreciate games like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth even more.
Stay back and deal with the demons.
Because I genuinely don't give a single fuck about any of these characters. They're all ugly and cringe.
Let's go, Ned. Harding, keep the demons busy.
Good luck.
This is it!
We need to bring down the scaffolding.
Why? Why tear down the veil, knowing all the lives it'll cost?
We shared a journey years ago. Do you believe that I would do this if there was some other better option?
The pillar's weak, but...
It isn't falling! We need to push it!
Right!
Dude, you just broke wood. You have a sword. Oh my god. You have magic. You can literally fucking knock them down. But yeah, let's push it. Why does he have a kunai knife? Woke up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. Hell yeah. Nah, you can pick to be a human, a dwarf, an elf, and then the fucking furry thingy. I chose to be an elf so I could be a fuckable twink, I guess. There you go.
You have no idea what you have done. Soulless.
I know what I did. I stopped you from destroying the world. I was not destroying the world. When you disrupted my ritual, the magical energies pulled me here, into the Fade.
Okay, so that's why you're here. But why am I here?
Your physical body is unconscious, but you shed a few drops of blood at the ritual site. Enough for a tenuous connection.
Blood magic?
Firstly, I abhor the use of blood magic. Secondly, had I the power to control you, I would already have used it.
All right, you brought me here to talk. What are we talking about?
The Evanurus, or as you would call them, the Elven Gods. The creatures that escaped. In ancient times, they ruled the elves, but that was not enough. They sought not just to be obeyed, but to be worshipped. When I rebelled, they drew on the horrific magic of the Blight, corrupting all they saw until I trapped them. Thanks to you, though, I am now trapped, and the blighted Elven Gods walk free.
How am I supposed to trust anything you're saying?
You saw them escape from my prison.
I also saw you bringing down the veil.
I had a plan.
Varric always said you'd have a big explanation for why none of this was your fault.
Varric?
Yeah, he said that's your style. Never quite lies, clever half-truths that let you convince yourself you're doing the right thing. He tried to talk to you anyway, and now he's hurt.
Varric is quite practiced at shading the truth himself.
So those things that got out, you said they were gods?
They said they were gods. Blighted, tyrannical, sadistic gods. It took all my power to imprison them millennia ago, but I am certain you will be fine.
How bad are we talking here?
Their power outstripped my own even before they embraced the corruption of the Blight.
But you did imprison them.
Through trickery. I also had a ritual dagger of pure lyrium, and a network of mirrors to take me from the lighthouse across the world.
I don't have either of those.
Well then, I expect you will be busy. Elganan and Gillenane are your problem to solve. This is your responsibility now.
Why? Why tear down the veil?
Listen.
You have no idea what you have done. This is your responsibility now.
Well, look who's still with us.
Varric? You're okay. But I saw Solus stab you. You fell.
Trust me, kid. I've had worse. It'd take more than a flesh wound to stop me. Don't think I'll be making it out to the field anytime soon, though.
What happened?
I did my best to talk sense into Solus, but of course, he wasn't listening. He never does.
The plan did go a little wrong.
Yeah. Harding got everyone out.
Yeah, it's
By
a
the skin
Disney
of her
movie,
teeth,
dude.
mostly.
Nobody can die.
Before you
Especially the
start
trans
worrying,
character.
Nev will be fine. She's apparently a lot tougher than both of us put together. Or, at least, she's a lot tougher than me.
Varric, when we stopped the ritual, something else got out. Something even Solus is afraid of.
You've got this, Rook. World's not flooded with demons right now. Because you stopped Solus, not me.
Varric, even so, I need you to...
Rook, you've got this. I've seen your work. Like your impulsive rescue of those captives from the Antam slavers. There's a reason I dragged you into this whole Solus mess. You're clever, adaptable, and you don't know when to quit.
Rook, look who's awake. I've been searching the place for lyrium potions. Didn't mean to intrude.
Not at all. I was just about to have a look around.
Oh, be careful if you go outside, Rook. It is a long way down. The Alluvian led us into something, and it's in the Fade. Because that's what we needed. The dream world.
Then I really need to look around.
Can't hurt. In theory. And we need to talk about our next move. Maybe find Harding? She went outside somewhere. There's a table.
This
in
is
central
the
area
bitch
here.
Mischief finds
Go ahead,
attractive.
Rook. Me?
Well, he lives in Londonistan, so it's about all he can find.
See you later, kid.
Ah. So you can change your character at any time. I guess that's nice.
Rook, you're awake. And we're...
In the Fade.
This is where people come when they dream, but dwarves don't dream. And somehow I'm here.
Yeah, it's unreal. Nev thought we should talk about what to do next.
We should. But maybe look around a little. We might be here a while.
Wisps. Figures are in
We'll
the
see if
fate,
this
but I
actually
swear
gives you
they're
something or
following
not.
me.
You alright?
Strange place you've fallen into, but I'll work with it. You know me.
Do I?
I know Varric wanted you for the job. You know the same about me.
I made a call that got you injured right after we met.
I'll be fine. You trusted me for the job, and I delivered. That's what counts. If we're stuck in this, let's hope you can trust me again.
Ooh.
Alright. But I still wish we had a smoother start.
So much for first impressions.
Here's hoping I'm better on the second.
Well, you're not bad so far.
You take a lot of notes. What about?
Lately, what we know, or knew, before Solus changed the game.
And it's...
I'm
Not
gonna
much.
rizz up
I'm
all
sure
the
Lace would
women,
hate to hear
dude.
that,
Hell
but
yeah.
One step at a time.
We'll figure this out. I'm sure of it.
Really? Do you know something I don't?
No, we just... Well, we have to, right?
Yeah, that's the job.
Yeah, that's the job. Dude, I could have been a woman in this game. Alright, where's the other woman, dude? Alright, let's go rizz up the midget.
It wasn't supposed to go this way. What do we do now? What do we do?
Harding?
Oh, hey, Rook. How's it going?
Harding, are you doing alright?
I don't know. Are you? Is anyone? Anyway, doesn't matter how I'm doing. What are we gonna do about this mess? We were going to go back through the Illuvian, right? Let's start with that. As soon as we
Can take some time to just...
Now you sound like Varric. Varric and I started this, and I can't stop.
I'm gonna
Not
look into
now.
hormone pills.
Don't ask me to. So, come get me when you're ready to go. All right?
Nah, I don't want the midget.
So, we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the price.
Hey. Varric made his choice to go talk with Solus. He knew the risks. We all did.
And now Solus is gone. And we're here. Wherever here is. Besides in the Fade.
Solus called it the Lighthouse.
He did? When?
Sorry. It was while I was unconscious. Solus appeared in my dream.
Really? I'm glad you're alright.
From what I saw, he's trapped in the Fade now. Not here, but some kind of prison.
You're sure that wasn't just a dream? It's a reasonable reaction.
Solus can speak with people in their dreams. Even kill them.
He said our connection wasn't strong enough for him to do that. He could only reach me because I bled at the ritual site when I got banged up.
So Solus is using blood magic, like any normal mage would to play with your mind.
But he's not a normal mage, like I told you. He's an elven god.
Putting together a nice ritual doesn't make him a god.
The gods of my people were incredibly powerful. I don't mean they were powerful like a skilled mage. I mean they destroyed entire cities. They shattered mountains. So no, they might not literally be gods, but they're a lot worse than whatever you're thinking.
All right, well, we've stopped the ritual and there doesn't seem to be an immediate danger. For now. You're certain Solus can't use blood magic to affect your mind?
I'm not certain of anything. But we're not out of danger.
What do you mean?
Solus had 2 of the other elven gods imprisoned. When he got trapped, they escaped.
So those things we saw come out of the Fade when the ritual went wild, those are...
Elganan and Gillenane, 2 of the ancient elven gods that Solus rebelled against. I talked with Solus. He was scared of them. He said they were horrific tyrants.
Tyrants so powerful, elven history remembers them as gods.
Solus says Elganan and Gillenane drew on the Blight for power and became corrupted. That was when he imprisoned them.
So instead of one god running around, we have 2.
Her
and they're
dump
not
truck
just powerful,
probably
they're
wrecks.
blighted.
Who? The midget or the fucking peg leg?
Just like that. We're down a man without Varric. We can't just rush in.
I know you're hurt, Nev, but the rest of us need to do something.
I'll be ready to fight when it's time, but we need to investigate, then figure out what we're dealing with.
And how many more people will get hurt, get killed, while we spend time investigating?
If Elganan and Gillenane are worse than Solus, we can't go in blind. We need to know what they can do and what they want.
But we only have Solus's word about all of this.
Then let's go investigate for ourselves.
Damn, Nev must be a bad cook if she got bruises like
we
that.
take our shot.
Nah,
Fine.
bro.
The Illuvian led us here instead of
She's
Bastion
just
and
into that
Rathus.
kinky shit.
Let's hope it goes back to the ritual
Neon
site.
verse animations with
Maybe
it
we
too.
can
I thought you
find
weren't gonna
some
play this.
clues at the scene of
I
the
got
crime.
paid.
Nev, are you okay to go?
It's a headache. I've worked with worse.
The things I do
All right, then.
for the bag.
Let's get back to the ritual site.
The Illuvian has its own special room. It's just down the stairs.
I'm barely talking because there's nothing to comment on. What do you want me to say? Like, oh yeah, this dialogue is really good. Oh yeah, I agree. Wow, Nev, let me add another bruise on your fucking right cheek to match the one on the left. And I'm not talking about your face.
Gaming.
For all we know, there's a dozen demons waiting on the other side of that Illuvian.
If it even takes us back to Arlefin.
Nev, you sure you're up for this?
Don't worry about me. Shall we?
Let's do this.
It's quiet. Well, isn't that a surprise?
There's the ritual site. But if the gods really did get out, they're not here anymore.
Right, let's take a look around and see if we can find...
We was elves and she.
Shut it down!
I'm trying!
Dude, the soundtrack absolutely fucking sucks. It sounds so out of place. So we have the Hispanic elf, the black elf, and the Asian elf. Why are they all together?
Blaze Harding.
Harding? What are you doing back in Arlington?
It's complicated.
I can see that.
Rook, Nev, this is Strife
Nah,
and
Hans Zimmer only did the main
met them when we
theme.
first started hunting
Everything
down
else was
Solus.
done by somebody
They're veil
else.
jumpers, experts in ancient elven magic.
Hardly experts. I should have been able to shut that artifact down. I'm sorry, Tarith.
It's not your fault. Since the sky ripped open, the magic's been surging. Bunch of artifacts that had been dormant for centuries started coming alive. This is because of Finn Harrell's, sorry, Solus's ritual, isn't it? You all were supposed to stop him.
Didn't see you volunteering. We put our lives on the line to stop Solus, and we stopped him.
Not without
Yeah,
cost.
Joe Rogan
This
did.
guy's not ripping itself apart anymore, is it?
All right, you stopped Solus.
He officially endorsed
so why
him
is Arlington
tonight.
neck deep in wild magic?
Solus was dragged into the Fade when we interrupted his ritual, but something else got out.
Someone else, supposedly. Elganon and Gillenane.
Mithalanast. Two of the elven gods of old. The Evanuris.
Shit. If they're back in the world, that explains a lot.
Anything you can tell us about these gods?
Solus might be a bastard, but compared to the Evanuris, let's just say they weren't known for being kind rulers.
There's a reason Solus led a rebellion against the Evanuris.
The
A reason he
Evanuris?
imprisoned them.
But
Oh,
now
yeah.
they've escaped.
Me no like.
Tarith is in bad
Why
shape.
does she have an
We need to
A?
get
All
back
right,
to the camp.
just this is so fucking stupid, bro. Why does she have an Asian accent? And oh my god, this is the fucking levels of wokeness, bro. Like, if they're all just elves, shouldn't they have an elvish accent? Or is there Asian elf languages, black elf languages? Like, he's gonna be like, "She put some hot sauce on that, man." And then, you know, she's gonna be replacing all of her L's with R's. And then the fucking Hispanic one calls everybody Holmes. Like, I don't, like, what the fuck is this shit, bro? This is so retarded. This is why forced diversity is so cringe. It just is.
We've still got dozens of veil jumpers unaccounted for.
How can we help?
We need to find Belara Lute. She's the best there is at working with our ancient artifacts.
Oh
And
yeah,
also at
Asian
blowing them up.
artifact.
She was off
Like
looking for
Mitsubishi.
another artifact before this ritual shook everything
Bro,
loose.
this is so
If
bad.
anyone can get a handle on
Oh
all this
my
wild magic and
God.
the artifacts it's setting off, it'll be her.
Right, you get your friend back to your camp and... we'll find Belara.
Should I cry?
Nev, I need you to stay with Strife and Irulan, alright?
I'm fine.
You're the best detective in Minrathous. You can help the Veil Jumpers here. If trouble shows up, they could use your skills.
Fair enough.
We'll meet you back at the Veil Jumper Camp. It's just south of here.
Balara's out near some elven ruins to the west. At least she was.
Oh
3
yeah,
days
I
ago.
Asian
I'd start
elf,
your
so I
search
talk
there.
like this.
Good luck, Rook. And thank you.
Arigato. In case I want to make a video on this, I'm definitely going to make that a point. That shit is so retarded. Family dishonor? That's right. That was like one of the best scenes in that scary movie. Which one was it? 3? Where like they're talking Japanese and they're just saying random like fucking Japanese brand names like Hibachi, Mitsubishi, Toyota. Like all that shit. That was so great. That was such a great scene, man. The first 4 of those are really well done. The rest, I don't know. I didn't watch the 5th one, but I heard it wasn't as good.
Gotcha. Oh, people. Where'd you come from?
Why doesn't she have an Asian accent? Hello.
Strife and
Like,
Irulan
what
sent
the
us to find
fuck?
you.
Who are you, exactly?
Call me Rook.
Lace
That's
Harding.
Eyesaler's woman.
Protocol is to wait a full week before they send anyone out to look for me.
She doesn't have an
I've only
Asian
been
accent.
Gone 3 days.
Well, the situation's changed. For the worse, unfortunately. Our gods, Elganar and Gillenane, they've escaped from Fen'Harel's prison. And by all accounts, they want to destroy the world.
Oh, yes, that is very much for the worse. Okay, wait. I need a second.
It's a lot to take in.
It does sort of explain a few things, though.
Like what?
The surge of raw magic in the area. These artifacts started waking up a while ago, but in fits and starts. One here, a couple there. Then, a couple of days ago, the sky split open. And now, raw magic. Thick as fog. Only a god, or gods, could have done that. There's something kind of exciting about it. And dangerous. Really dangerous. Dangerous enough that I was gonna head back to the Veil Jumper camp, but...
But what?
See that shimmer? That's a veil bubble. It's separating us from
Just
the
like
rest
your
of the
cherry,
real world,
I'm
so
gonna
to speak.
pop it.
You can only pass through it one way. Once you're in, you can't get out.
Strife and Irulan said you're their best veil jumper. Hope that means you've got an idea.
Maybe. A bubble like that? There has to be something at the center that's generating it. Something powerful. If we can find it and remove it, safely, I mean, the bubble itself should collapse.
And then we're back in reality?
I really, really hope so.
Well then, let's get going.
I've been trying to get to the artifact at the center of the bubble, but these magical constructs keep getting in the way.
We've handled our share of demons. A few dozen more shouldn't be a problem.
Spirits, not demons. They're animating those suits of armor. The armor's attuned to the artifact, to protect it from threats.
Threats like us, I'm guessing.
Where did I get the copy of the game? I had a Best Buy reward certificate for $60, so I just bought it from there so I can sell it. I paid a whopping $11 for this game. So.
Demons! Right where we need to go.
The certificate expired tomorrow and there was nothing else I wanted to buy, so
is this artifact we're looking for, exactly?
I have a couple of theories, but nothing definite. We might find some clues in the ruins, though.
Oh, there it is.
I don't usually see elven ruins that haven't been picked over.
Not many people come this far into Arlathan. Just veil jumpers, mostly.
And people trying to save the world, apparently.
Nah, this combat's way better than God of Snore. It's not a Souls Light. It's more actiony.
Wow. I've never
Yeah, it's
seen
like Hog
anything like
Snorts,
this.
kinda.
Wait,
That's true.
Is
This is more like Hog
No.
Snorts.
it can't be. Not
Although
here.
Hog Snorts, I think, has better combat.
We have to
Hogs,
get over there.
like,
The artifact
unironically,
will
Hog
must be
Snorts
inside.
Legacy actually had really fun
What was this
combat. I
place?
really liked that
Could have
game.
been a temple, could have been where they
I was very impressed with Hog Snorts Legacy. Like, that game I was not expecting to like, and honestly, it was really fun. That was a genuinely enjoyable game.
Are we just supposed to jump across?
The combat was dog shit? How?
We can make a bridge. There should be a power crystal somewhere nearby.
How was the combat dog shit?
Got it.
Bring it over here and slot it in.
Yeah, stick it in my slot.
And there we go. Easy.
Nah, I didn't play the Quidditch
That's a
game.
great trick. A resonance amplifier. It's drawing magic from the ring temple to this area. I need to shut it down.
Yeah, the
before we
wand
go up the
combat
path.
was way better than I thought it was
Doing
gonna
that
be.
will attract anything nasty that's hanging around.
We're ready.
That's bad, guys. All right, everyone. They're shooting for us. They're aiming for us. Nice, Laura.
Yep, the dialogue is the, like, you know, typical Pork Chungus Reddit dialogue.
That's the last of the magic energy. That should be clear ahead.
Yeah, I think Dragon's Dogma 2 is better so far. But then again, the combat's not the main focus of this game. With Dragon's Dogma 2, that is the main focus. Oh, that's not like a one-to-one comparison. Shit. Why couldn't I attack that?
We'll have to take it down. Okay, easy enough. But watch out. Whenever you see one, Seeing these kinds of ruins never gets old.
Can anything here tell us what that artifact is?
I have a theory, but we're miles away from where that artifact should be. These constructs. It means I'm right.
Right about what?
About where we are. It's an armory. I think I know what the artifact is.
So what kind of artifact shows up in an armory? A weapon?
An archive spirit.
A what?
A creature of the Fade, bound to a crystal. Our ancestors used them to store knowledge and to help them dream.
Knowledge. I used my garage in the Hollywood Hills to store my knowledge. Next to my Lamborghini. Let's see. So, Neonverse animation with the 5. I recently finished Dante's Inferno. Let's say there's a lot of action if you catch one. Yeah. Also, I reckon you could add Dante gameplay to Hellblade 2. I don't think they have much interest in making Hellblade 2 a gameplay experience. That's the problem. Hellblade 2's focus was nowhere in regards to gameplay. It was all about motion capture and Unreal Engine 5.
Darkspawn. Here. I never would have believed
And Neonverse Animations the 2, it was made by a British transphobic one. Well, Airy Paw was, but not Hogsnorts. Hogsnorts was American, which was so funny is like the, you know, wokies didn't like it, but in reality the game was actually pretty woke for the most part. Like they said it was transphobic when literally there was like a trans character in the fucking game, which was kind of funny. But yeah, that's how it goes, man. And also, that's why Hogsnorts Legacy was good. Yeah, I liked the combat, and I thought it was fun.
Another one of those resonance amplifiers.
Personally.
Get ready. Once I shut it down, the path ahead will remain blocked until the magic dissipates.
Another one of these.
We've got your back.
Got it.
You should be able to switch between the party members and play different classes. But that would be too cool. Yeah, you can do that. Like, you know, another RPG that released earlier this year that had action-based combat. I'm not going to bring up the name, but I think everybody knows. I think everybody knows what game I'm talking about.
Maybe they're communicating with the Darkspawn somehow. Directing them?
I wonder what it could be.
You saw those Darkspawn, though? Something was different about them.
And we'll stop them. Once we get out of this bubble.
What action RPG lets you switch between your 3 party members in mid-combat? Oh, that's homo.
The wall looks weak here. I bet we could break it somehow. More dark spawn, right where you broke that wall.
Reminds me of the, what are these called? Ballistas, or whatever the fuck? Missions in Rise, Son of Rome. Yeah, this does look like Game Pass voice swap.
And another resonance amplifier.
Oh wow, dude, shocker.
The last one, I hope.
Oh,
Me too.
Boy, me too. Gee Willikers, dude.
Down. We're close. I can feel it. Have you noticed something about the blight?
Nope.
Where it is, I mean? It's almost like it's feeding off the elven magic.
No, I didn't notice that. Well, Monster Hunter World already made Monster Hunter mainstream in the West, bro. Monster Hunter World was huge in the US. All my friends got it, and they're like complete normies when it came to Monster Hunter, so. Pretty much everybody I knew about Monster Hunter Wilds, and, you know, they were like Call of Duty players and shit, so. Or not Wilds, World. That's what it's called. So, World was very mainstream in the US.
Building's what I think it is, then the alignment means we're here. This is it. This is where it was kept.
Where what was kept?
The archive spirit, or as the ancient elves called it, the Nodus Terthallen. It means the inevitability of knowledge. What does that mean? I don't know. The notes were never very clear on that, but I plan to find it.
More constructs ahead.
The inner sanctum. We're getting closer. Looks like this door is going to need a second power crystal.
Then let's go find one.
Weapons don't feel as good as World, so does it feel more like Monster Hunter Rise? I liked Rise because it felt a little faster paced than Monster Hunter World, but I don't know, I'm not really an expert on Monster Hunter, so I may be wrong on that. That's at least how it felt.
I bet we could use it to break through that wall. Did it. All that's left is the
Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be huge in Japan. Like, Monster Hunter is fucking massive over there.
It's an archive spirit. You'll see.
The Japanese are going to go hard as shit on that game for sure. That's going to be a big deal.
Okay, here it is. The Nodus Derthalin.
So we take it and we're good, right? We can head back.
Oh, I wish. No, it's a lot trickier than that.
Right. Because darkspawn, demons, and animated suits of armor aren't tricky enough.
What do you mean by tricky exactly?
If I remove the artifact the way I'd usually do it, it'll explode and take out half of Arlethan with it.
Sounds
good.
good.
News is, I think I can shunt the energy somewhere else. Okay, here we go.
Into my Hitachi?
The way the magic is pulsing, I've never seen this before. It's almost like it's breathing.
The Quark Chungus Reddit elf.
Ogre! That's an ogre!
Wow, you said ogre. That's an ogre. Why not just say, oh my god, an ogre? You don't need to say it twice. blocking the camera.
Wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days.
Just an average Tuesday, dude.
Let's see. Okay. There we go. Ooh. No. That's good. I think. Oh.
What does that crystal do?
Keeps the artifact powered. Focuses the ambient magical energy. That's why these things still work, thousands of years later. Oh. No, you don't.
Man, this shit's making me tired.
Well then.
I am the Nadas Derthalan.
Right. I have questions.
I am the Nadas Derthalan. What do you...
So that's the Nadas Derthalan.
It was, or is, I mean. Crystal's broken though, needs fixing. It's kinda my thing, fixing magical stuff.
Yeah, I am tired, bro.
Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight, and the Darkspawn. Let me know when you're ready to head to the Veil Jumper camp. Ready to go?
Let's go.
Right. Let's get moving.
Come on. I'll show you the way to the Veil Jumper camp.
Wounded, 16 on bed rest, and some of our most experienced fighters are still missing.
We're running out of Veil Jumpers. Whatever's going on out there, it's scary.
I don't see them. Where are my Asian elf? We all live in the same village, but me no speaker. It's like so fucking cringe. Why does that one elf sound straight out of fucking China and every other one sounds normal? I mean, it's just so fucking stupid.
There are 100 people living in that village, or near enough.
I'm China elf.
You're back, and you're alive.
It's like, what the fuck?
Good.
Why? This is what I mean,
Sounds
bro.
like
It's
things
like
have gotten a lot
literally
worse since we left.
darkspawn. They're
It's
showing
like
up all
reverse
over
racism,
attacking anyone in
essentially.
their path.
Trying to be diverse, they
We've
become
evacuated
racist.
3 daily settlements already.
We ran into Darkspawn too, near the Nodus Dirthalin.
Wait, you found the Nodus Dirthalin? The archive spirit? We could ask it about the gods. Figure out their next move.
If it weren't broken, maybe. But we're not getting anything out of it anytime soon.
Meanwhile, bell jumpers are disappearing. Something out there took them.
I know. But maybe, if we find them...
We find the gods. Or at least some sign of where they might be.
But Arlethan Forest is huge. Where do we even begin to look for them?
Demeda's Crossing.
What?
Irlin and Strife. When we came in, you said you'd lost contact with Demeda's Crossing. We could go check it out. The 3 of us, I mean.
4. I'm coming with you.
Nev, you were still shaky, and...
I'm coming, Harding.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know
are.
what you're going to find there, Rook. Likely nothing good. But you'd be saving people. And it might get you on the trail of the gods.
Demeda's Crossing's on the far side of the lake. There's a small boat at the docks. It'll take you there. Watch your back out there. And good luck.
Okay, we'll need a boat to get there. Let's head to the dock.
I love the dog. Wait, never mind. Demeter? That was a shitty movie from Greek mythology.
Seems
Ah.
like a lot's happened around here.
Yeah, dude, that was
What
a
hasn't
shitty fucking
happened?
movie. The
This
Demeter
area
or
is where
whatever
Demeter
about the
Magisters
vampire on the
destroyed
ship.
Arlethan City centuries ago.
That shit was
Whole
fucking
lot of blood
stupid.
magic during the war.
Alright,
What
I'm
about now?
pressing R1.
Whatever
The
soul
fucking
is
prompt
dead
is
stirred
there.
up everything again.
Oh, you have to get her to
The old
use it.
blood
Why?
magic from the war never went away. Ancient relics appear out of thin air. Ruins float. It's like an old wound that never healed. And now it's bleeding again.
That did it.
Oh, God. Oh, let's see what I can get. Yeah, the Demeter movie just became way too predictable. It's like literally just everybody dies. That's it at the end. It was just stupid. Live, if you're in chat, you're a goat. I know your PC's crying after rendering 6 hours of Griff. Oh, you're talking about the clips person. Okay.
Rook, ready to go?
Nev, you sure you're up for this?
I'm fine. Couldn't sit still much longer.
Then let's go.
I've never seen fog this thick in Demeda's Crossing. This isn't right. The dock usually has people bringing goods to market, bartering and shouting. It's always busy.
Something happened here.
Stay sharp.
She's the Quark Chungus thirst trap, I guess. I don't know. It's for the people who have Asian women fetishes. Like Eyesiler.
It's so quiet.
Too quiet.
Where is everybody?
Taking a shit, I don't know.
It's market day. People should be out selling eggs and buying bread. But everything's just...
Bidenomics, bitch.
They barricaded the main entrance into town.
To keep something out?
No, to keep something in.
It's blight. Even worse than in the forest.
Keep them in.
Someone used powerful magic to dominate the minds of these villagers.
Mommy.
Look at that.
This blight is weird.
Yeah, it's so weird.
What was that?
Something big. Stay sharp.
Over there. 2 more survivors.
Hey,
kill
what's going on here?
Find the veil jumpers. Bring them to the mayor.
They're talking about Jahel and Milva.
They said bring them to the mayor. If we find the mayor, then maybe we'll find your friends.
Why were they looking for veil jumpers? What did the mayor want with them?
I don't know, bro. Eyesiler has the yellow fever, so...
Look, more people.
As long as they're Asian, I think he's game.
Must get them inside.
Squirt. Yeah, the Olympic boxer was a man, like everybody said. The blood test leaked.
Milva!
That's one of your fellow veil jumpers? Melara!
Jahel! He's alive!
Melara.
We're going to help you. We'll get you down, Jahel.
No, listen. The gods have returned. I saw them. I heard their voices.
This place should be a diverse group of elves.
A blood ritual to release the blight. The villagers, they said they needed power. Melara.
Ready to not vote. You better fucking vote, bro. Or else I'm gonna personally show up at your front door and go elbow deep into yours and your mom's asshole simultaneously.
Help me, anyone!
Come on, that sounds close.
Filipinas are the best of both worlds, Asian and... Yeah, but it just depends, because some Filipina chicks are like, ooh, like, you want to run. But yeah, some of them can be pretty hot.
Help me! Hurry!
Some of them, yes. But like, bro, some of them are like, oh my god. But yeah. A lot of Filipina chicks look Asian. Because of, yeah, the Spanish. Man, you ain't shit. I can take this dragon.
Fresh blood, a hungry heart. Creature, come to me.
I like how Filipinos have slightly chubby cheek. Yeah, it's called buccal fat. It makes them look young.
I know you. You're the mayor of this
That's
town.
why when women get buccal fat removal, it makes them look old.
Are they,
Like chicks with the really
blighted,
skinny cheeks,
dead,
they look
all
old
of
because
them.
buccal
You
fat
gave
is
them
like
to
what
the
gives you a
gods,
baby
didn't you?
face.
Didn't you?
They were in my head.
Yeah, I like
Infecting my
women with
thoughts.
softer
They made
facial
me do
features
it.
personally. I'm not in like the
Please,
super rigid
help
face.
me.
Deep breaths. Tell me what happened.
I tried to protect people. You have to believe me. The gods told me to lure the veil jumpers to the center of town. The others were to be rounded up and kept safe. They would be the first to witness the glory of Gillanane's new creation. She showed me gold. So much gold.
So you brought the veil jumpers to the middle of town.
For a blood sacrifice.
Because the gods needed power.
Did you know what the gods would do?
The veil jumpers, they were just strangers. I thought if they were taken first, everyone else might be spared.
So you did know.
The gods
Oh my
exploited
God,
his
you
greed
did.
and fear.
I'm supposed to feel sorry for him? I say we leave him right here.
But I'll die. The blight everywhere. What if the dragon comes back?
If we let you go, you'll run straight back to the gods.
They were in his head. Their influence might linger.
I understand what they do now. I won't be tempted again, I swear.
Rook?
What do you guys want to do? Should we leave him or fucking let him go? I mean, man was just trying to get the bag, right? I have no idea, but I don't really care. Let him go? Alright.
Let's get him out of there.
What? This entire village is dead because of him.
I know.
Then why spare him?
He's greedy and pathetic, but that doesn't mean he deserves to die.
Thank you.
I didn't ask for your gratitude.
I'm gonna take your gold!
If I may offer some advice, steel yourself. I felt their power. The promises they made.
You better take some of that gold, man.
Irresistible.
Then try harder next time. Don't make me regret saving you.
Yes, of course. But you should be worried about the rest of the world. Or this will be our future.
Give me that
The
gold,
fate had
bro.
opened, and the gods were free.
Give me monies!
Thanks to Solus, they'd woken up to find their empire, their subjects, even their fellow gods, all gone. But they still had the power of the Blight, and corrupting a village was just the start. They made plans to tap more of the Blight, all of it, to rebuild their empire. As a path to power, it had its costs. And everyone would pay for it.
What's in that hand? So did you get a scam PS5 Pro? No, mine come on launch day, I'm pretty sure. Here, let me check it. I don't actually know when it comes. Probably see. I don't think they sent me a shipping email. They just said my order was confirmed. Where is my email app? There it is. Let's see if it's shipped. Because it comes out on the 7th, so it should have shipped. PlayStation. No, that was for something else. Processing. Copy. PlayStation Direct Order Lookup. Order number. Can I paste? There you go. Preparing to ship. So I'm guessing they're gonna ship it the day, or either probably tomorrow, or I guess today, or they'll overnight them. Because I think you get them on launch day, right?
Did you find our scouts?
They're dead. I'm sorry. Elganon and Gillenane sacrificed them in some kind of ritual.
Creators. What about the rest of the village?
Oh
The
no.
ritual
not the
spread
rest of the
blight
village.
everywhere. The entire village was overrun.
The few who survived are controlled by blood magic. Their minds are gone.
Elgernon and Gillenane used them like puppets.
I dare say it was a show of force. They will not rest until you are on your knees, fearful, cowering, helpless in the face of such power.
Lady Morrigan?
'Tis simply Morrigan to you, Scout Harding. What a pleasure to see you again.
Rook, this is Morrigan, an old acquaintance.
No, I don't think Lollipop
thought she could help.
Chainsaw shipped yet.
Morrigan helped the Inquisition when Varric and I were part of it. She knew more about ancient magic than anyone, except Solus.
'Twas
I don't
both
think it's
pleasure and
supposed to ship
necessity to help
until
then, as it is
December or
now.
January, if I
Stopping
remember
Elganon
correctly.
and Gillenane shall require many hands.
And I look forward to your help.
How refreshing. Your cooperative nature is appreciated in return.
What can you tell us about all this?
As dangerous as Solus
It's shipped
himself
for
may
you?
be,
Well,
his
I ordered it
imprisonment
with
of the
other
gods
stuff, so I may be
was
waiting
just.
for
To
the
leave
other
them
stuff to
unchecked
be
would
made.
have been the very end of Thedas.
Because I ordered it with like other games as well, so all of them shipped together, so I could save on the shipping.
Just to be clear, you know your old friend Solus is actually the Dreadwolf.
So I have come to learn. It rather explains how he knew such a great deal of ancient elven history, and why he became so vexed when I attempted to explain it to him. Whilst I cannot claim the same depth of knowledge, the knowledge I do possess is yours for the asking.
I hope it helps. For all we know, the entire world will look like Demetus Crossing once the gods are through.
That's right.
All this horror because a bunch of power-hungry gods want even more power.
When have the powerful among us ever done otherwise?
So how do we stop them?
Set aside your notions of godhood and see them for the ancient, powerful mages they are. Standing against them shall require serious magic of your own. When you interrupted the Dreadwolf's ritual, did you happen across any of the tools he used?
He had a dagger, but it got lost in the chaos.
Then you would do well to find it. 'Tis better in your hands than those of the gods.
Is there anything else Solus might have had that could help us? We're in his, well, he calls it the lighthouse?
Ah, yes. The legendary sanctum of the Dreadwolf. 'Tis said his Illuvian, the Viravas, could travel to any other Illuvian of his choosing.
Wow.
That's not how it works right now. It only goes to Arlithin.
I can take a look at it. Maybe fix it even. I know Illuvians better than most.
Any help you can offer, we'd appreciate.
If Illuvians even work the same way, all the magic is different now. Our gods are back. Our gods! And they're killing people and blinding the world. How do we stand up against that?
Step by step, we work together. There we go, bro.
None of us can do this alone, but we can stop them together. Alara, you're one of the only people in the world who can get our Illuvian working.
Yeah, dude, we're all friends
Harding
now.
can track down the Lyrium dagger, and Nev can spot any clues we might miss that give us more information. Let's get to work. There's a lot of fight ahead of us.
Indeed. Prepare yourselves well and have a care in your choices. These are the times in which legends are born or slain. In this battle, I shall render whatever assistance I am able.
Right. Let's move.
Hooray! We finished the quest, dude. 900 XPP.
You can do this, Lace. It's gotta be done.
I'm gonna fucking die.
I should have taken the shot.
That would have made things worse.
You don't know that.
Yeah, you should have taken that
All you have
shot
are
straight to the
guesses.
face. Hell
We're up
yeah.
against something unfamiliar, working with more rumors than facts. Of course, that's all I have.
I should have taken the shot.
Maybe you should have.
Maybe you should have taken the shot, but we can't change it now.
Yeah. I just have to live with it. Right? Tried to stop the world from being swallowed by chaos, and now it might be swallowed by chaos anyway. Elven gods escape from their prison. Solus is in your head.
Why am I
and
tired?
We're
I do
scrambling
nothing.
to figure out what to do. And Varric.
Bro,
Varric
I'm
knew the
sick
risks.
and tired of
He
people
knew what
acting
it
like
might
I do
cost.
nothing.
We're still
I do
standing.
everything.
The fight's not over.
You know, I like that about you, Lace. You don't stop fighting. You push for answers and action.
I still think Trump
while I can
will
get stuck on
lose
questions
call.
forever.
Well,
Oh, Callie.
we
Okay,
need
by
someone who
25
can
points,
put
but
the
if he
pieces
loses
of
by
the
under
puzzle
20, he'll
together.
win the popular vote.
We're fighting the unknown.
I have a feeling
Exactly.
turnout's going to be really low in
Everyone has a part
California.
to play.
That's the
Varric brought
thing.
us together
Like the
because of our
Dems are
strengths.
not
He wanted
enthusiastic.
a team he could rely on.
So
We have to
their
be
urban
that
turnout
team.
is way
Play to our
down
strengths.
compared to normal.
And rely on each other.
So
I think I can manage that.
Then let's find
the
Solus'
libs
dagger.
are not
It'll be a
excited
start.
for camel toes. Cackling cunt.
Look,
There's magic lingering in this spot. Strong. Old.
The dagger was here. Something... Darkspawn. Oh no, what if it took the dagger?
Only one way to find out.
Look, there it goes.
Well, the too big to rig part falls on us, guys, so get out, vote, bring your friends, you know the rest, man. Like, at this point, all the cards are in place. It's ours to win or lose, so. The early vote was a disaster for the Dems, so as long as we have a good turnout, like, it's looking very promising.
Look up there. That magical device.
Oh, wow. Thank God the Quirk Chungus isn't with me. I mean, the short bitch is kind of a Quirk Chungus, but that Asian elf is extra obnoxious.
Good work. Let's keep on the trail.
No. I'm really enjoying this. Oh yeah, no.
Darkspawn don't usually collect
It's really
things,
fun.
do they?
Solus's dagger
I mean,
is
this is
special.
literally just a
They
time
might be
waste
drawn to
game. I feel like this is the type of shit you would buy and play over like a summer vacation if you went to GameStop for like a $20 game or some shit. I couldn't imagine actually being excited about this. This is
Anyone
not
spot that
good.
ghoul? It must have come this way.
Look
Good.
out! More darkspawn ahead. Harding.
Darkspawn coming out of those pools. Whatever you say.
Rook takes credit there. Did you find the dagger?
I don't think these Darkspawn took it. Let's keep looking.
Yeah, dude, Final Fantasy Rebirth and Remake are just the best action RPGs out there. I don't care what anybody says, man. The combat system for those games is so much better, and this is literally just a cheap copy of it. This is literally just a cheap copy of the Rebirth combat system, 100%. Like, you can pause time to give your, like, squad commands, only you don't get to control all 3 characters. So it's, like, literally just nerfed Rebirth combat.
More blight in the way. Probably another one.
Oh, this is going to be annoying. Okay, so I do have to pick that up because it's right there.
Nicely done. I mean, it's gross, but you can't argue with results.
Well, yeah, Stellar Blade had way better combat than this. Stellar Blade's a better game.
It's already starting! They're taking the white out.
The inauguration just got bumped up, bitches.
Nicely done, Nev.
Well, that's done.
Look, another one of those magical beams. There are 2 of these devices this time. I bet we'll need to direct beams at both of them.
Thank you, dipshit. I never would have figured that out.
That's one. Now to find the other.
Good work. Now let's see what's behind that gate.
A treasure chest, dude. No way. I guess that's good.
I'm gonna be playing Game of the Year in 2 days, actually. So stay tuned. I will be playing the actual Game of the Year in 2 days. So get ready. I'll be playing the remaster of it.
About to have a problem.
Yeah, watch the left.
Ready if you are.
Oh, nice. Sweet. I'm basically a pro at this point, guys. I'm like a trophy hunter. Yup, Rebirth Pro, baby. I get to see I get to play the game again. Hooray! Aerith on 4K. I know, man. Now that's something worth living for. Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like the writing team ruined this game completely.
That has to be the ghoul we're tracking.
Better hope it still has
The writers typically ruin everything. They don't understand what makes video games fun. A kunai knife. Naruto.
Lyrium.
Harding?
Game of the Year for me is in this order. It would be Rebirth #1, 2 Space Marine, 3 Stellar Blade, 4 Astrobot, 5 Dragon's Dogma. Those are my Gottis so far.
Harding!
I can hear it. The Song of the Stone. What is happening to me? What the?
Are you moving those rocks?
I don't know.
do to me? Not sure, but we should get back. We'll talk it through there.
Super Stray with a 5. What stock app do you use was planning on dropping Webull once the market crashes? If Trump wins, it'll crash so they can blame him. I use Charles Schwab, but if you want to use like Fidelity, E-Trade, Scottrade, I mean, pretty much any of those are fine, but you want to use like an actual brokerage, so... I mean, Schwab is pretty good for the most part. So... You want to go with an actual brokerage company because they don't charge you like on the bid-ask spread as much, so...
You said something took you over.
Something like that?
And it's still with you?
Yes. I think so. It can't be possession, can it?
I doubt it. Dwarves can't be possessed. They aren't connected to the Fade. Solus's dagger triggered this event. But how? Or why? I'm sorry, Lace. I wish I had answers.
It's alright. Talking has helped.
So, live data all day from Florida starting at 7:10 a.m., which is the first spot we will watch for the magnitude of geo... Okay, so 7:10.
Have never used
the
magic.
Florida results go up.
We can't.
At least they start. They do live updates. Florida's really good.
It's a wonderful gift. You must be proud.
But I didn't do anything to earn this. How could I be proud?
It goes live in an hour.
I don't
so.
even know how it happened. It's all a little strange. But not in a bad way. I feel... connected.
To
the stone. Dwarves call ourselves children of the stone. Some of us have what we call stone sense. Those that have it can feel caves, lyrium veins, and faults in the rock. I wasn't one of them. Maybe the dagger unlocks something hidden. But this is more than the stone sense I know. I hope you're right that this is a gift. I'd be heartbroken if it caused problems.
DeSantis made 3 foreign trips and they were to Israel. So, what's wrong with that?
Harding, you being here is never a problem.
Huh. Really?
I don't know what I'd do if you weren't here, to be honest.
That's so sweet. Thank you. I, feel the same. I'll send word to the Grey Wardens about the blight we saw. And then I'm gonna lie down.
And we need more answers about what the gods are planning.
Dude, I don't think DeSantis is bitter. I think he should have never run for president.
Try not to let him get to you.
So
It feels like we're finally making
he
some
should not
progress.
be bitter when he's
And
the one who stepped
I'm
on
not
Trump's
sure
toes.
what my new magic's about, but
But I think him and Trump work together well.
Right.
With their eyes on the Dreadwolf and the gods he'd set loose, they couldn't see their own personal demons coming to haunt them. Harding told herself it felt right. She was connected to the stone, to the lost titans, and all of Dwarven history with its buried secrets. How could that be anything but good?
wonder if I can actually, like, upgrade. Oh, I guess... Oh, ew, it's got Destiny's fucking equipment menu. Gross. It's got the Destiny equipment menu. Defense, ability damage. Yeah, I feel like that's probably better. Ability damage. Stagger, yeah, that's probably better. Yeah, I feel like this is probably the better one to go with.
Guess I should find some place to try to talk to Solus.
Yeah, DeSantis, I think, has already busted his shot to be president. I think, maybe he'll become a senator at some point.
I don't think. Therefore, Harding must have put my pack here. That makes sense. Better place to sleep than my
Damn, bro.
A few moments to unpack my things.
Ooh.
The Anton commander I took this from thought occupying Treviso was the same as owning it.
It's
I
election
showed
day.
him
Find
how
a way
wrong
to
he was.
cast your vote for
Freed a
president.
bunch of prisoners that night, including Varric. That's also the night the Crows kicked me out of Antiva for carrying out unauthorized operations.
Damn, it's kind of crazy it's here.
Still can't believe they didn't back me. We're the Crows. Killing targets is what we do.
Alright. Place keepsakes.
Varric and his life lessons. I asked him how we were supposed to stop Solus, and he gave me this. Take a long, hard look at it, kid. It'll always show the face of a hero who can get it done.
It's like okay. I mean, it's a good time waste game if you want something to do. Ooh, gender identity. Choosing one will conclude the conversation. Oh, yeah.
If I'm the one who's got to get it done, I should stop admiring myself and get to work.
Yeah, I really want to change my gender identity, guys.
The peddler gave me this after I saved his caravan from bandits. He told me the scroll went... And we've got a culture that's lasted thousands of years. Good to remember everything we've done. Meditation upon the use of blades. Must have read this thing cover to cover a dozen times during weapons training. The number of times I banged my head against this book trying to make the concepts work. But that training has kept me alive so far. Right. That's better. Now, how do I connect to Solus? Just sleep or relaxing? Maybe if I clear my mind.
Meditate, hell yeah, dude.
Back so soon. It must have been worse than I had thought.
Hello, Dreadwolf.
Ah, but perhaps I am mistaken. You may be here to correct me, to tell me that my concerns were unfounded. Did I overstate the danger?
No. It appears to be just about as bad as you said.
How unfortunate for you.
I need to know what the gods are planning.
You are asking for knowledge no mortal in this world is privy to. If I am to share it with you, I need to know what makes you the right person to lead the fight against Algernon and Gillenane.
Someone has to do something. I may not be the right person for this job, but I'm the only one left.
So your call to action is that any attempt is better than none?
Back in the Crows, I had to deal with the Antam invasion. One night, I saw a unit getting ready to transport prisoners to another city. It was way too large for us to hit.
But you did so anyway, using unconventional tactics to confuse the Antam and free the prisoners.
How'd you know that?
You helped Varric pursue me for the better part of a year. It would have been foolish not to learn about who was hunting me.
Then you know that if someone has to make a call, I'll do it.
I suppose I was not so different when I started.
Started what?
My rebellion against the Evanuris. The Elven Gods, as you call them. They wish to reclaim their dominion over this world. To accomplish that, they will need two things. First, the Blight. What exists in this world is a bare fragment of its power. The rest is imprisoned, until they release it.
What would they need to do to free the Blight? And how do we stop them from doing it?
They will need to pierce the veil to reach the Blight's prison. My lyrium dagger is one of the few artifacts capable of doing so.
We've already recovered it from the ritual site.
Excellent. Then they will have to make their own. That will give you time.
You said the gods needed 2 things, and the Blight is the first. What's the second?
Followers. They have called themselves gods. And what is a god without worshippers to sing their praises?
I'm not going to bend a knee to blighted, murdering monsters just because their ears are pointed like mine. I don't think many other elves are going to either.
Agreed. Elganan and Gillenane care little for the elves. They will find worshippers among those hungry for power. Tyrants and bullies. The cruel and the corrupt, who fear their own vulnerability and seize any chance to feel strong. If you hunt them, they will lead you to Elganan and Gillenane.
Thank you. I'll go poke at the cruel and the corrupt, and we'll see what we find.
The Veravas.
Well, I mean, to be fair, BioWare games have always been dialogue heavy, so...
Have you done so?
Not yet, but we've got one of the Veil Jumpers working on it. She'll get it sorted.
It's kind of to be expected.
Yes. I suppose
yeah, I don't think visually the game's horrible. I just don't like that everyone looks like
Please tell him that I
man,
regret
woman.
what happened.
What was the fucking point of that? It's literally just the same thing I already have. Alright, well, whatever.
So Solus told the truth about the gods.
You heard? It's bad, Varric. If you'd seen Demeter's crossing...
The team needs to act fast. And it can't do that with me leading from a bed. You've got to take point on this.
I didn't come in here trying to take your job, Varric.
I know you didn't. But it's what the team needs right now.
You sure? Nev got hurt because she listened to me.
Rook, when I put this team together, what did I look for? A detective to find the Dreadwolf, and a scout to get us the lay of the land. Exactly the people he'd expect me to recruit. Disciplined, predictable. And then there's you. Remember when we first met, kid? I watched you pick apart an entire Antom patrol in Treviso. They outnumbered you 20 to 1.
They were overconfident. I took advantage.
Which no one else did. Crows didn't appreciate the heat it brought down, but you've got a knack, kid.
For what?
Finding a way through the wildest shit I've ever seen. With a plan that no one expects. On the best day of his life, Solus wouldn't see you coming, Rook. And don't worry. I'll still be here to talk if you need me.
I'll let you get some rest.
You're gonna be fine, Rook. Hey, one last thing before you go. I've been racking my brain thinking of contacts who might help us with these gods.
You got any ideas?
Nothing. But being a leader isn't about having all the answers yourself. It's about knowing who does. Nev has connections to a whole world that Harding and I barely know. Might be worth talking to her.
Will do. Thanks, Varric.
Anytime.
Oh boy.
I wish I could be out there with you, Rook.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hey,
the
Nev.
peg leg.
Hi, Wisps.
Yeah, they're still here. But you're here for leads. You want allies to go after the gods?
No, I'm here for
I've
them
got
cheeks,
places to
bitch.
look, if we can get anywhere but Arlathan.
Valara's working on it. What have you got?
Let's start with the angles we know. The gods are corrupt magic personified. Who do we hire to fight that? First, the Antivan Crows. We've got you. But if one assassin's good...
Why not two? You have someone in mind?
Your most feared mage killer, the Demon of Virantium.
A specialist. Between the two of us, maybe we can find a godly weakness.
Here's hoping. The demon got his nickname taking out blood mages and Venatori. There's been fewer stories in recent years, but your bosses would know.
The Talons? They're gonna give me an earful.
If you want to look elsewhere.
I'll set up a meeting. What else?
A trip home.
Back to Minrathous.
Capital city and heart of Tevinter. An empire of mages that knows a thing or two about corrupt magic.
Tevinter Authority.
Won't help and can't be trusted, which is why we talk to the Shadow Dragons. They're a resistance group that fights slavers, blood magic, and imperial corruption. They've got eyes and ears everywhere, including mine. If the gods enter the Empire, we might get something. Besides, I owe them an update.
These people sound great. I mean, if they're anything like you.
No one's as good as they seem. But they try.
So we talk to the Crows in Antiva and the Shadow Dragons in Minrathous.
I wouldn't mind checking in on my neighborhood either. If Balara's ready for us.
Yeah. Should check how things are going.
Oh, great. I gotta talk to the Quark Chungus now. I'm trying to play this one-handed, guys. It's not going very well.
Almost there. I just have to... Shit! Sorry.
Can I help?
No, I got it. Mostly. Mirrors are funny things, aren't they? Reflections. They distort reality, no matter what you try. And there's the trick. Control that distortion. There you have it.
What is that place?
If I had to guess, it's the Fade. Another part of it, I mean.
Didn't Morrigan say this Illuvian could go anywhere? Didn't think that meant elsewhere in the Fade.
She called it the Vir of Us. Freedom of ways. I wonder...
Maybe Morrigan got this one wrong? Or misspoke?
Morgan can be a little inscrutable sometimes, but she chooses her words very carefully.
Some of the older texts talk about a place in the Fade where all the Illuvians meet. A crossroads where you could travel across all of Thedas in just minutes.
Right. We saw something similar when we were chasing Solus. I wonder if it's the same.
It is alike, and it is not.
Who are you? And how did you get here?
The Wolf's Fang. You carry it now. Old paths. A new journey. Through there. I will wait.
Well, can't tell if that's a trap or not. But we're short on options. One way to find out.
And it didn't feel dangerous, you know? Almost more sad.
We have
Damn,
no
bro,
idea
that bird's
what or who
loud.
they are, so let's be careful. We need to be ready for anything.
And we still don't know what this Illuvian's gonna do. One of us should probably stay behind in case it closes.
Good point.
Just tell us when you're ready to go, Rook, and then we can figure out what's going on.
Guess it's...
Hello again. Who are you?
A caretaker. I go where I am needed, Dweller. Now, I am here.
And where is here?
The crossroads.
Can you help us? I get the feeling this is no place to get lost.
The Evanurus hunger for the crossroads. Their influence is spreading. Blight.
Wonder if women realize sarcasm isn't cute or witty personality traits guys want. Kind of makes them a bitch. Well, it depends on how attractive you find them.
I cannot protect
If they're ugly, then yeah.
You don't have to. If you're standing against the gods, then consider us reinforcements. Yeah, this dog seems sturdy.
Whoops.
So you can ferry us to the other islands?
Winds await, Dweller.
I'll take that as a yes.
We sail. The spirits here were driven out, refugees now from the gods' minions. I have summoned the guardians of the crossroads to protect them. Beware. The guardians rebel all interlopers.
So we're interlopers too?
Yes.
Fade tear. That's where they're breaking through.
Gods in their fade tearing. Let's cut them off!
Woohoo! I saw there with the 5. This dialogue is a premium comedy. Some of it sounds like they're talking to a 9-year-old. Yep. It is really bad. This is supposed to be a mature-rated game.
Challenge the champion and claim its essence. This path will open to you.
I can't afford this shit!
The gods will have you.
Oh,
Is there
people honking.
something inside it? That's the champion we're looking for. Watch yourselves.
Get out of there.
The essence we need. It's cold. Oh, hope I don't have to carry it for too long. An altar to a wolf. But I know who that's for.
Election results leaked. Camel toe. No way, dude. How did they get the election results from the future? It's crazy, man. What happens if the Democrats refuse to certify the election if Trump wins? Let's just say a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. actually. Damn, bro, everybody's honking. People are unsettled. They know what's coming. Especially in my area, bro. They're gonna be ass blasted.
The path can be breached. Bring what the gods have hidden.
Nah, I got my 44 though. I'm good. I don't think I'll have any problems. I'm in an apartment building, so. Unless a motherfucker tosses a grappling hook. I don't think they're getting to me. Bro, I'm so excited, but still kind of nervous, man. If I feel this is gonna be a good day, so we'll see. I got a tingle in my balls telling me that it's gonna be a great day, but we'll see.
As the gods' champion passed freely, so will you.
That's a lot of Illuvians. And they're all
Has everybody here voted?
I wonder where they lead.
Time
or
to
not?
find out.
Is anybody waiting until today to vote, or did everybody already vote? Going today? Nice, man. Going to in a few hours. Well, you better vote Vala Knight. Get off your ass and go vote. Unless you're voting for Camel Toe, then you can stay home. Oh, you're in Philly. Nice, man. So you got an important vote. Make sure you bring your friends and family, bro. Definitely don't bring anything that looks like campaign merch, though, because they're, like, turning people away, apparently, in Pennsylvania, so. Yeah, make sure you're, not able to be turned away. But, yeah, just, make sure you bring some friends and stuff, too, man. Or family or whoever, because you got a very important vote. So. You matter. Yeah, we'll most likely know sometime early Wednesday morning, like 2 or 3 a.m.
Treviso, one of the finest cities in Antiva, now living under occupation. I've arranged for one of my friends to meet us.
You made it. I hear you go by Rook these days.
It's good to see you. Meet Andaratea of House Cantori.
No need to be formal with friends. Thea, please. Come. Viago is gathering the others. He's happy you're home.
I doubt that.
Trust me, he complains more when you're not around.
My friend says...
The Antam soldiers have made themselves comfortable.
We have suffered their company for too long. The Antam reached a stalemate in their war with Tevinter. Some turned here instead. Antiva was rich, comfortable, and has no standing army to stop them.
I hate seeing Treviso ground down.
This occupation will not last. The Antivan crows remain. And one day, I will see a knife through every would-be tyrant's throat.
Yeah, stand up to fascism.
We have arrived.
A casino? Nice setup.
The Cantori Diamond.
Let's see.
Did you finish that contract? To stop the Dreadwolf?
Hello, VR.
Yeah, that is the advantage of being on the West Coast. You can stay up and it's not as big of a deal.
How many times do I have to tell you? Crows always finish the job.
We just can't take initiative, right? My run-in with the Antam told me that.
Don't let him scold you too much. V was worried about you.
Rook, this is Catarina de la Morte.
The first Talon. I'm honored. Which makes you...
Ilario de la Morte, her grandson. What brings you here?
Right. My target is a pair of elven gods, or that's what they call themselves. They're ancient blighted mages. I need our best. The man who brought blood mages and Venatori to their knees.
Lucanus. My grandson. They called him the Demon of Virantium. He was the one who did those jobs.
Exactly who we're after.
Except Lucanus de la Morte is dead. He was killed a year ago.
What I say doesn't leave this room. The body our people brought back was not my grandson. It was dressed in his clothing, but it had been altered with blood magic to have his face.
My cousin is still alive? And you didn't think to tell me?
His ship was attacked. We knew someone sold him out. So you kept your suspicions to yourself.
But you brought it up now. Why?
I've had eyes on the Venatori ever since they took my grandson from me. They were hunting your dread wolf. and what you did to his ritual threw them into disarray. They made mistakes, and now I have a location. The Oshuri, where the demon of Virantium is kept.
Jesus with the 5, I don't see any way that Camel Toe can win, even with the cheating. Nah, they don't. I don't think they have the capacity because there's not enough mail-in ballots that are still out.
My grandson.
Nobody seems excited to vote for her if PA or New York flip. Well, if Pennsylvania flips, yes. New York's probably not going to flip, but it's probably going to be less than 10%, which would be crazy.
Katerina arranged the boat.
If Trump closes that type of margin, that's like insane.
Did you think the Venatori would keep a
The fact that Virginia's within 5 points is fucking wild. Like, that's unprecedented. Like, Biden won the state by over 10% last time.
Secret and
So there's a
excessive.
dramatic
Sounds
shift
like
in
Venatori.
blue states
You're not
towards
happy
Trump.
Katerina kept
So,
this from you.
yeah, Pennsylvania's
Would
probably
you
gonna be good.
Lucanis is family. Maybe she
I think the
thought
most
back to
realistic flip
Rashi
is New
did not
Hampshire
save
or
it.
Minnesota, personally.
And now
Minnesota's within like 2 points, apparently. And also with the Muslim vote, it might get even better.
Are you coming with us?
it's possible we've been watched. If all of us vanish from the dock, you play the alluring hero. I know Treviso. If we have a tail, I have a better chance of distracting their interest.
So how do we get in?
You'll see.
Someone or something already took down the guards.
Might work in our favor, but something's wrong here. Let's hope we find our demon alive.
Look. So...
Yeah, I think in 1 minute the poll's officially open, guys.
Doesn't look like any prison I've seen.
Wild. It is officially time.
Well, not going that way.
The Venatori set up shop in an elven ruin. It's a wonder anything works.
I can't believe all this is underwater. If the enchantments containing this place ever failed.
Nervous about that, or the job in general? The demon of Virantium. He's sort of a big shot among the crows, isn't he?
The grandson of the
Bro,
first
God
time,
willing, guys.
the crow who almost wiped out the Venatori. You could say that.
I'm like, bro, I feel good, but we'll see. Shit. Like, it's exciting, but also nerve-wracking, dude. It's so, like, fucking... I don't know. I feel like the enthusiasm's there, so I think we're in for a good night. So.
Whatever's in there, the Venatori really wanted to stay put.
Then we break through.
Dude, the Marist poll on registered voters has them tied. Their likely voter poll overweighted Dems by 4%, so yeah. Basically, it's a tied poll. And even the tied poll overweighted Dems by 2, which the enthusiasm gap is pretty obvious, so I don't know. It's not really a great poll. It really comes down to how independents break, which they seem to be favoring Trump more on key issues like the economy and immigration.
All right,
I think
we're
it's
almost
gonna
through.
be fine.
We don't have to fight. We're just here for Lucanus de la Morte. Get ready.
Rising Hail, Dragon of Mystery! Lucican, Dragon of Night! Hear your fateful call!
Ooh. Juicy.
I'm guessing you're the reason we're here.
Who are you? Who sent you?
My name's Rook. House de Riva. I'm here to bring you home.
House de Riva. You're a crow.
I'm breaking you out of here. But what are you?
Rook, he's possessed by a demon.
It's complicated.
Katerina promised us a mage killer if we broke you out of here.
I can still work.
Good. Because I'm pretty sure more Venatori are on their way. We have to get moving.
They have a vial of my blood. They can use it to control me. I cannot leave it in their hands. And I had a contract when I was captured. One of my targets is here. Caliban. You know what that means. Crows don't break contracts.
All right, we'll help. But in return, I want help killing some things.
I'll owe you.
I'm sure we'll owe each other before this is all over. Let's go. So, first order of business?
Blood first, then my target, Caliban, the prison warden.
Where do we find them?
In the tower. There's a bridge.
Not any...
Mages, my specialty.
All right, one of them has a key.
That was easy.
What was going on here?
Living prisoners for blood magic.
I'm nervous, Griff. What if
Blood
my
magic to
crush
summon
ends up
spirits.
being a TDS sufferer?
Any spirit can become a
Well,
demon.
at least the country is saved, bro.
Zara didn't give them a choice.
Zara?
Women come and go,
Zara,
but
Renata. There
the
might be
United
high
States
rank
must prevail.
somewhere, but I don't know of one. This place is all her.
Possessed corpses must be common in a place like this.
Zara Renata's work. This place exists for her to make new, worse kinds of demons.
Venatori ahead.
Mine.
Stop dying, fools!
So, the vial of blood the Venatori took from you.
It's for blood magic, to control me, and the demon. Until it's gone, I cannot touch Caliban.
Imagine you're about to finish and she whispers, "I voted for Trump today," in your ear. Then I'm gonna bust right through the condom and put a ring on that shit ASAP. Hell yeah, dude. I sided with the two, so today is Senator Armstrong victory. Exactly, bro. We're gonna make America great again.
Okay, now what?
What are you? Fine. He says he can get us across.
Who is he?
The demon.
The demon pulled all of that from the faith.
I'm as surprised as you.
Vanatori at odds with their creations. I'm surprised they lost control.
Blood maidens, they never learn. Zara can summon all the demons she wants, but they don't come to obey her.
Worthless fodder.
What did Zara want all these undead for?
Nothing. Those are the failures.
If those are failures, what does success look like?
She took the best results out a few days ago, but some of the demons she created are still here.
Let's see, so Inky Squid with the 2 just got up, went and voted Trump. Nice, man. Congratulations. Make sure you get your friends and family to go vote too. Very nice, man. Yeah, voting for Trump is a great way to start your day. The thing is, though, man, is like Trump is way up with Latinos in Florida already, which is great. It's a good indicator for the rest of the country because they have every type. Cuban, Mexican, South American, like it's a good indicator. Puerto Rican.
There's something off. The Venezuelans have done something.
Why this place exists. This is what success looks like.
first, then you can take him down.
It's only neck and neck if people don't get out, man. So send a gentle reminder to your friends and family if you can. If you know they haven't voted. Yeah, Puerto Ricans are the most liberal Hispanic group. What happened to that power cell? Did it fall somewhere? Where did it go? I don't know. Oh, well, I guess I don't need it.
Well, that's not good.
We may not have much time. This way, there's a shortcut.
Lead the way.
I'll handle it. As you wish.
Any clue where to start? Or we'll find those on the way.
I know it's here.
Oh, let's see.
We can smell it.
Did Florida publish anything? Let's see. Trying to see if I can find the Florida thing real quick. Florida live election results. Let's see. Florida. I guess maybe it goes live at 7:10 p.m. and that tweet was wrong. Okay. Alright, yeah. The tweet I read earlier was wrong, so they go live in 12 hours. Damn. Oh, it's gonna be a long day.
We need to get that barrier down. Find the
I should
crystals
delete
that
Twitter off my phone, but I don't want to, bro. Jesus. Nah, I have to get on for work soon. See if any requests came in early this morning, because I got my meeting at 10. Where's the next one?
These people, they were tortured.
Very few people survive Colivan's rehabilitation.
You did.
Polisicki? Nah, I need stuff to keep me distracted, man, or else I'll go fucking crazy.
Two left.
There. Just one crystal between us and the other side of that barrier.
I'm very impatient when it comes to stuff like
That's it.
this.
The barrier should be down.
Let's see what's on the other side.
Venatori never do anything subtle. Look at that thing.
There. That's the one. It has to be.
to no one.
Now we find Caliban.
Anything we should know about Caliban?
You want to hear about his torture methods or something else? We didn't chat.
It's fine. We can talk about something else. What's Katerina like?
After so long in this bit, I barely remember.
Huh. So what's the shit, I can't fucking stand this type of shit, bro. I think I found it. Where is it? Somebody just tweeted out about Florida. So this looks like the early vote, which is, I guess, fine. But it doesn't tell you what the total is. I don't know. Yeah, but I want to see what like the actual count is of the votes.
Oh, this was entirely unnecessary. Zara and her little jests. He's already the demon of Virantium. Won't this be ironic? Hilarious. And now look at the mess you've made of my facility. She always leaves me to clean up.
So this is Caliban.
He is. The target I was sent for a year ago. A crow never abandons a contract.
What did they offer you in exchange for my life, Crow? Was it worth it? Oh, you brought ruffians with you. Were you lonely? You are a failed experiment, not worthy of my time. The ossuary is my domain. No one leaves here. You will pay for your arrogance, Crow. I am the right hand of Zara. My God, I command you. refuse to fall. I will not be defeated. I will have order. No, I will not be a victim like the others.
Damn, bro. Alright, there we go.
Now's your chance.
Got him.
The crows send their regards.
So, we got your target.
Yes. The job's done.
Smells like blood. Ashes. Not done, not yet.
Lucanus, are you alright? Lucanus? What are you looking at?
Careful. They know we're not right.
You cannot see him. I wondered.
We clearly have things to discuss. Somewhere else.
Agreed. I think it's time I got some air.
Ah, there we go. I found the website here. Found the site. Judge just got here, now setting up the voting machines. Nice, bro. What time is it in Pennsylvania right now? Are y'all Eastern time? I've never been there, so I'm not familiar with the time zone. That's the live tracker. I think they have other states other than Florida on there too. God's Raper. Or God's Foil. Oops. JE5150 with a 5. Time for me to go to bed. Hopefully I wake up to some good news. Facts, bro. Good luck to you. And everybody else. The day Griffin says, alright guys, I'm gonna hop off. Time to go start a family later. Yeah, I don't think that'll happen anytime soon, bro.
I'm ready to get out of this place.
Imagine how I feel.
Make it.
Lucanis, what happened here? A message from Zara Renata. I can't believe it. You're home.
32 minutes late.
Sarah.
Well, if you're in Philly,
people
then that means that the people who were leaving, if they had to wait, are probably low interest voters, which
Revenge
means
for the breakout, maybe.
Democrats.
Where's Katerina?
She's...
The Venatori caught her in their confusion. I get one of you back, only to lose the other.
Someone killed the first Talon of the Crows. Now, after the gods escaped. That's not a coincidence.
Zara's been a thorn in our side before, and you said yourself, it could be revenge for your prison break.
No, Rook's right. The timing is suspicious for many reasons.
When I find Zara, I'll ask her. You just got here, and already you want to leave again? Katerina gave me a contract. I'm not breaking the last deal she ever made. And I owe Rook. Once that's done, I'll come home.
I can't afford this shit!
I'll return him in one piece.
Thank you. Cousin, when you find Zara, I need to be there.
We are under attack. Antam on one side and Venatori on the other. Forget revenge. We need you.
No, Viago. Sara came for us here, in my house. She took Katerina from my house. You find her and cut her heart out, Lucanis. Vi and I will hold down the fort.
I'll give her your regards, Thea.
For Katerina.
The Crows had lost a Talon, but the demon of Irantium was free at last.
Oh boy. Yeah, we should know who
Sooner
wins.
or later, debts new and old would come due. And they would all be paid in blood.
They're the same thing. Mostly, kind of.
Except one will manipulate you, or kill you, or both.
But how do you get rid of them?
What's everyone talking about?
Spite.
The demon in Lucanus. When a person gets possessed, the demon usually takes control.
And they turn into a monster. The spirit just molds them however they want.
I've heard of abominations being cured by killing the demon in the Fade. That's not a sure bet, though.
Well, there's one way, but it's, well...
Register Apollo.
to,
Hell yeah.
You'll have to kill me.
It's like a clown show, them not knowing how to set a voting machine. Yeah, I mean, you gotta remember they're fucking government employees.
That can't be the only solution.
They're about
Can't
as
we
efficient as a
reason
square
with
wheel.
Spike, maybe? Persuade it to leave?
Talk doesn't work on spite.
That's about right, though. Honestly, like, government employees are bottom of the barrel, typically.
Everyone else does. I want to talk to him.
Just be glad you got there early so you got your spot.
Let's think this through some more. There has to be a solution.
I have people in Marathas I can ask, but I wouldn't get my hopes up.
All right. So what next?
Let me talk to them. I want to talk to
Lucanus!
Nope. It's fine. I'm fine.
He's done this before. Enough that you just shrug it off.
He'd do this in the ossuary. The Fade does whatever his spirit wants. Real walls and chains, not so much. Just give me a minute. He'll get bored once everyone leaves.
I know things have been complicated, but I'm glad you're here, Lucanus.
Contract aside, I owe you a debt.
Lucanus.
Please.
Antiva is in rough shape under the Antam's occupation. I should check in with the other crows.
Alright. Let's see. So Benito Mussolini the second with a 2. Griffin, have you ever played Serious Sam?
Gaming.
I have not. So it's one of those games I've kind of wanted to play, but I've never actually done so. And Regnier with the 2, is the gameplay worth the suffering? I mean, it's okay, I guess. It's not anything special. It's kind of just a slop action game. Griffin's an ally? Oh, absolutely, dude. Oh, well, everybody was freaking out about the betting odds. Looks dumb, because now they're back up to 62 Trump, 38 Camel Toe, so there you go. Everybody was freaking out. Oh, it's the betting odds. Like, I don't know, bro. So apparently Republicans are up 33% in Florida for in-person voting so far. That's pretty crazy, man. They've got like over 200,000 votes already. Basically, a bunch of people on the betting odds site sold their shares in order to like cash out, and people start
Could it be one
freaking out
god?
about
It
it.
had to be 3.
Save. So it's almost 8. I probably should hop off because I gotta go check my laptop to see if I have any requests to go through before I have work in like an hour and a half-ish. So I may go ahead and hop off, everybody. Remember, go fucking vote if you have not yet. Go, wait in line. Don't worry about how long it's gonna take. Get that shit locked in. Take your friends, take your family so you have somebody to talk to in line if you want to. Or, I don't know, watch a video or some shit. But don't get out of line. Get your fucking vote in, and let's win this shit, guys. So have a wonderful day, everybody, and hopefully we have a great night to celebrate. But we shall see. But anyway, guys, I'll talk to all of y'all at some point. So peace out, everybody.